wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light.
You can stop to see it, they'll just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line.
Girl, groove make your soul shaker.
Everybody sing along.
Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata. Yo mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata, eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata, eh. You're my diet. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. Your mata. Your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata. 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 Your mata.
Is it that hard to call me back? After you say you call me back, passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. Listen, I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. Listen, I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link it, I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers, EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in Valorant Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of Valorant by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
Hello everyone, are you welcome? Are you welcome? I hope you feel welcome because it's me, Frankie Ward, welcoming you to Contenders broadcast. And I got to welcome the analysts as well. We've got the fabulous Billy and we've got Pilsky as well. I mean, you know what? The broadcast can only go onwards and upwards from that car crash of an introduction. The first time I get to say baby brain of the broadcast. Let's get a tally up production. I'm sure you're going to hear that excuse so many more times during this show. Pilsky, how you doing down under? I mean, it's in Australia, down under.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm feeling welcome. I'm feeling thank you. And I'm feeling ready to promote some teams into Game Changers EMEA Stage 3.
Billy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see how the teams have developed since the last time I was on Contenders. I think it was Stage 3 last year. So yeah, I'm looking forward to jumping right into it.
Well, you are a Contenders maven. I think that's an accurate phrase we could say, Billy. You've been around the block in terms of Contenders, and honestly, I couldn't quite compute the whole system because actually there's a whole load of different events that actually feed into the Game Changers system. So it's not just Contenders. This isn't actually the first tier on the ladder, is it?
Yeah, no, so if anyone didn't just understand from Mitch's amazing explainer video, yeah, we have amazing regional tournaments that go on alongside everything else, you know, the open qualifier as well that exists. So yeah, that kind of feeds into Contenders, and then if you do well in Contenders, you find yourself fortunate enough to be playing with the best of the best in the main event. So yeah, plenty of teams to look forward to. I'm so excited and like just glad to see that Game Changers has grown year upon year. You know, we're seeing so many more teams get involved, even just from the regional point of view. So yeah, it's really nice to see.
Let's take a look at some of those regional teams, Pilsky, because there's a few big names in there. Obviously, there's some new orgs establishing themselves as part of the GC ecosystem, but also Mad Lions Koi, who actually did get knocked out earlier this week by Alternate Attacks Ruby. Was that a surprise to you, Pilsky?
Yeah, I think Mad Lions, like we've seen them kicking around in Contenders for a while, sometimes, you know, making it through to the main stage. You got Neon Blade kicking around in there as well. A lot of names that are kind of re-upping multiple times with their support for the, you know, GC Contenders ecosystem and game changers in general. Gamax there as well. And even if these, you know, teams that do get promoted don't necessarily make it all the way to EMEA, we even saw last season a couple of players from Contenders that didn't manage to get promoted getting picked up into the main circuit anyway.
Let's take a look at the bracket from the event so far. This is our only broadcast day, and we're going to have 2 epic finals for you. Because if you're one of those upper bracket teams playing first, so Alternate Attacks and Valiant GC, you've got 2 cracks at the whip to make it through to stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. But that does mean if you do lose the first match, you're going to have to play twice, Billy, so you're going to need some stamina on your side. I mean, this first matchup, though, it looks like a bit of a banger.
Yeah, definitely. I think Alternate Attack should be really proud of how far they've gotten in Contenders so far as well. I know we'll dive into that a little bit later, but yeah, just looking at this bracket, I think we're seeing a lot of new teams that we've maybe never really seen in the main event, so it's nice that they're getting that opportunity to come through and be there for stage 3.
Yeah, those open qualifiers are definitely paying off dividends. And also, when you think about the teams that have come through Contenders, I mean, there's 2 particular teams that come to mind, Pilsky. Obviously, NASA Ignite and Falcons. And Falcons came through Contenders last year, and we've seen them in every main event of Game Changers EMEA since.
Yeah, I think they might have even been like first and second in one of the seasons. I remember casting of Contenders. They were both playing and were both of the teams to get promoted. I mean, usually, like in my experience of these, you know, esports ecosystems, you do get a couple of grassroots teams through, but a lot of the time it's like the professional players getting knocked down, putting a team together, and then usually winning the whole qualifier. At least for me, I find with Game Changers, I see a lot of players that I haven't seen before or I'm not too familiar with getting towards the tail end of Contenders and doing really well for themselves. Falcons obviously being the core of a team that did really, really well for themselves in the main circuit and then upgraded their roster. But as we mentioned, NASA and even a couple of the other teams grinding through the Contenders ecosystem and going into the main circuit and doing very, very well for themselves in the main circuit. And that might be partially due to just getting a lot of reps in Contenders and getting a lot of maps under their belt, whereas the other teams come in a little bit colder to the group stage.
So, Billy, I was wondering then, in terms of the competition that we have, when you look at that bracket very quickly, do you think that this could be the strongest Contenders competition we've had so far?
It's hard to say, you know, because like I said, I feel as though we're seeing so many different teams come up through Contenders, as Pilsky said as well. Like, it feels like it's always different. We've always got new players that we can kind of highlight on this broadcast, and I think that's what's really great about Contenders, is it kind of cultivates that grassroots community, even with the regional leagues as well. You know, it kind of gives people a chance to play within their own region. You've got that sense of pride for playing for your nation. So yeah, I think that it's hard to say if it's gotten any more competitive, just because we're seeing players just thrive from nowhere.
Well, historically, the team that wins and thrives in Contenders makes it through to the playoffs bracket of the main event. So who knows? When we see the winner of today's event go through to stage 3, perhaps we will see them contending for a top 4 spot, as we saw Valiant GC do at the start of this year in stage number 1. So let's talk, though, about their opponents first of all today in this upper bracket final. It's Alternate Attacks Ruby. This is a fully German lineup. This is going to be their 6th crack as an organisation at making it through to the main event. And I feel like we should start off by showing a bit of a banger. Just wake everyone up by showing that this team has got so much potential. And part of that reason, I have to say, Billy, is because of Jade and what she achieved this week.
Yeah, I mean, Jade has been fantastic so far. Top 5 player statistically in the playoffs so far. And I mean, given the game that she had against Mad Lions Koi the other day, that was the team that put this team out of the running last split. So I think going into that match, it was a vengeance match for Jade, and that definitely came through. She's a player that's been playing her role really well. She's been fragging out despite playing initiator, and just an all-in-all reliable teammate to have on the team.
Yeah, I think fragging on a flash initiator and having as much output as she has had, including, you saw the assist per round there. Not only is she, getting the kills per round, getting a lot of damage done in the rounds with her gun, but also setting up her teammates for success. And I think right behind her is the duelist of alternate attacks, who I dare say she's the one setting up on the KO and the breach. So we'll keep an eye out for her fragging output in this series going forward. And obviously this being an all-national lineup, a German lineup, one that won't struggle with the communication woes as much as some of the other mixed European rosters. And when you're playing a lot of breach, that definitely helps out to set up your teammates precisely with that util.
It's going to be super interesting to see if a national roster or even 2 national rosters go through to stage 3 today, because that's one of the things that seems to be the trend in Contenders from looking at the rosters. Got a lot of all French national rosters. We've got a lot of the German teams coming through as well. We've actually only got 1 international roster in this top 4. What is so special though about the German game changers scene, Billy?
Do you know what? I think they've got so many orgs that actually want to invest within the scene, alternate attacks being one of them. They tend to pick up these German players and kind of upskill them, and then when they go off and compete in the main event or wherever it is, you see that kind of funnel through. You see that pathway of players being able to join a team, get upskilled, and then move on to maybe other teams as well within the tournament. And yeah, they're just constantly nurturing talent throughout this series.
Yeah, I think alternate attacks, obviously, a org that goes back even 15 to 20 years. You can go back, look at their TAC FPS rosters, and they're sporting an all-German lineup. So they've been supporting the esports ecosystem, at least with the name brand and value, for a long time over there in Germany. And this roster, I think, core 4 together for 10 months. And as we mentioned earlier, they continue to re-up in game changers. Even though they haven't qualified for the main circuit, a lot of orgs will come in for a short time. When they don't qualify, they pull out, but looks like alternate attacks is here to stay. And today they got 2 chances to qualify into the main circuit. So honestly, with that investment, fingers crossed that they can actually make it through today.
Well, fingers crossed for them, because I'd like to see more of them, because I need to ask IGL Blossy about her cat obsession, because that's basically her Twitter feed. It's just a load of cat pics. And listen, I'm a fellow feline fan. We've got to have a conversation at one point or another, but we don't have time now, because we've actually got to go back in time to see what happened when I caught up with the Valiant GC coach, Zan Poyo. So, voila. Hello, Zan Poyo. Thank you for joining me. Can you talk to me about the setup of the team at the moment? Because you've made a couple of changes already this year. So I just want to clarify it for everyone watching who maybe isn't so familiar with Valiant GC.
Okay, so the team currently, we have Jax IGL, which is probably the main change between all the splits from split 1, where we finished top 4 in main events. It was Tikuza at this moment, and she was IGLing on duelist, and we switch progressively to Jax, which is now on the role of flasher, flex, and it's way more easier to lead in game when you're not in the action first to entry site. And it was the main change, and maybe that's why we lost on split 2, or we didn't do a great performance. Lisa switched as well from Sentinel player to a duelist, in her previous team 2 years ago. So yeah, she doesn't really like the duelist role, but she's still performing insanely well. 1 month she's practicing the duelist, and she's insane. And we have Mel still on controller. Ninu, who is more on the reveal role. We tried her before on flash, but now I see that reveal is better for Ninu. She's more tricky with her utilities, and I say everyone, and Dream, the new player, who was the main controller, and we switch her to Sentinel role. So 1 month as well, she's learning the role, and it's a lot of work since 1 month. We have maybe less preparation than any other teams, but this is the current state of the team, and it's working pretty well.
Zampoya, I know you're very involved in the roster changes. Obviously, as the coach, you're leading the team in what they want to do. I just wonder why the stage 2 team changed, because you guys came top 4 and then you switched out Serena for GX after stage 1. And obviously things didn't go your way, but then you decided to do that for stage 2 with Thaikusa. And Thaikusa, when we were talking about the success of the team coming top 4 in stage 1, you know, she felt like the beating heart of the team. She felt like the identity of the team. And now, obviously, with 1 month to prep, you're now having to refine that identity. So have you had any kind of learnings or, I guess, regrets along the way so far this year?
Regrets, I would not say regrets, because Thaikusa was insane player, insane IGL. Serena, it was an intern problem between the teams and how we managed to, you know, like the environment. But at the end, I have no regrets, because I think IGLing on duelist has limits, for sure. And it was a mandatory change. And in split 2, I would say sometimes you could have the best team, you could have great players, and it's just mental boom and a burnout. Or I would say it's more on the mental part that we lose than the roster change, because in practice it worked pretty well. Like, to be honest, we practiced a lot of GC main event team, main event VCL team, and we were doing great just in official. The first match against Lotus was very tight, and we lost a lot of important rounds, and it breaks our confidence for the next matches. And that's why we lost stage 2, and we are coming back now with a better IGL, I would say, because JX on speed 2 was only 2 weeks trained on IGL. So it's a bit short for an IGL, and it's a long-term work. And yeah, now we are focusing for, you know, next splits if we qualify. Yeah.
Well, you've got 2 matches in which you can qualify, or maybe you'll just qualify in 1 best of 3 very quickly before I get cut off and lose my job for taking the mick with the timing. If things do not go your way today, do you stay with this roster?
It's hard to, you know, to answer this question. I would say this roster is really good. If we didn't lose 1 match, it's for a reason. Yes, we come from main events. Yes, we have this experience from main events. But I would say that Lisa playing duelist, Dream never played in main events, and Jaix learning IGL. I don't want to rebuild a roster and change every time and switch, because we did the biggest switch. When you switch IGL, it's the biggest switch you can do in a team, I would say. So yeah, for me, I would stick with this roster, and yeah, and expect for the future. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me today, and bonne chance. À bientôt, Zampoyo.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Pelski, I just want to know, do you think that this is the same strength for Valiance that we saw, or will be the same strength for Valiance we saw it back in stage 1 when we still had Serena, we still had Thaikusa?
I think it's completely hard to say. The reason is just so much change. You got 2 role swaps, you got different IGL from what we saw last time, but I really do resonate with what he says. Sometimes, unfortunately, how good you think a roster is and how good you're doing in practice does not line up with what happens in the server. And look, we'll see if they can have a bit better momentum, because it sounds like their momentum got broken early on in that group stage, and they were never really able to recover last series.
It's going to be really interesting as well, because one of the things that came up in the interview, one of the things that the teams themselves, I think, would happily discuss is the fact that you've got Lisa now moving into this duelist role. That's a very high pressure role. It's often a role that we see newcomers into the scene performing well, and I guess probably because they're young guns and really their job is go kill, we'll teach you the rest of the fundamentals. But Lisa's a very experienced player, Billy. I wondered what you thought about this move. Rather than picking up a new duelist, they have switched Lisa's position in the team.
Yeah, I think Kirsty said it well. You know, there's a couple of like things that happen when you have these kind of changes. You've got new leadership coming in place. You have possible like new structure changes. Obviously, with Lisa moving on to that duelist role, which for me is going to be really interesting to watch. I'm so used to seeing her on that Sentinel. But in saying that, like she's been one of the top 3 Jets during playoffs. She's been getting 13 first kills. So although it might not be a comfort pick for Lisa, she is still making that impact, and it seems to be a sort of confidence switch, I would say. I know that she's maybe said that she feels a little bit uncomfortable, but perhaps it's something that the coach, the new IGL, has seen potential in Lisa and want to enable her to be able to actually pick up this role and play it. And another thing as well is her clutch percentage. You know, playing Sentinel, she's kind of developed that ability to play well in those clutch situations. And now being the duelist, like she's going to win those 1v1s. Like it's just going to happen.
I like the fact that potentially we've got a really lovely, complete player here in Liza. I mean, lovely isn't really the word, is it, guys? It should be deadly. Having someone who has got so much experience and has actually got experience in facing down and being on the other side of those duelist entries as a Sentinel could be something that's probably put her in pretty good stead psychologically as well as positionally. I do think we are ready for the map Veto. So let's go ahead and see what we'll be seeing today. Oh, sorry, before we do that, actually, let's walk down memory lane. Actually, let's talk about Valiant's performance actually this year, because as we mentioned a few times already during this broadcast, stage 1, this is a team in the main event who actually were a shock top 4 performer. But to be honest, they were performing so well, they could have even gone further, Pilski, in that particular tournament.
Yeah, potentially. I think, look, top 4 is very, very good placement already for that first stage, especially given that they were probably a team that did better than the sum of their parts. At the end of the day, though, if you're going out against Falcons and Giant X, there's no really, you can't really be too upset about that, especially seeing how they've continued the year. They've looked like some of the strongest teams in the next stage as well. So for Valiant, I think great stage 1. Stage 2, very, very disappointing bomb out of groups. They only won 1 map in the entire series against Odd One Out in that first stage. And as Zampoya mentioned in the interview, after they lost that series, they didn't win a map for the rest of the season and went out in last place. So I'm hoping that they'll be able to build up some momentum here in Contenders, get themselves a nice qualification and reset everything to have a really strong season like stage 1.
Well, now our history class is dismissed. It's time to look forward into the future, because it is time to look at the map Veto and see what we've got coming up today. I'm particularly excited because I think potentially we're going to see Haven from the side of Valiant Lily, and I haven't got to look at a Haven pro game for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. They've looked good on it so far. I mean, no surprises there that they're banning out Sunset. I'm going to presume the next ban that comes in from alternate attacks will be Icebox. Interesting that Sunset's already been taken out. It seems as though Valiant have kind of played into alternate attacks' weaknesses there, because they know that the usual from alternate attacks is a ban Icebox, jump into Sunset. So yeah, it's looking interesting so far.
Yeah, interested to see what Valiant is going to pick up here. They really don't have as many reps as alternate attacks do in officials over the last couple of months. Haven Pick's an interesting one. They have played it 4 times since it's come into the map pool just recently. They're playing the most standard kind of meta comp. They only lost it once against Charbon, which it's kind of like a mix of some players who do have some experience in GC, Slicey, and another French mix from them. Lotus comes out here for an alternate attacks, and they have played that 11 times in the last couple of months. A lot of reps in officials, whereas it's only 4 here, I think, in the last couple of months there for Valiant. And some of those are very, very old from the last series group stage. So they might be a little less, a little more out of practice, I would say. They're playing a Neon comp, so that's going to be interesting to watch. And we'll see what ends up getting left in the pool here.
Yeah, I think Lotus is an interesting one, because both of those teams have won each time they've played throughout playoffs so far on Lotus. So one of them is going to take a lose on it either way today. And Ascent, I mean, I like Ascent as a decider map. I always say that when we get to Ascent, it comes down to those fundamentals and just playing basic Valorant at that point. So I think it's a nice one to leave on should we get to that point.
I'm really interested in this veto because when I look at this, I go, well, surely Valiant have won this already because they've been banning Bind and Split this event so far. I'm presuming that alternate attacks have not prepared Bind against them because they assumed that was going to be the ban, and that's one of the reasons that it was left so late in the veto and it was able to be banned. But the two maps that they have been, I guess, specializing so far this season are, stages Ascent and Haven. So when I look at this veto, I'm just like, well, Valiant, they're potentially flying through this. But never underestimate the Germans unless it's in the most recent football tournament that concludes this evening. And thank you, by the way, for joining us. Let's look at Agent Select. Nervous laugh there because, yeah, you guessed it, I'm English. These compositions, we're probably expecting something pretty standard from this one, Pilsky. Oh, yeah, there you go.
I mean, yeah. Look, Valiant's playing the most standard kind of agent comp. You've got the exact same thing here for alternate attacks, except they're playing the Cypher instead of the KJ, so a bit more global map presence. You can kind of play in different positions, so you don't have to worry about your util going down. And I think, yeah, neither one of these teams really changing up their comp too much from the last couple of times they played Haven. Did like what you said, though, Frankie, about them playing Veto Chicken with the Bind. Ended up working out quite well for them because it goes out in the second ban phase and doesn't end up in the pool anyway.
I'm just so happy that Haven is back, to be honest, guys. Like, I'm so happy that we get to see Haven. We get to see it as our first map here today. Like, I just love watching people play on that map.
It just reminds me of the alpha. Good old days. That's my only claim to gaming fame. I got to play Haven at the same time as other people who are better at gaming than me. It's not really anything to show off about. Anyway, we have got two fabulous voices who are going to be talking you through both best of threes today. So send them all your energy. They're going to need it. It's our King of Norfolk and King of the North, Iro and Hazza.
I like that one. See, Frankie was going to come up with a nickname for us. King of Norfolk, there's not too much going on around here. But enough about us. I can't wait to kick off Finals Sunday. We've got 2 spots left for Stage 3. For Valiant, the one side of the coin, they're looking to reprise their role in the main roster at the top of Game Changers EMEA. And for alternate attacks, a new face to many, but for those familiar with the scene, it was a matter of time that we got them here.
Yeah, and I think as well as it's 2 well-supported regions in DAC and France, right? You talk about the fans and what they bring to the table. I mean, I think this is probably 2 of the most well-supported teams, not just talking about organisations, but from the fans as well. They always try and show up.
That they do. In their masses, I'm sure that both will be spamming the chat here as alternate attacks look to get this one underway. As underdogs on the attack side, it's been almost a year and a half since they first set foot into Game Changers, but now standing 1 game away from brushing shoulders with EMEA's elite for the first time, up against the Valiant side, which aren't without their own changes, but whether the first half of 2024 can be redeemed for them will rely upon the next couple hours action.
Here. Yeah, you've got to remember alternate attacks haven't lost an official in 15 games, has it? Almost more than 2 months, and well, they're being stopped from getting back site control. Valiant doing well to stall out the horde of German players trying to hold on, and already the first 2 entry picks being taken.
Strong start for Valiant, putting their foot down. It's back up in the back site, which takes the star girl Ellie out of play. She's been pivotal in this run thus far. So we're 3 versus 5, backs against the wall where ATN have to try and fight. The Rubies have been good at reversing these kinds of situations before, but there's not too much to go off here except Harmony in the site with the spike.
In a way, all 3 players are disconnected. I mean, you're seeing Ginger looking to try and lock and grab an off pick, but now activated, Harmony gets a good one, and somehow alternate attacks have got control of the site. Valiant scratching their heads, wondering what's just happened there. There is a lovely dart to set up the rest. Nino and Mel combine. The pistol round 1.
Yeah, just when we were about to get excited for alternate attacks resetting the round there, Harmony finding a nice kill. There's so much regenerative utility online for the rest of that backside hold to not bend nor break. Mel with a smoke goes up, and Nino with the reveal over the top. Again, this is one of the players that we were talking about on the desk. Swapping over towards, you know, the info initiator rather than where we had typically seen her. And right up alongside Mel It's that combination from the former Carmine Corps roster just delivering results to the French Orc here.
Seems as if the pressure is going to be applied straight towards Garage. This is part of where the KJ setup is, and you put a big question mark over it.
How many first player forward yet again? And in a lot of rounds, alternate attacks, they like to poke around middle. The Killjoy setup is there, and it's already afforded the rotation. There are 3 players towards this left side, but Ellie's the first one to get out on site. Smoke up again, but a plant here, more than anything, is already a good start, and that kill will go one step better.
This is a real chance
Oh my
now,
God.
Hazza. This could be a real thrifty round. And you look at the map, you look at where the players are positioned. Still Liza has to rotate over and is stuck on an outlaw. I mean, at the same time, Nino on a Guardian, close to sight. In fact, Hazza, Valiant could be thinking about a save here.
Yeah, 100% they're going to give this one up. The guns, while they're not yet retrieved by alternate attacks, they'll be able to reclaim them before the round ends. And so, it's going to finish in a thrifty fashion, immediately tying the scoreline up. And again, like I said, alternate attacks starting out with this mid default, liking to put the feelers out. Something else that they do is in these post plants, they like to get explorative, hunt for extra picks. When you don't have the guns, this is one of the situations that will dictate it. And I tell you what, they're going to get away with everything on Valiant's side as well. The first pay safeguard thrifty of the series, and it's only the second round.
The house always wins.
Yeah, no surprises there with, again though, has a Valiant just on the site. They've got the right plan. I mean, this is something that they like to do across all their maps, is have Mel as that site anchor combining with someone else, and they just get completely caught off guard by the quality which ATN have.
Couple of sharpshooters starting things off. I was saying before how Ellie, she's partial to an outlaw buy in the second round. I don't think anyone would have foreseen it coming under this context though. Obviously, Sniper on the attack side means that it's a slower pace which they bring to this round. But again, that mid default.
Needs to be careful that they don't walk into the stack. This is going to be all about gaining the right information. You've got KJ's utility set up to try and dissuade anyone from going to the C side, but attacks has it. They've got to be careful here, because if they go in prematurely without the right information, this could be all wrong.
First bit of utility does come out. There's a semblance of who might be on the site here. Ginger furthest player forward. Frenzy in the corner. Headshot, but no kill. Just the connection. And alternate attacks rally the troops. The A site, while it may have been well held in numbers, it's quite the contrary when it comes to the gunfights. Only Dream left with her head held low into what is a done-for scenario.
I mean, you can see this is something that alternate attacks has in general have been working on as their fundamentals. That was what when we got the game changers people to talk to them. What have you guys been working on? Fundamentals, key working together. You know, the micro aspect of the game. You can see the way they're all looking to trade off one another. As soon as Dream gets this kill, there's someone straight on top of her to get the trade.
Yeah.
And they're expecting just the results to fall into place, which at this moment in time, they certainly have.
Yeah, that is the bottom line. Improve as a team and results will follow. That's what they said coming in. Starting to see it here as well. That round, another late A finish. Something which you've seen a lot in the game against Mad Lions Koi, which they won in just the semi-final. The same as these mid-plays. Ellie does jump the gun towards C-Link. No kill found, but there's players backing this up. Garage already compromised and the spike well on its way.
Yeah, you can see Valiant, the priorities to hold on towards the exits, not allowing anyone out. This is the same smoke we saw last time. Last time it meant that ATN were able to get a thrifty round. Not this time though. Valiant well aware of what's going on. Ginger left in mid, scratching her head like, what has just happened? Where's the rest of my team gone?
Again, another thing that we saw in that previous matchup was Ginger through middle. Andalusia flawless, she'll go down with all the rest. And, you know, just being able to take those timings effectively there, it was a non-starter. The push on the site didn't work out, so nowhere really for the rest to go. And yeah, Dream, while the player may have passed them by, the opportunity certainly didn't. Alternate attacks need to try and figure out what it is that they want to do to find consistent success on the C site, because right now it's been a little bit here and there.
It has been, and as well as that, Hazard, I know it's only 5 rounds in now, but the defence is still keeping close to the attack on a map which historically has been so attacker-sided. If you're alternate attacks here, they'll be wanting to try and gain a little bit of a gap, a little bit of distance to their opponents and build up that lead, because realistically, Hazard, you're expecting at the very minimum an 8-4 half.
It's all momentum based, and it always has been, even on this map for alternate attack specifically. First time they played it in Contenders, 13-4 loss to Gamax, 13-8 catch Shapley Ruffles, and then they go ahead and win the next. How much better could this result possibly be? It's the C site again. Oh, and it's the same sorry story. 3 for Mel. Dream finishes things off, and with only a single casualty in the full gun round, they just make it look so easy.
That's it, Hazard, and that's the key word. Easy. Not checking your corners, getting taken off guard by Mel's TP. The fact that they keep walking in towards what is the 2-site anchors for Valiant in the form of Mel and Dream. And you look at them, has a 7 and 6 kills respectively. That is 13 kills over 5 rounds. Insane statistics so far. And you don't even get a look in.
It's even the micro between the two players there, the two anchors, Dream and Mel. They fight a forward line instead. And Lisa's going to do the exact same on the opposite extremity this round. A is where the operator is stationed. The head of the operation, of course. But what is the reaction? Alternate attacks making pathways clean and clearly elsewhere off the immediate info that there was a sniper.
This is something Valiant love to do. Straight away, as soon as they get hot money, get it online, and Dream, their utility is offline, so that's a real issue for Valiant. A big loss of control across the map, and something now you can already see them starting to have more restricted positions. Liza, the exception to that, staying out on A long.
Such a big pick to find with a minute left on the clock. Ruby's again on the reset. It's another A siege, which they will attempt. Misshot Lisa, forced to fall back. Does have support here in the rotation in tow. Spike still not yet committed, but their eyes are firmly set on this A execute. Ginger will be late through mid. There's no utility to guard her this time, so the site will have to hold. Lisa finding the first, the second still not down or out. Op in play, Shorty up close, backed up behind the smoke, and she'll fly through for a third. It's excellent from Lisa to lock things down. Ginger finally making her approach, but it may be a little too late to the party. Headshot gets the kill. Lisa on for her second ace in the second stage. Harmony denies right at the death. The Red Bull clutch to equalize the score.
Thank you.
That is crazy though, Hazard. Won't they just line up? Allow Valiant to let go of the round? That is a disaster for Valiant. That's where they start to build the lead. The first time that they've invested the op.
And it's not the first time that we've seen a Red Bull clutch like this from the Ruby side. For those who've been following their 14-win run through the uppers, through Contenders, how many moments, series winning almost, have been defined by stuff like that, where they're down a player but still find value. Recon broken, rinse and repeat. It's the op in sewers yet again. And Ruby aren't going to be forcing any more utility to flush that one out. They're heading elsewhere.
They are. Mel's already looking to drop out, knows that they're the only one there, and the rest of the support coming in soon. They'll be playing for this lockdown though, Hazard. You can already see the priorities to hold on towards Garage. Knows no one's been in there, and GX actually has somehow managed to find Blossy.
Big kill. Ellie trying to test the limits a little bit, and again, this is where ATN get a little bit antsy, trying to find some space for themselves. 2 players insert in towards Garage. Kill comes off the back of it.
Yeah, they're playing to try and deny this lockdown, and Ellie's not even checked the corner, has her. So this is going to be real issues for ATN now. You look what they have in the back pocket. It's a rolling thunder as well.
Trying to deny the post plant. Harmony first kill, back in the clutch again. 3 versus 2, still they trail by a player. And Mel, leaving at least one of those smokes on the spike, is going to make this difficult. It's a blindsided tap, but yet another which connects. Harmony harboring her team forward, and it's another Red Bull clutch from the Star Girl in that situation. It puts them back in the lead. 4 for her, 4 for alternate attacks.
I mean, that's it, Hazard. Alternate attacks are forced into a position they do not want to be. The lockdown making them play for long. While there's a smoker still up. Put a smoke on the spike. Harmony under pressure, under that time pressure, somehow making it work. The Rolling Thunder just helped out to delay a little bit, and that's how we end up in this situation.
As a wise man once said, what pressure? Pressure is for tyres. Plenty more Valorant to be played here. Both of them will be feeling it though, like you say, and
yeah,
look, a few more moments like that will make all the difference. I have to remind you, this is Valiant's pick, and sure, the defender's side may not have got off to the start that they were looking for. It's another A stack, which the Rubies should reveal as this drone comes in. Lisa, at the very least, has been noted with those blades.
They're not fancying this at all, Hazard. You can see the spikes already making its way elsewhere. And remember, they will have ideas about this being a stack from the time that they executed into it last time. Luckily enough, they didn't lose too much off the back of it.
Sure.
But this is the trampoline round for them. Alternate attacks, this is where they start to put a little bit of daylight in between them and their opponents. The thing is, though, they don't have control of C main, and this is going to be a real position for Dream to work from.
Oh, especially if she can get her hands on that Vandal, sidestep in the pocket. And now, with a Vandal in her hands, it's Lisa again, which dictates the headlines in this round. A 5 versus 2 situation with barely any up front, but the Blades paying dividends. They will miss out on Blossy, and she does find a double from it. A chance to reset, but it's short-lived. Dream on the case, and snatching any hopes of that one being a 5th round for them.
Yeah, alternate attacks really needed to win that out. Put the daylight they were expecting them to see in between the two. But again, it could just come from Dream and Lisa. The fact that Dream has the priorities, the protocols to be like, hey guys, they're coming through Garage, I'm just going to take C main. Just a little bit of a gap in between her taking that space in Harmony, actually getting round to it as well to clear it out. Doesn't think about pocket. And from there, it just all starts to fall downhill.
Again, we speak of these high-pressure scenarios, big moments, broken records, but it's those tiny details which can make all of the difference. The Stinger in the spam battle will lose against the Phantom. That's an untradeable opener, which may just get worse. No, Lisa clattered on the peek back through with the op. Chance perhaps for ATN to stabilize now.
Rolling Thunder on GX as well. There's even a Neuro Theft if they can get one light, get towards the Lisa X, but they walk through the smoke without checking it properly, just allowing for easy picks. And now the spike and no man's land. It's easy clean up in the end.
Just Valiant showing the quality that they have. GX in on the score sheet as well. Blossy 1 versus 4. Near the ace site, those who saw the ace on Twitter, this would have to be one better than 5 players in a clip, and the Sheriff cannot provide it. So Valiant taking the lead for themselves here. And again, that point that we just needed to reiterate, the core of this alternate attacks team have been together for 11 months now. I don't think that the protocols, the macro, are ever anything which should be in question. It's these tiny little micro plays, missing gaps, clears of corners, which are making all the difference in most of these rounds. And something else as well is they don't often call timeouts, not unless they're struggling. So definitely feeling the brunt of that now as 60 seconds are called to make a break in play.
I think as well, like Valiant have done excellently to get into the position that they've had, and on top of that, you look at alternate attacks and the rounds that they've had here, like realistically, they've had the greatest opportunity to build that gap and really move that momentum, because you get the anti-eco, you reset back into what is essentially an anti-eco of your own, and then it's about getting round on round, building that gap. Valiant somehow finding ways to win out in rounds that they shouldn't. And yeah, alternate attacks, I think they've just missed out on those minor details, as you're saying.
This is also where we will see the quality of Valiant shine through. Alternate attacks for the run that they've been on. This may just be a step above. Again, 14-match win streak heading into the double elimination bracket. even a couple of those wins with their sub Minio as well. Again, just proving the quality that they have in the system that they've built. Valiant offering something a little bit different after the pause. They'll be heading down mid for an injection of their own.
Oh, I'm missing the up shot, knowing that there was a plan, and Dream's doing brilliantly to stall out Garage, but needs to be careful of Main and what's coming out from there. Elsewhere though, you can already see has a Valiant looking to respond and flood this site, and Liza's there already. Can't get the second on to the second player. Blossy just hidden in the pocket.
That's the question. What do ATN now do? They continue to scale towards this C site, which has found itself overloaded. It seems to be the case. Fighting a losing battle. Ginger gets one back in the conversation. But ultimately, it's one-way traffic, and that's the case, especially for C Long. Only Blossy there. She'll regroup with her teammates, but they continue to dwindle in numbers. Dream plucking another away. There is space on the opposite extremity, but Valiant playing a disciplined game.
2v4. Still plenty of utility to play off of, but it's all on Jade. None on Blossy. No smokes, no paranoia, no TPs. And Nino's got an idea about the B site.
One finally does come up, so a little bit of sight denial here available, but again, it's in their instinct, in their character. Blossy is blood hungry, and she wants to try and find some kind of an opener to make this post plant easier for them. Twice the number, twice the challenge. What can the two veteran members of this squad do?
Thing is though, Valiant are going to try and go all through one choke point, and that's where it's going to favour ATN.
A little bit slow in this, timid perhaps to make their way back through. Jade tees herself up with the stun, but it doesn't come off. So Blossy, 1 versus 4. What can she offer this time? Again, it's a train of players right in front of her face. A bit of damage onto Lisa, but the game is up, and so is the round. 6 for Valiant, and at the very least, they'll be confirming a half-time score, but they can keep that status quo.
Yeah. And the thing is though, Hazza for me, Jade needs to at least get one and dip out. The fact that she goes untraded completely, I think that's where the chance ends up. But a lot of this was completely one-on-one stuff, like Ginger re-entering through Garage on their own. Alternate attacks, just maybe feeling not necessarily too confident, but again, those minor details, not thinking about who's behind them and what they're swinging. And when we come back to it, into this round, the really important round for alternate attacks to win, because if they don't, they go in towards an eco. You've got to look at the Valiant ultimates. It's a lockdown and a rolling thunder.
Another mid-incision, Lisa posted on the angle. Stun goes to grass, and while Ellie crossed with a dash, Jade should have an idea that a player could be up here. Another missed shot, so no opening kill, but Mel trading off. Plenty of damage done by herself means that Harmony, she may be left with a full utility belt, only down on 8 points of health.
This is something I would say, not necessarily uncharacteristic, but for Liza, the matches, some of the matches that I've watched, has it, that operator is so much more withheld, restricted, trying to play passive positions. I mean, for the most part, Liza's been so proactive in how they're trying to take space and pose issues to their opponents.
Yeah, it feels like she's posing a lot more question marks, really grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck this series. Another round where Blossy is at the front of the pack. It's Ellie first spotted, however, along with the rest of the team. Ginger elsewhere. Valiant know they have the numbers if they go now, but it'll take a moment to regather the troops for this retake to happen, and they are so worried about the possibility of this mid lurk. So again, it is a hesitant reprisal from the defending team.
Yeah, they're looking for Harmony's ultimate as well, and they're so low that they're being dipped all the way out. That's to deny the lockdown, straight away invested, and to get rid of that Hazza, so the rest of the players can stay on site, and it's going to be a scrap to the end.
Again, set retake, lockdown removed. Harmony, 8 points of health, but still finding value. So is Ellie and Jade on the site. 3v3, but health pool not exactly there for ATN. They're going to fight and roll their sleeves up. They do. 2v1. Harmony down. Jayex getting 3, but not able to find the Red Bull clutch with it. So a 5th round for ATN Ruby. One away from matching their attack side scoreline in their previous outing on Haven.
One round is all that's left. Is it going to be equal? Is there going to be an advantage? ATN doing well to delay in their post planting. How many times could you say that we've actually seen an ATN post plant in this first half, as not many, to be honest. Most of it comes down to the kills that they've been getting.
Yeah, I think as well there, the fact that Harmony knows she has to play spoiler and just sit at the back of the pack, make sure that the lockdown is removed from play so the rest of the team can hold those aggressive positions in the post plant and ultimately win out on time as well, with Jinja not necessarily having too much impact in the kills department right now, but making her presence known, keeping them second guessing, and now burning through this first timeout with that final round before the side swap just ahead of us.
I don't necessarily think this is even needed, Hazza. Like, Valiant have already done so well, and I know it's a difference of 1 round, but going into your attack where it can be so much more difficult, could imagine that maybe a second timeout would be better used in that second half. Hey, we don't know what's going on in the comms, right? That's just me talking from a perfect Valorant point of view and how it's going.
Yeah, I think you could certainly see some of the issues in the 4v2, which they ultimately converted, with how lenient they were in some of these situations. Mid default again, Lisa off the back of the flash, nails Blossy to the wall. The immediate reaction is to take Garage back from them. There's still 2 players strong on this side, and even with the missed op shot, there's still a chance. It's one which goes hanging, though. Lisa can't convert. Too many options for Jax to shoot at. The target-rich environment shoots back at her. Does settle for a 3 versus 3.
This is still good for Valiant though, Hazza. Plenty of utility to come back in on, and Ginger's creating again another question mark. But attack, ATN Hazza, they want to go on the front foot here. They want to go straight for it, but it's cost them. 3v2 now.
Jay trying to fight that one solo. Ginger walks back into the turret. They know that these players are split up from one another. Ginger's got to do something to stop the push, else it's all on Ellie. But she seems up to the task so far. The paranoia goes missing and the blades are drawn. She's straight into the smoke to discard them and leave Valiant out to waste in her wake. An equal scoreline at the end of the first half, as it was before the last time the Rubies took to Haven. How much more can they offer on this defender's side?
But Hazza, like the thing is though, as we move to the next half, it's not as if we get any closure towards that first. More questions arise as to what is the bias now. Is it just going to be a kind of equal split here? Are we going to see a more defender or attacker side Haven? Well, whatever it is, it all comes down to this one half between the two, and whoever comes out the better is the one to win the map.
You see the new pickups for Valiant, Dream on that Sentinel topping the score sheet for them in the opening half. They're yet to lose a series with her so far. How exactly will her traits tailor to this attack side? Ellie at the front on the extremity. ATN so split up across the map. Still 3 players strong towards A. Jade stun prepared off that initial sewer contact.
So passive from attacks, has it? Letting Valiant take the space for themselves. Almost letting them work into what is the Cypher setup, and that's the key difference between the two rosters. Is the fact that it is the Sentinel difference, right? Cypher versus KG. KG, which can create more stall than the Cypher wires, which you can be used for that passive information.
They're going to be looking at the 3 players on the site right now as the push comes in. The stun is perfect. Lisa is caught out in the open, but still not out without a chance. Brilliant work from her, and all the rest, it's a whitewash, Cairo. Valiant have their way with things. It's only Ellie left in the 1v5, and the Sheriff, well, it's not pretty. And Oluthia flawless for Valiant. They get the second pistol of the series.
Yeah, I mean, pistol rounds have been great, but usually, well, last time, ATN looked to follow it up, but they don't have a spike plant to back it up this time. So it will just be resorting to holding out on the pistols. I wonder if this time round we'll maybe see a mid play something different, but all in all, there's not much to talk about from a site point of view, Hazza, because they just let themselves get rolled over in the gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to disagree. I think the setup could have been a little better there on spot, certainly, because they had the information. Ellie took all the liberties in terms of proactivity towards the seaside. She was the one left once the dust settled. As the smoke starts to fade away, Harmony's got a decision to make. She's the solo A player, does have, you know, a couple shock darts at her disposal, but none of the information tools. So life gets a little bit difficult. The call for Blossy Smoke makes short a little bit easier, but still her time could be short-lived if she's not careful.
Yeah, but look where everybody's going, has it? They're walking slowly but surely back into the mid-push.
Jade is the first of those players. Sheriff is the call of action. And Jayex is well up to the task. 2 from her Bulldog means that the game is up. They know that the C site will be open. Cam here in the retake with the trap to slow things momentarily. They will beat them on the foot race as well, but Dreamer slipped the net and brought it all crashing down. Ginger's support network is gone. And Harmony, as the last player left alive after how the round started, is maybe not what we were expecting.
Exactly. I think generally though, you can start to see though the ideas from ATN and how they're poking and prodding in towards Valiant's attack defaults and how they want to play. Mostly playing as a 5, but they push down mid after they take the A long space, seeing what's there on the flank. Unfortunately, they meet 5 players, so realistically, there's not much information of whether there was actually KG utility committed to that position. But overall, ATN, they want to try and upset Valiant and find any possible winning ways for future rounds.
Yeah, the fact that it wasn't Andalucia Flawless makes it all the more prevalent that they were able to game manage the round so well. Ellie trying to create more of those problems again, the troublemaker on the A side. Harmony there to support it, and the flash that comes through Link. But it's a call left unanswered. Valiant don't want to entertain this. They will do the bare minimum, hold the angles, but in terms of taking those fights, the policy from the French is laissez-faire.
It's not a lot happening in terms of the attack either as well. It's a nice line up though to get rid of the Cypher wire and actually forces Ginger to be committed to the cam.
This one. Not quite passing her by just yet. Knows that they've not breached C. That's where Harmony starts to go looking for information herself towards long. Still 2 players short though, and could just about catch the tail of this push. Nino does decent damage, and Lisa is in for the kill. It's the only one that they'll get because the rest are holding on firmly. ATN in a 2v2. Jade the first one forward, can't find the kill. It's Ginger instead, which gets sailed down the stream. A clutch for the best statistical player that Ruby have their hands on, and I think this one may just be a little out of her wheelhouse.
On Aftershock as well, it's not as if she can flash herself back in towards site, although uses to try and get Lisa out of the corner. Doesn't work out in the end. And that's it, Valiant now starting to really combine the momentum. 3 in a row, upsetting ATN's rifle round. And on the defence, this is the worst position to be in, Hazza, because you're just going to be on this eco cycle consistently.
That's the thing as well. It feels like there are so many players stepping up on the Valiant side right now, whereas for alternate attacks, I'm struggling to see where the win conditions lie. Ellie, who has been a real propellant for their success through this upper bracket, doesn't seem to be hitting the kind of shots that she was. Harmony had a couple of clutches in the first half, but has gone quiet since. And again, I'm just posing that question, where do things start to go right for them, if they do? Because
I think
right now it's a hot streak, which doesn't seem like it's going to be cooling off anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, end of the day though, second half, it's only 3 rounds. I know we are starting to near towards double digits and danger territory. But all in all, there is ways in which ATN can change it up here, Hazza, because you look towards how they've been playing, mostly passive, right? Like, they take contact, they dip out, and they try and hold the site as 3 on A. C, you can already see Ginger's like holding up towards window with a cam in 1 trip. All in all, the majority of it is extremely passive, whereas they can change this up, look to try and take fights, upset what Valiant want to do, as if that's what they do. I mean, questions are completely up. They have changed the setup though. The adaptation this time, Hazza, is something that Valiant were doing. They've actually put Blossy on towards C with Ginger. 2 site anchors. That scan hasn't got anyone actually, they've just got Blossy and the guns are starting to light up, but they've not peppered Blossy that much.
Still going to be sitting pretty in the backside, like you say. And look, barring any miracles on this round, which ATN have shown they're capable of doing, this should be double digits for Valiant. And yeah, then you start to look towards those ults. This is where Jayex wants to get ahead of the curve. Picks up the Sea Orb, now 1 away from that Rolling Thunder when the guns do come back up. It's something that we've got to be thinking about here, and they're already doing their due diligence.
Exactly, not letting themselves get caught off guard like alternate attacks did.
Planning for the future.
Yeah, Jade just having an idea about Garage here and starting to pull the players over towards Seaside.
All of that utility still in play. The fact the shock didn't connect anything, still going to make them wonder, and if this dash isn't paired with an updraft, you're straight into the belly of the beast. Lisa pulling the tag out in the safety of the smoke, but it could be short-lived. Flash and the veil of the sight hold finally comes down, crashing down. The curtain call is there as Ruby has shown the exit. Andalusia flawless for Valiant as they break double digits.
Yeah, but you can see, Hazza, how well they did to hold on towards backside. Like, I think that adaptation was actually the right adaptation to be made. Whether to show it on a 50 round is a good idea or not is entirely up to interpretation. But all in all, you can see the ideas which alternate attacks want to go for, waiting to bust out the CT smoke. They just allow Valiant the opportunity to wait out the smokes rather than taking the fight to them, and that's where it all goes wrong.
Biggest round of the map so far, Rolling Thunder available and no time wasted in terms of its implementation. Lisa through C-Link, this is a brilliant set piece, and Ginger is caught blindsided by it. Flashed out of play, and Lisa, as quick as you like, gets things started. Melon on the act as well, the top of her counterpart spotted. It's an exchange which ends with no kill. But as ATN try and force their way back into it, they look dead in the water, Cairo. It's a 4 versus 2, and I'm not sure if they want to invest that up back into this one.
I mean, why would you? Already, like, you can see Ellie's looking to step back, Blossy's rotating in through spawn. For as much as the compliments that was given to the adaptations on the C site, Hazza, everything fell apart. I mean, you look at where the death spots are on the map. I mean, there's only 1 player that was on site, and they've been caught at the back of it trying to exit. Garage being held by 1 player from Valiant. This is 11. They won't have much of a buy next. In fact, they'll probably try and reinvest in towards it. And are they actually going to get away? No, they're not.
No way, man.
Everything's fell.
Yeah, Lisa cutting holes in pockets, dropping weapons all across the ground, and the arsenal of the attacks is gone. This as well, the spacing was brilliant. The fact she dashes in first and you have a tangible follow-up in Garage to catch any players looping back through. To call it on a round like this as well from Jayex's perspective, in the IGL role, only her 2nd ever English-speaking roster. I mean, the improvements that we've seen made are noticeable from Contenders now out of that 2nd stage.
Bust out, there's the flash, and good fights has on long. They've also got notification about Spike, but it'll be easy collected by Valiant. They've already got the 2 picks that they want, don't need to go any further. Will be caught by the drone, but all in all, ATN can relax. They can get the sun lunger out. They don't need to give anything away.
Not exactly on the beach just yet. I think something they'd struggled with on Haven before is converting advantages.
Yes.
Hell, not a 3v5, but with Ellie low on health and this similar A hold in play, there's every chance this one could get out of control. Dream does instead courier the spike straight onto the site. So they have control of the objective now as well, but Mel is there and so is Ninu. Harmony's got 10 points of health. Nowhere to look, nowhere to hide. It's only Ginger left, and the longest standing member of the Ruby team cannot rectify what we've just seen. 12-6, they lose the 3v5, and that puts the French on map point.
Hazard, that's criminal. That is criminal, losing out a 3v5 like that. Had everything set up, the contact, the trade, got themselves into a 4v2. That shouldn't be losable, right? Right? This is Contenders, man. Like, this is the Contenders final as well. This is the best of the best at this position, at this level. And then they just allow the players to walk in towards site without trades. It's not good, man. It's not good.
It's frustrating. I think if you blurred out the names for the upper bracket run that we've seen so far, I'd put my money on that being Ruby turning around a situation like that on the attack side. But nothing really going their way so far. Again, Valiant's pick and a struggle point for them. But again, when it's fundamental stuff like that, the basics that don't go right, that's when you start to be worried for them. Drone, the first bit of information that we get, it comes 45 seconds in. Does rate out the Hunter's Fury as well, but no picks collected, no tags. We're a stalemate in terms of information, but Ellie gathering quite a lot for the rest of her team.
The fact that she can sit there and allow the rest of them to gamble on a C rotate or at least stack heavier towards this side is absolutely massive. But no, ATN are committing to Ellie's position and actually supporting her with utility. That's why the breach is still in A-Link, and that's why you can see where the Omen is.
Blossy does also have her own from the shadows, so can recuperate with the C players if necessary. You look at the ults, the Hunter's Fury of their own, which they could toss to the retake if they so choose, and we'll see it nice and early. Lisa jumping up, but not far enough away. One of the bolts will catch her, but that is all. It's still a 5v5, not once Dream is involved.
Yeah, but still easily traded out. It's all about the retake now, Hazard, and how ATN come back into this. That's massive. Players getting taken off guard. There's even stuns and certainly more stuff to come through. It's about getting on towards long. The smokers are still up. Valiant's still fighting the side, and GX puts an X on Haven, winning this one out 1-0.
Brilliant stuff from Valiant. Just harnessing their mechanics, I think, more than anything else towards the end of that one. GX really grabbing the game by the reins. But after the first half performance, it felt more said than done, honestly. You look at it, 13-6 in the end. Alternate Attacks Ruby didn't find a single round in the second half. Once that wind was cut from their sails, it didn't really look like there was too much to be said of them. And again, we are heading into their own map pickup next, but Haven doesn't exactly give you confidence when it's another one of those maps that they felt like they were building into through the tournament so far, Cairo.
Yeah, I feel as if though when you lose your opponent's pick, I think it's easier to brush off, right? And it's not as if it was like a hard loss or like there was good showings, there was positive points, there was certainly a lot of negatives as well though. It's about how you reset from that mentally, and I think ATN, the roster that's been together the longest out the two, I think they'll be able to do that quite easily, Hazard.
Yeah, it's an uphill road now for Alternate Attacks Ruby in this upper final of Contenders. Valiant one map away from reprising their role in the third stage, the main stage of Game Changers. The analysts will be breaking this one down after a quick break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Lord Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello, welcome back to Valorant Game Changers EMEA. This is Contenders Series 2, and if you joined us for the second half of Haven, you might have thought that that was a bit of a one-sided start to this series between Alternate Attacks Ruby and Valiant GC, but actually, the first half of this last map was an absolute banger. We've seen so much potential from these two teams. So don't worry if you missed that. as we're going to fill you in on what happened. So let's take a look then. This scoreline is deceptive because really everything was going on in that first half, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the players on both of these teams, very mechanically gifted. It did not feel like any moment in time that we were watching Contenders. Either of these teams deserve a spot at main event in my mind after watching that first map.
Yeah, I'm honestly like, the first half was so back and forth, and I was more so like obviously impressed with how sharp some of the individual players were, but the way that the set plays were designed from both teams, like honestly looked like, you know, something that you'd see in the Challengers circuit or even the main circuit, like really clean executes that you saw from both teams. Nice little plays in the mid round as well. That's something that really impressed me from Alternate Attacks. They had a lot of really nice set plays in the first half on the attacking side, and when they set up their teammates for success with the breach util, they were definitely putting themselves in advantageous positions.
But we should talk about what went so right for Valiant in that second half in a moment, because let's concentrate on this first half. Even Stevens across the board for these two teams. And when it came to Alternate Attacks, it was a very interesting show of coners, should we say? I was kind of thought I'd use that phrase in GC. But this was a team that was not afraid to fight for the clutch, to fight in those thrifty rounds, and actually were able to turn things in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this round, this was a thrifty win that they were able to pick up 5 guns, like from the second round here. Valiant, JZ been able to get the last 2, and look at all those upgrades. Like they have 1k in the bank, they end up with 5 rifles, then you get multiple clutches from Harmony, and when you look at the fact that it was a 6-6 half at the end of things and Valiant just swept them in the second half and won the majority of the XVX rounds, you know, outside of those couple of key rounds, this wasn't a particularly close game outside of the first half and a couple of key rounds there from attacks.
And Billy, how did you find the side of Valiant then? I mean, Pilsky kept saying to us, like, on comms, yeah, this is, and as we've already said on this broadcast as well, this is a really impressive display from these two teams. And these are two teams that could thrive if they were to both go through at the end of today to stage 3. So what were your impressions of Valiant? I mean, Lisa, for example, in this round was crazy.
Yeah, I think Lisa was a standout playing for me. She's looking really confident, doing really well on her role. Obviously, this round in particular, you see her almost get the ace. I know that we just seen the ending of it with Harmony's clutch, but yeah, it gets a little bit overzealous here in the ending and then ends up costing them the round. So it's little mistakes like this that I want to see Valiant be able to kind of iron out and have that discipline before they go into this next map.
But just to play a little bit of a devil's advocate here, Pilsky, is this something actually that's kind of pleasing to see Lisa filling herself in this role? Because from what we've heard from Zampoyo, her coach, this is a role that she was very nervous about taking on, a role that she still feels like she needs to kind of deny herself. And yet when we see her on the server, you wouldn't think that at all. She is not shy in going forward.
I think something I noticed about Lisa is like she had an insane headshot percentage from a pretty big sample size in one of the previous series of Game Changers when she was on the Senti role. She has really crisp like first bullet accuracy and mechanics, and you're seeing that in the server with the multi-fragging with just the quick reaction time going into the side. So that does her a lot of favors going into a duelist role. She's put in a lot of positions where, you know, it's clear within the Valiant structure. She knows where she's supposed to be and what she's supposed to be doing. Maybe it's going to get a little less clear in some of the mid to late round situations, but that's where you saw in that game she was just continuing to go on the aggression and trying to kind of play into that role. But even outside of Lisa there, I mean, Dream was fantastic, GX was fantastic, even Melaninu closed out like a 2v4 between them with that chemistry that they've got from playing together way back. So look, if Valiant play like that every map, which look, we haven't seen the consistency last stage from them, they are going to be really tough to beat even in the main series.
This is interesting to me because we spoke earlier about Valiant having to, I guess, rebuild themselves, and Poyo, the coach, was saying about the fact that they've swapped a lot of roles around. They've only had a month in these roles. But yeah, I was concerned that losing Thaikusa, they were going to lose that identity that they had worked so hard to build up. But actually, Billy, I feel like the Valiant GC kind of DNA of just being really confident fraggers, like confident that you are the best sharpshooters in the server. I feel like that's actually held true, and maybe that's something they should be running with.
Definitely. I think bringing in Dukes as well on this breach role, you know, like they're able to kind of set the tempo of the game. They can kind of decide when they're ready to execute into sites and just like throw those flashes for Lisa to just dive right into it as well. So I think the addition of this new IGL is looking really, really good for Valiant GC so far.
So Lotus then, guys, that's the map that we are going to next. Pilski, what are you expecting from this one? Do you think there's going to be a second victory on the trot for Valiant GC?
See, here's the thing, right? Like, I got carried away for Valiant in Series 1 saying, like, look at how nice they're playing right now. The structure looks phenomenal. When they're playing with confidence, they look really good. Still, like last series in groups, Core 4 only won one map. You know, it's about consistency. And hearing the coach Dan Poyo in the interview talk about, you know, them having the confidence and then having that winning mentality. The core of the team is still the same. It's about being able to channel the energy that they just had on Haven against a team that they're confident that they can beat into the games that matter if they make it through into the you know, Series 3 against some of the better teams. Like, if you took the nameplates off, I could have told you that was like G2 running it down against, you know, one of the teams in Game Changers. So yeah, like I said, it's really just about, you know, keeping that same mentality, keeping that same energy, the players consistently performing, especially with the role swaps across a big series of maps. And I think Lotus will be a test of that, right? Like, the more maps that we see Valiant play, if they keep playing to that same level, then I'm going to be really impressed. But we'll see if the consistency's there.
This is another 3-site map as well, Billy. And given the ATN, they kind of struggled in a way to resource those sites effectively and to really hold off what Valiant wanted to do. Does that give you any concerns going into the Lotus?
I think alternate attacks need to figure out what they actually want to gain from their attack. I think that we see them do some good things, but then as soon as like they got onto the defense, it was a little bit more of a struggle. And I couldn't actually pinpoint why that was, because on their attack they were making quite a few mistakes, not even clearing corners and things like that. So it seems as though the aggression that they had on the attack, I don't know, the confidence just kind of dwindled when they went onto that defense. So I think kind of having that conditioning in place, create question marks around the map, so that Valiant don't feel so confident when they're going into these sites, might be able to help them out a little bit going into Lotus.
You can't hesitate on Lotus either, can you, Billy?
No, definitely not. And I think that's something that I can commend alternate attacks for on their attack in that previous map, is whenever they did get that first engagement, they had really, really good reactions onto where to hit. I think there was a round where we seen Liza go for a C long player, and then they killed Blossy on that round, and like the rest of alternate attacks just funneling through Garage, retake that space on C and kill the backside players. So like they're having the right reactions. It's just bringing that into this next map onto their attack.
Now,
Yeah,
while we apply... Oh, apologies. No, go straight ahead, Pilski.
I think like it's the individual fragging power and like the firepower and the star power of Valiant that really shone through. But also I think it's a case of, on attack, it's a bit easier to kind of like script out the round and be able to like call exactly what you want to be doing. That's the energy they need to channel into their defense, especially when they're playing these breach comps. Like, they need to set up what the play is and where it's going to happen at what point in the round, and really just lean into that, because when it comes down to individual duels and like fragging power between these two teams, like Valiant was kind of outshining them on Haven there, especially in the second half.
Well, let's make it official as we go to Het Agent Select. You mentioned the breach compositions. That's definitely what we're expecting to see. Just a duelist switch up. We're expecting to see the Neon being picked up by Valiant, and that's exactly what we're going to get, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, I did just say that I kind of want to see Lisa being a bit more disciplined on the duelist, but playing Neon, she's one of those duelists that can almost get away with setting herself up, which is quite scary considering I have just said that about her. So it's going to be nice to see her on the Neon. If it's anything like what we've just seen from her Jet, I think we're off to a good start, especially with them getting that start on defense. You know, I can expect that they'll be fighting for that A main space pretty early on to condition alternate attacks to how they want to approach it.
the core of the comp is the same. Obviously, it's just a change of Duelist and Sentinel. I think looking at the Neon pick there for Lisa, it's about the furthest thing you can play from being a Sentinel, especially with all of the changes. And she's playing into like the nightmare comp, honestly. Like Cypher, Breach, and Fade is extremely hard to attack into sometimes with a Neon if the other team knows how to punish you, if the opposing Senti knows where to put the trips on the Cypher to make your life a nightmare on the site entries and has watched any of your games, then it's going to be really, really hard to actually entry on the Neon, and you can end up being a bit of a liability.
You might have seen me looking away from Pilsky just then as if I was disgusted with his answer, but that wasn't the case. I was just trying to see what our score is in our lower bracket match that's running concurrently so I can update you all. Hopefully, production will let the casters know, because we do need to head over to them. But I am anticipating a drama in the lower bracket, because obviously someone's going out and whoever wins is going to be facing the loser of this series. So it's all important. So hopefully the boys can update you. Let's leave it with Cairo and Hazza. Boys, have a fun game. Have fun on Lotus.
Thanks, Frankie. Yeah, and look, like the Des was saying, this isn't exactly make or break right now, but the devil is in the details. And if alternate attacks aren't able to figure things out, it's exactly what's going to drop them down into that lower bracket. The series resets and you go one more time.
Yeah, it has then become this bit like issue goes from being like a climb up to Arthur's Seat in Edinburgh to climbing Mount Everest. How do you bounce back from a series loss where you miss your opportunity to make it to main stage and to last chance saloon? But listen, we're not quite there yet for Valiant, but we certainly are there for alternate attacks. They need to make this map count. Luckily enough, it's their map pick, and also they do start on the attack. It's all shaped up to be a decent map for them, but it's all about how they execute that.
Valiant on the defense. They struggle to get this Neon comp working nice and early, but they haven't had too much issues this far. 2 times that they've played it, twice that they've won, and it's with Lisa at the forefront. A trade onto Ginger means all extremity control lost, and all eyes focus on this C site and post plant.
Still delaying getting a spike down, and you can already see the attacks team just well aware of what's going on the flank and committing 2 players to that, the Breach and Blossy on the Omen. In fact, plenty of utility to hold on towards this one, but it's Lisa that strikes first, and they still don't know about the Breach. Being baited for perfectly, activated at the right time, but misses the shots. Valiant straight in, and now it's up to Ellie with 40 points of HP. The paint shells would have been great for denying the spike defuse, but that's not going to happen. Now they have to move quickly, get on towards denying it, but it will not happen. What was meant to be a fortuitous play ends up being their own undoing. Valiant win out pistol.
It's so frustrating for alternate attacks as well when finally they make that big decision, the cojones that Frankie was talking about, and they call this set piece. You know, Blossy is there with the flash, you've got the contact for Jade to peek. How often did they do this on Haven before but fail to actually implement any of it on their defender's side on the previous map? And then finally the one attempt that they make it here on the pistol, it just doesn't stick. The kind of situation you want to find yourself in, and certainly not when Lisa can back things up with a rifle.
It just feels as if they're sacrificing, and Lisa just gets stronger and stronger every single time a kill's been given her way. I understand that alternate attacks want to create pressure pockets across the map, but committing Ginger to breaking one haunt in exchange for losing a life is not worth it. It's good that they've made Valiant dedicate 1 player to holding the B choke because of destroying that alarm bot. Now they're starting to re-enter towards A, committing utility onto Rubble. Valiant well aware of it, and you can see them already looking to rotate into it.
That's it. Alternate attacks all in on this side of the board. Chips are down, but not exactly too much value. You've got a couple of sheriffs, a ghost to try and make things difficult. Flash maybe the catalyst for something, anything, but it just won't go. More fresh blood at the altar of Lisa. She devours yet another to double up for rounds. Valiant stretching their legs on the defender's side of Lotus.
continues to be. I was actually worried about Lisa's Neon, more so on the attack, about the disconnecting from the initiators and how that would work out, but so far, just playing on the lonesome and just being able to rotate so quickly into helping. And the other thing to compliment Valiant on is their sight holds. I don't think I've seen them really fail consistently on a sight hold.
They have looked unbeatable. And again, the 2 times that we've seen this map with the new lineup, the new look, it has been the best possible look. Ginger foraging for information. A face full of leaves and nothing back the opposite way. So 5v5, alarm bot calling to the C side. And rotation's beginning to be called. I'm wondering if Ellie just wants to fake this. The nade has started. Still fairly disciplined from Valiant here.
Spike is committed towards C, but they're trying to fake out towards the A side, and it's actually working. Valiant are buying it, although contact has been made on C. They don't know where to go. They're waiting for Spike plan.
They know that there's at least 2 players here now with the Haunt, the Raze utility. Nice little double fake from alternate attacks. And again, it was never going to be that macro game which we called into question. It comes down to the micro and how they play off of one another. It's another 5v5 in post, but Valiant are here and ready to go. I'm looking at Harmony solo through Waterfall.
It's going to be a big position, although the stall is going towards CT. We were seeing Lisa, who's trying to get back in, a quick slide out. Here we go, the ultimate working out. The paranoia is perfect, as Harmony's got a couple of their own. In fact, even combines with Jade. It's back to a 2v2, although there is one person on alternate attack side. It's time, and it's working out at the moment. Jade just needs to delay, make Nero uncomfortable, not allow them to stay on the spike. In fact, they won't even be able to keep their head on. That's 2-1, fighting the alternate attacks. They'll get the first round.
Alternate attacks, another Red Bull clutch on the red side of the server. From Jade this time. And again, Lisa, just so scary. The overdrive does get invested into the bonus, so we won't be seeing that one for a while longer. But yeah, it just came down to that 1v1 from Harmony and Waterfall. Breaking one of the arms of the split retake. And then finding an additional kill off the back of it. Alternate attacks, they get their start, but we have to see more. He didn't get that on Haven.
I think the thing is, though, even with the Harmony breaking... no, sorry, not Harmony, Ginger breaking this on, like, still you've got Lisa checking it anyway, so all it is just creating that, like, this bit of pressure, this bit of, like, oh, there's someone in towards A lobby. I was actually worried on that last round, Hazza, because even though there was a double fake, there wasn't anything multi-layered. All alternate attacks wanted to do was fight the site.
Again, it feels like when alternate attacks can get control of the site, their post plants haven't been terrible, but like you say, so often it's a non-starter, and Valiant are right there with them.
Yeah.
Alarm bot hit, contact taken, Lisa first kill, Ginger isolated alone, and the remaining 4 are yet to fully commit to this.
I mean, Hazard, there could be a flank here as well, because the Cypher utility is down, except Valiant, they would rather just play it together, play a 5 retake where they've got the advantage.
Yeah, you can see this time the adaptation is Lisa is through Waterfall side by side with Nino, so it's more well supported. It's a 3-2 division of labour. The Nightfall will hold them back for a moment longer, but time is of the essence.
Yeah, but Lisa hasn't held back, has her? Neither's the Breach. Nino's well in support. And Valiant, they're walking tentatively through. Again, it's about delay. And remember, Valiant, they have the advantage, or they did. It's gone now. Lisa's in. She's gone. It's all falling apart here for Valiant retake. But at a moment's notice, a click of the finger, a pull of the trigger, it falls apart. Valiant's retake is perfect.
It's unbelievable, man. I just don't know how they keep getting away with it. Feels like alternate attacks did everything right. But again, it's in those details, the setup, the minute adaptation. 2 players through Waterfall this time, a little bit more support, and the trades are so effective. Alternate attacks wanted to stall and eventually gave up the backside control, which Valiant fought so hard for. And you see here in the trade of utility, the players on site, she did such a brilliant job at winning out without a slight height advantage.
I mean, Jade's Rolling Thunders come online, but you won't want to use that on a Thrifty. And still, alternate attacks stick with this default play style has it. Not even allowing to have Ginger out of A main.
Again,
fact,
Lisa goes knocking early, right?
Look at how deep that alarm bot is.
Well, that's the thing. It hadn't been hit until early, so many rounds in a row. The other thing to mention is alternate attacks have lost a player, Blossy, from behind her own smoke, which ends up getting spammed because something they had been defaulting to was breaking the B turret. Valiant instead find a different way to take the same opening, and Lisa ripping heads off. Sure, it's anti-eco frags, but this could soon finish flawless. It won't. Jade makes sure she has a say. It's just a drop in the pond. Valiant continuing to extend their advantage.
This is getting worrying. We're in timeout territory now for me, has it? Again, it just seems as if Lisa gets stronger and stronger as the rounds go on, becoming a raid boss almost for Valiant. And on top of that, you look at the ultimates. Valiant have 2 big ones in the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder.
Placing swarm grenade.
I must endure.
Around 2 kills for every round so far. Coming into the 6th, and she's already got 11 under her belt. Ginger much more well supported on A. In this game of what has been adaptation on adaptation, Valiant have brought another set piece. It's the Rolling Thunder through the door. It just takes so much time to turn it around, yet still, Lisa will find Blossy. And a strugglesome start for her on Lotus.
I mean,
those woes will continue.
They've invested the Rolling Thunder to retake the space that they already had. Unbeknownst to them, there is a lot more free space to be taken here, but it's a heavy investment just for a bit of a map control, right?
I think this is the thing as well, right? Alternate attacks aren't playing double controller. They've not got a Viper on this map. So as soon as Blossy is gone, you're almost forced to commit if Ginger isn't playing the opposite extremity, which she can't here. 4 players towards A. Do they stick or can they twist towards B? It looks like they're fully committed, but it's right into the jaws of the utility yet again. And Valiant will simply capitalize.
Yeah, site hold again, site control, the way that they work together. Has it's as simple as that. Valiant have smashed it out of the park. When is the timeout coming through for alternate attacks here? Because they're just hemorrhaging rounds. And it doesn't seem to stop. They're back towards an eco. In terms of ultimate, yeah, like, fair enough, showstopper. You can invest that to try and get a rifle back in your hands, but is that too heavy of an investment?
One enemy remaining.
Could ask the question. But what a start from them. And for as many people that would have said that Thaikuza's departure left them with a role issue, Lisa has proven that after 2 years away from the duelist role, it's like a duck to water, so easy to slip in, even with a composition like this as well, which is so much more nuanced than the Rays that they were running here before. But the results have been delivered, and now it's Ruby's chance to take a timeout.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is the thing as well, though, Hazza. Like, personally, I had criticisms of Lisa's duelist and the way that they were playing it. Like, looking at the VOD review and stuff, I had points to put to bring up if it did get to that case. But so far, I felt as if I've had nothing to say because Lisa has been so proactive. Every time that we've seen her, like, go to take fights is always being won. I don't know if that's just alternate attacks and having a bad day, and it's also a combination of Lisa having a great day, but so far she looks unbeatable, man.
Again, they're just going to walk straight into the lion's den. Lisa here, ready to let out a roar, but it's one which goes quiet. Harmony silences her. 2 from the Sheriff, and a 4 versus 3. Numbers for alternate attacks, not a liberty which they've had access to on all too many rounds. Upgrades that go with it, but ultimates on the other side.
Again, Valiant has it. It's about when they come back in. They've committed Ginger towards a very deep position. just to hold on towards stairs, but somehow an escape in towards the site. Here we have it.
Yeah.
Valiant have somehow found a winning combination, Hazza, and both remaining players for alternate attacks are stuck in towards the CT. Position switched, a showstopper available. This is going to be big for Ellie, and I'm darting through the smoke, a timing that doesn't work out in her way, and Dream wins out. It's 6 for them. The gap keeps closing just when you think alternate attacks have a chance.
Yet another very frustrating round for them. I mean, look, you spoke about Ginger's position, but just how quickly it becomes null and void by Jayex getting in through stairs and completely cutting the cord on this one. Dream a few in the site, and for all of the utility that Ellie had, Paint Shell, Showstopper, both blast packs, Boombot through the smoke, they couldn't play for their delay because there just wasn't enough players or time left to do so. Again, still those ults on the board, and it's rifles this time. Decent work for what they had coming into it. Those results have got to land sooner rather than later because it's the second half defender's side, which we were already worried about.
Quicker on towards this one though, has it. Straight onto the B site. But both sets of players for Valiant has it. They're towards either extremity. A side, C. I mean, there's plat control and even waterfall if they wanted to go for it. And here we go, plenty of ultimates into the mix. It's Lisa though you've got to be most scared of, and Ellie shuts them down. Still an advantage towards Valiant. In fact, it keeps growing. It keeps staying in their favour. And they're trying to play Harmony in, which does not work out at all. Has it when you're looking for a little bit of respite, a little bit of haven, I guess. Not to go on any pun, but it just does not happen for alternate attacks. It's not their moment, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, the two girls who would have wanted to get it going in that situation would be Harmony and Jade, even in the 2 versus 3. She's not going to want to see the replay here, but we have to play it anyway, or no, we don't. I guess a little more forgiving over in production, but yeah, like not getting value from the backstabs. You put 2 players into Hobbit to try and get something done. That's when you want Ginger late through Rubble to crunch from your A control, something which they gave up instead. Still a chance to force out rifles here. It's rinse and repeat. Lisa putting her feet up and making a home out of this right-hand side.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like the round that alternate attack should have won, they did the right thing. They actually engaged on the breach rather than engaging on Lisa. And that's how they just cut off the support to the duelist.
Flash onto Ginger. Does have the trap here, and again, Lisa's so threatening. They want to levy the numbers that they have towards the C side of the map. The util starts to come in. It's the Fade yet again that makes their presence known. But Valiant have numbers, and they have this utility, which has proven so potent at pushing alternate attacks back. They'll do it again and again. It's just too easy, or at least it looks it. Harmony will get a singular kill, but that's all that there is to be said of this round.
Also got Lisa that's already hunting.
30 seconds left.
Blood is in the water. It's almost like they can smell the fumes. Players low. Yep, there it is. The cleanup. Someone get the Simpsons gif out, Hazza, because at this point...
Which one?
The one that's like, please stop, they're already dead, because I don't see alternate attacks getting revived here, Hazza. At 8-1, you have to almost commit a second time out here.
Yeah. Look, something has to be done. Whether that has to be, you want to put the breakers on, I don't know. Right now, it doesn't feel like enough is being done to remove that util dump in pocket that Valiant seem to have. They can call upon it so easily every single time. They're reading the map incredibly well. And it's Lisa that's shoehorning them into the crosshairs, and Mel, which reaps the rewards.
Just hitting shot after shot. So up for the occasion. And this is the thing about Valiant. and alternate attacks, a difference in experience. One already been in Game Changers, one already who's qualified through open qualifiers. Ultimately, a harder task than what this is right now. Back to a 3v3 though. Just when you think there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, in this mid-round, alternate attacks do hold all the chips. They have split up responsibilities, and if Harmony goes down, well, let's just say the round lives and dies on her two shoulders right now as the spike carrier as well. Jade with the Rolling Thunder, a little bit more utility of her own, waiting for that stun to come back up, but it's into Lisa's domain, which they will head in the final 30 seconds to try and rectify yet another round.
It's teed up perfectly, has it? What more can you say? Like everything from like set pieces to working off one another. Something which we were ready to easily complement alternate attacks on is how their micro works, etc. As for Valiant, they show us how it's really done. What it's like in Game Changers and main event. This is a taste of the pie that I guess alternate attacks could potentially have if they can come back into this one, or if they can win out on their second chance.
It's certainly feeling a lot more like the latter rather than the former right now, Cairo. And again, like you say, just the fact that they can call all this on the fly, now with a paranoia, may just be getting out of trouble with two. No idea how she does it. Same could be said for Jade. Pulling a couple of kills out the bag, charging forward, may just have lost her head in the process. Caught in the open, but an op in hand might just be the scenario which suits it best. They're up against the wall and Lisa's closing in on the flank. Got to try and do something here. Well, that move may just be made for them.
Both teams have a Rolling Thunder to play with. I imagine Lisa's waiting for the go-ahead with it. Ninu's ultimate or any piece of utility.
Yeah, no damaging utility, so Jade can just hold this angle. Hope that the Rolling Thunder will be enough. They trade it, it leaves a vacuum, which Lisa fills with lead and bullets yet again. 2 from her, takes 10 in the opening half for Valiant. They are more than on course for that third stage of GC main.
It's not only that though, has it? Valiant, if they win this next round, a pistol round, an anti-eco is enough to send them all the way back to main event. Just to give you an update on what's happening elsewhere, ZER's Mint have won 1-0 on the first map of Haven. Don't know about the second map, that's what they're on to next. But yeah, first map was 139 by Zerons.
Yeah, so just as we head into what could be the final half of this series, there's still another one ongoing. Shaping up for our second qualification game, but alternate attacks, as long as they're in this one, they're in with a chance. Blossy with the Vanya TP, Baxi pushes that defensive line further, but Dream has the lockdown, an ult which they will be playing vicariously through here in what is round number 12. Still utility left for Ruby to make more space of their own, but can they fill that void or leave it gaping wide open yet again?
I love the proactivity this time round, though, Hazza. They're upsetting the retake, and now you're probably expecting them to drop back, but they give Valiant 2 picks, and they've also got the lockdown and Nightfall to come back in with. This is looking like a great retake for Valiant.
Alternate attack's been able to slow this one down at least a little bit. 2 players revealed. Harmony can't hit the shots, but leaves it to Jade after the fact. She's gone with all of the rest. Lisa to close, an 11th round posted by Valiant. A statement as they look to succeed in their conquest back to the third stage.
It's the worst case scenario. In fact, well, I guess it could be one worse. They could have got one less round, you know, but
okay.
I mean, the thing is though that this pistol round has if you want to see the greatest comeback possibly ever in Valorant, needs to start here. That's the positive note, right? I guess it's still in their hands.
Yeah, I think, look, when you say it like that, we're taking a positive in. They have one round rather than a goose egg. Probably isn't what you want to be sat on.
Yeah, mate.
How many times have we come into a pistol round and said, "Oh, well, it all relies on what happens here"? Yeah, that is quite literally the case. It could not be any more so.
Yeah, usually when we see that, it's about the momentum and like what's going to happen in future rounds, what your chances. Like, no, this literally could be the end of alternate attacks.
Start from the basics, round on round, before you go chasing that World Cup final. 5 players on Valiant. 5 players strong as they scale towards the A side. Overwatch by Ginger, spy cam here, with one singular trap to stop this in its tracks. It feels feeble in response. She may just want to keep the space more than anything else. The Prowler lets Lisa past. As she fills the gap, she nearly fills Ginger's head with lead instead. It's 2 for her. And the kills exactly when they needed it, alternate attacks.
Spike planted.
Well, there's a chance. Advantage still their favour. Somehow Mel gets one and gets out, although Blossy and Jade are there. Absolutely lovely stuff on the retake, and it all starts with Ginger, who got 3 on the round.
Yeah, look, Ginger again.
Spike diffused.
I don't want to be that guy quadrupling her kills there. Look, it's going to be a confidence thing for each one of these players. Whether we see them go to this decider map of Ascent or not, which right now feels a million miles away, you want to be in good stead for a potential second series of the afternoon. Take it one step at a time. Like I said, building blocks, another stone in the road. You may lose your winning streak in the upper bracket, but that doesn't mean you need to lose everything that you've been working so hard for. Keep your head screwed on. There is still a chance.
Well, Hazza, you were referencing great people. I'll reference great fish. You know, just keep swimming. That's all you need to do for alternate attacks.
Referencing great fish. I can't say I've ever heard anyone start a sentence with that before, but I'm right behind you.
Do you know any more great fish?
No.
Great white, maybe?
No. If you'd like to clue me in, please.
That was just a great white shark, you know. It was just a joke.
Okay. Well, there's a shark in the water here. Harmony's Bulldog. Kept away on the other side of the box. Okay, never mind. The real one leaving blood in the water is Lisa. An impossible angle, but Ellie disposed. Yeah, Harmony's forced to give up that position, as a matter of fact, because she doesn't feel the same kind of safety that she did. And Blossy shouldn't either, because she's the only player A-side before that rotation gets called. And there are 5 more players making their way steadily over here.
It's the fact that Dream is so scaled up so far, has it? Smoke towards stairs. Dream can get even further. In fact, no, they're going to be the first one to take the engagement. Blossy missing the first couple shots, but does finish what they had started. Tree, though, infested with Valiant players, and there's plenty of pings to go out here, which Blossy is able to capitalise. Time is getting low. The spike needs to go down, which, to be honest, is going to be a hard task considering it's on the floor. Alternate attacks, lovely job on the clean-up. And yeah, I mean, the utility from Harmony was great.
Exactly that. Keep it simple. Page 1 of the document. They let the utility do the work. Nice reveal onto a couple of players, and then win out with the gun advantages. Valiant looking a little bit disconnected there. Again, just have to remind you, Lisa will demand that attention with the 1 kill that she found, but the rest of the round is secure enough. Alternate attacks finally twisting their keys in the ignition now. Finding a couple of rounds on the bounce, but the bonus is the biggest of the bunch.
I think as well, though, like, when you start to get into this position where the momentum's slowly getting together for alternate attacks, the bonus, hugely important. It's all important about Valiant, though, and their mental state, not allowing alternate attacks a little bit of space rent-free. Nice little trap play here. I don't know if there was much of a capitalisation there. It's a trade even.
Yeah, both Omens out of play. No smokes available for either side means that Valiant happy to walk towards A yet again. Another late finish there for them. Both fades in the center of the map. Port spots nothing. Harmony joins up with the rest. This execute still hasn't been fully committed, but Lisa again at the front finds the shot which takes Ginger offline, and now they're looking so much stronger with 4 rifles versus 3.
Not only that though, Hazard, there's also the KG utility to hold on to one stairs. Although the spike not down, they immediately pivot after getting those couple of kills, and it upsets what alternate attacks were trying to do. It makes it so much harder for them.
This is so nicely played. Dream's going to be perfectly set up towards Rubble to catch the cross from Jade. It's a tight angle which she's banking upon, and in fact, she leaves it just as the cross is made. Stun should give the game up though, and that will be the dagger in the back between the shoulder blades. Harmony caught. Chayek's not quite able to make that work the same way that the German did. Jumps up, finds another. Upgrade, but only 51 points of health. So much work to be done and angles to account for. Lisa will finish off the job. Valiant take 12.
9 rounds at qualifying to game changers. I mean, if they were told that that would be the case, they would probably have bited your hand off yesterday. Oh my god, my English is not great.
It's okay, you're Scottish, it's fine.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Not my first language. But you understand the idea, right? This is God's gift, the perfect position to be in.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Alternate attacks again, it's about how far can you go on.
I mean, look, you couldn't ask for anything more, let alone the result from the players individually. Lisa leading the line. ATN get inquisitive, come up with nothing. I said before that they hadn't played a team of this kind of quality in Contenders so far, and you can really see it in full effect now. Work done to put them back in this situation. But even in those scenarios where you thought they had the numbers, Valiant turned that work against you, and Blossy, no chance up against Lisa there. The first out the fight yet again.
I mean, that's the thing. IGL maybe distracted by things that are going on across the map, but I mean, already coming back into the east side, a person down has it. I mean, the good thing is they've not expended too much utility, but there's not a lot to go off of either. Here we go, straight in. Valiant, so quick to respond. It's not looking good at all. It's looking like game changers, Hazza, especially with 7 points of HP in Jade.
The Valiant right on the threshold of making their way back to the main stage. Jade the only one which stands between them and an upset which we just don't think is a possibility, and that's because it isn't. Valiant have their vengeance. Welcome back to the big time. Stage 3 awaits the renewed roster. A rejuvenated sense of confidence about them as they take ATN 12 or 13-3 in that final map.
It's crazy. I mean, what a time to step up on your opponent's pick and towards Lotus. I understand, Hazza, that Lotus is one of their picks, right? I think the Veto as a whole was one that favoured both teams if they stepped up to the occasion. But as we were saying on cast, right, like one of these teams has done this before, the other one hasn't, and it looked like that when you consider what both teams have done, right?
Yeah, you break it down to the basics. Again, like you said, it was an open map pool. If we were to go to a decider of Ascent, it was anybody's guess as to who wins that, considering Valiant's record on it. But they showed that they didn't need it. The fundamentals were just good enough anyway. As I said before, from a matter of principles and macro, I think alternate attacks played a decent game. There were just too many unforced individual errors, small mistakes, times where it just didn't look like they were reading from the same hymn sheet, which ultimately came back to cost them. We're going to be heading back to the desk now, but in terms of what we've seen, it's Valiant back to the big time yet again. And, well, could you guys say that you saw it going any different?
I mean, after that first map, the second half, I think the writing was probably on the wall for the side of both Valiant GC and Alternate Attacks Ruby as well. I feel like that momentum was something that it was just too impossible for ATN to stop, Billy.
So looking, I mean, at the overall performance here on this map, you see Valiant, very dominant victory. I think main thing for me, Frankie, was, I mean, after that first like 6-6 half on Haven that we saw between the two teams, really what were Attacks able to achieve is they won an anti-bonus, a pistol, and an anti-eco. They went 3-18 in rounds after that first 6-6 half. So, I mean, that was honestly a bit of a smashing after that first half from Valiant. And I think, like, looking at Attacks' approach on this attacking side of Lotus, especially given it was their map pick, I really wasn't a huge fan of their approach. They pressured front B a lot and tried to like break the Killjoy utility, but they didn't really do a good job of controlling Mound or Rubble very well. When they did get the successful C executes off and it was Dream playing retake over on Valiant's side, like they weren't able to hold on to the post plants well, and Valiant in general was really fantastic at winning those retakes, winning those XVXs, winning those clutches. And honestly, like I said, after the first half, they just looked like the much better team. So the only real question is, now that they're heading back into the main series of game changers for stage 3 after a bit of a disappointing stage 2, are they going to be able to keep that consistency up? Because when this team is looking great, they're looking like fantastic, like one of the best teams in the league, but can they keep that up against all kinds of different opponents? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm definitely really excited to see what they can do when they head into stage 3, especially when you look at these numbers, because those first kill numbers are incredibly impressive and exciting, Pilski, especially when you consider that a number of those would have come from Lisa.
Yeah, 100%, and 15 of 4, I think, on Haven. So for overall, in terms of the series, Valiant had insane first kills. To highlight as well for Attacks, 1 out of 7 on the post plant. They get into the post plant, they're not able to defend those retakes coming in from Valiant, and we saw that being really dominant on both maps for Valiant on their defense. You know, quite happy to play retake and come in. Their spacing was really good, and their fundamentals were much better in the XVX. They were talking a little bit about it on the cast. They definitely had superior spacing, and I think it was a massive firepower issue as well for Attacks. Like after that first half of Haven, there was a massive difference of firepower in the server, and some of the Attacks players started to fall off a little bit. So I'm hoping that they can kind of use that as a bit of a warm-up. They do have another series to play, and as we mentioned, we've seen them do like a couple of pretty impressive things macro-wise, have some really nice strats here and there, but to get smashed that hard in the first series and have to pick yourselves back up, that could be a little bit of an issue when Lisa's just running at you the entire series.
She is so fascinating to watch. We've touched on this multiple times now, but this is a player who didn't want the responsibility of duelist. And yet when you look at her going fully psycho there with the neon ult, I mean, it just looks like a different player to the one that we've been discussing. Because I think she's going to be really scary to contend with for the teams in stage 3.
Yeah, 100%. If she plays like that, I couldn't agree with you more. I think might be a little bit easier to play like that when the other team is having a tougher time in the individual stats department and, you know, just being sharp enough to deal with her. She just came in with full confidence. She used the mechanic ability that I've seen from her in other stages previously, even in a different role. And look, I'm hoping she brings that into the main series as well, because there's definitely going to be a lot of players that will shoot back pretty hard. I've seen that firsthand.
Well, Alternate Attacks, they do have to play again. They are not down and out just yet. They still have the potential to go through to stage 3. They just have to play a lower bracket final against the likes of either Black Hand or Zerant's Mint, and that game is still ongoing, although Zerants do have a game in hand at the moment. Billy, obviously we've seen some weaknesses now from the side of Attacks, but we've also seen confidence as well. I'm just wondering, in that particular game, While the composition feels like it's well suited to Lotus, do you think that maybe it didn't play to their strengths?
Do you know what? I don't disagree with the composition. I thought the composition was fine. Maybe just like a lack of confidence after losing that first map, I think is what I seen throughout watching that one. I think when they went into Haven, they went kind of all guns blazing, and then going into that one, I think they wanted to take a bit of a slower approach, and unfortunately it just didn't really work out for them starting on that attack side. You know, they couldn't really set up the pace as to how they wanted to play it out, and when you've got Lisa running at you as well on that Neon, it's really, really difficult to be able to find a way to counter that.
Yeah, I think we might be able to have an interview with GX from Valiant to celebrate the team's ascendance into Stage 3. So hopefully we will have her joining us very shortly so we can discuss that rather swift 2-0 series. It's like Lisa just like neon paced the whole way through, even though we only got to see the neon on the Lotus. Can I just say, I am really excited we're getting to see neon more and more in professional play. This is the only duelist I really enjoy playing, but obviously no one enjoys me playing her, Koski, and that's absolutely fine. How do you feel about this lineup? I guess in terms of, you know what? How do you feel about Neon? I'm just going to ask you that while we wait to see if we can get GX.
The thing is, I remember when Lotus came out, and this was like pre-buff Neon, and I was like, we were like trying to theory craft with the team I was coaching. We were like, Neon should be good on this map, right? And then we tried to play her for like a month and just got absolutely stomped, like non-stop. But you know, these big 3-lane maps with the rotation times, you can zoom around, you can see like you can take rubble control and go back to the other side. So look, it worked very, very well for Valiant. Lisa played it very well despite the fact that it's about as far away from a Sentinel as you can get, and clearly it's very strong in the meta right now. You know, the multiple slides and being accurate while you're running around, and then the Neon ult is just absolutely disgusting to try to defend against half the time. So that could be, you know, a little tilting for the other team to be dealing with at times.
Well, if Black Ham managed to pull off the mini reverse sweep against ZER, then we might get to see a lot more Neon, because they like to play Neon in not one but 3 compositions. So a little hint for you there to keep watching the broadcast, and definitely stick around right now, because we get to welcome GX into the interview virtual cabin. Welcome, GX. First of all, congratulations. We're going to be seeing you guys play in Stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, like I don't have anything to say because we did very good job, you know. First of all, sorry for my English, by the way, I am not the good one who you can choose.
I'm so excited to talk to you. Don't apologize at all, please, before we get into the questions. So tell me about taking up this IGL role with Valiant. How you found it? Because clearly it looks to us like you're a natural IGL.
For me, it's like I am the, you know, beginning of the way, because like I'm kind of new IGL. I have experience on IGL, but it was not on the high level, I can say. And on this way, my coach, my assistant coach, my teammates, my friends helping me a lot. And I guess I find my role. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, you have found your role, and the fact that you are IGLing in English as well, very impressive. But your performance was on fire. Tell me how strong you think the individuals are on Valiant.
We are all individual insane players. Like we have like Dream Sentinel player. Like she is young. I mean, she's 20, but she looks like young, you know. And she is like young talents. Lisa, I don't have to talk about Lisa. Everyone knows Lisa. Lisa is insane. Like I played with her on KPI. Like she was insane on KPI. She is insane in Valiant. Like I don't have to say anything about Lisa. Dream, as I said, like Dream is good. Like mechanic is insane. She need to improve her, you know, like experience day by day with us, because she is new, and she will do it because she's hard worker. like Mel and Nino, they are insane calm persons in the tournaments. When you have official stress, they know how to adapt the team, the official, like calm down, don't be stressed, we will win. Like, yeah, that's all.
And how have you found working with Coach Zampoyo? Because it sounds like he is the one who has decided to change the roles just a month ago to get you into the IGL role, to get Lisa into this duelist role. And his decisions were right. But is that tough sometimes to have this coach be like, you will do this?
I mean, no. Maybe on Lisa, kinda, because as Alex said, I mean, as Zampoyo said, Lisa doesn't like to play duelist, but we all know she will, win every situation when she plays duelist because she has insane. But she adapt the team. I appreciate it because she doesn't want, and she played very good. And we just changed Sova. I was playing Sova and Nino was flashing. But I have Turkish mentality, which is insane. Lisa, I can flash for her and run for her, and we can do something crazy together. And Nino is a little bit calm person, which is like a Sova player, clutch player. That's why Zampoyo changed our role. That's it. Like Mel was playing smoke. Dream is new. Yeah.
So we need to talk about Lisa then, because when we watch her, she seems like she's loving the duelist role. There's no problem at all. What's it like on comms? Is she one of those people who's saying, I hate this, kill, 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 I hate this?
I mean, maybe she's lying to us, but she is very, good on duelist. Like I always telling to her, but she doesn't understand me. She wants to keep the sentinel role. I understand her because she's the best sentinel in the game changers, like the female skin. So I hope she will continue as a duelist with us. Like, please, Lisa, I am calling you from here, bro.
Jex, do they have the concept of the swear jar in Turkey?
What is mean swear?
What? It's when you're trying to stop using naughty words or repeating phrases, and every time you do, you get this like jar, and you have to put money in it, and then give it to charity or something. I'm wondering if you need a Lisa duelist jar, and so every time she moans about being a duelist, she has to put something in the jar.
If we had this jar in the Valiant, it can be, full. And like a lot of time Lisa said it, I swear. A lot of time she said, I hate Zampoyo, I hate you. You don't put me, please, I mean, duelist, And like jar could be full.
Yeah, I think Coach Zampoyo needs to get that set up immediately. GX, just before I let you go, do you feel confident going into stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA?
Let's go. Yeah, of course. Like we worked in the little time very hard, which is hard for the teams, because in 1 month it's like 5 map. You work hard with the new IGL, with the new roles. Everyone is individually need to work. It's hard. It was hard, but we did it. Like finally we did it, and we are like in the stage. So finally, I'm so happy, and I want to say thanks for everyone to supporting us. Like we all love you guys. I hope you all love us. I don't know how can I explain you.
I think that's a perfect explanation and a perfect way to end this interview. Tesikula, thank you so much. Yes, congratulations. We'll see you very soon.
Bye. Let's go.
I was trying to remember how to say thank you in Turkish because last time I tried that on a broadcast, I had been saying it wrong repeatedly on VCT and got told off by Mitchman, I think it was, or Hybok told me off. So I've been working on it. Anyway, we're going to have even more Turkish players now in stage 3, and I couldn't be happier about it, Billy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, Turkish players have always been a force to be reckoned with in Game Changers in general. We have so many talented Turkish players in in this tournament. So seeing more going and joining the best of the best in the main event, yeah, I'm excited. And of course, GX looks absolutely delighted to be making it to stage 3.
Yeah, there's genuine passion. Like, honestly, it's kind of infectious when someone wins, when you see someone so wholesome be able to achieve a goal that they set themselves, and even just kind of like stepping into GX's shoes. Like, you know, stage 1, Valiant got themselves a top 4, then she joined the team and she's thinking to herself, oh, this is a promising team, maybe we could even do better than top 4, and then they struggled to win a single series. That has got to be frustrating, but that's got to be a really good feel-good moment for them to qualify through from Contenders, especially that convincingly. And I'm really hoping that after what Zampoyo said in the interview, that's going to give them the confidence, that's going to give them the right momentum and set them on the right path heading into groups.
Yeah, I like the fact that earlier on I said to Zampoyo, you have to make changes if things do not go your way today. And he said, I wouldn't rule it out, to be honest with you. And it turns out they don't need to make any changes, because they confirmed their spot in stage 3. They definitely look like they've got a really solid chance of making it out of the group stage this time and not gracing us with their presence in the next Contenders. Although obviously the jury's out, we haven't got to stage 3 yet. We do have another best of 3 to play out. This is our lower bracket final. We're still waiting to find out who is going to be playing in that against Alternate Attack's Ruby. And at least for this German team, they've got a little bit of time now, Pilski, to kind of regroup and build up that confidence again. And it's also a new Veto, because I do personally think one of the places that they potentially went wrong actually was gifting such a solid Veto Valiant's way.
Yeah, potentially so. I think, like, I don't know. They just looked kind of outclassed on the survey, if I'm honest. They have a lot of reps on Lotus. Like, they played a lot of officials on that map. They had a lot of reps on Ascent. They didn't have as many on Haven, but nobody does. It's the new map in the pool right now. So I just really didn't think we saw the best out of Attacks. I think it was really Valiant's day in that series. And the most important thing at this point, especially, you know, in a make or break series coming up for them to try to qualify for the main stage, given that they've never done it before through Contenders, is just rectifying that mental of getting kind of smashed in that first 2 maps, and then just resetting and saying, look, we're not playing Valiant again, we're playing a beatable team, let's just do what we know how to do.
Billy, do you think the pressure of trying to get a German national roster into stage 3 is kind of weighing on the minds of the Attacks players right now?
I don't know if that's so much what's getting to them. I think, like, some of the players on this team have been around the Game Changer scene for a long time, and, you know, they're in, like, grasp of it now. And I think that's the main thing that's maybe getting to them, is that it's so close. They've missed out on that first opportunity. They now need to get their heads together and go into this second opportunity to get there. So I think that's mainly the pressure that could be weighing them down more on the whole playing for a German org type thing. So yeah, I think they just need to get their heads together, go and chill out for a little bit before you need to go into this next one, and just take it as a complete new best of 3.
Well, there we go. That is all we've got time for in terms of this first upper bracket final. We've sent Valiant's GC through to stage 3, but there is another spot on the line. So we're going to take a bit of an extended break as our existing match that's playing currently is going on, and then hopefully we'll get a winner from that soon, and we'll be able to return to you and set up our lower bracket final and find out the second team will be taking that final spot in stage 3. So we'll see you in a bit.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart.
money in the bank. Hit you with the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell her miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at the first sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your day. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
party, baby. Got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as it bring you to the light. You can start to see it, they'll just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, that groove make your soul shaker. Everybody shine on. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm
take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop lock. 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. You're my dial. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. Your matter, your matter. Your matter, your matter. Your matter, your matter. Your matter.
say I want you more. I want you more than you want me. They say I need you more. I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you want me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. They say I want you more. I want you more than you want me. I need you more. I need you more than you need me. I want you more. I want you more than you want me. They say I need you more. I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Popped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
them lock for me fresh sneakers straight to the snap back. Pretty girl them smell make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Can me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, girl, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words we sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
sometime. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, no, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it, you can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it out.
Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh,
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, it's a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's
Hello, welcome back to Valorant Game Changers Contenders Series 2. Now, you might be wondering, why are we still waiting? And the reason is because we actually have a match that's ongoing at the moment from our lower bracket. We have ZER versus the fantastic Black Hand. I should actually give credence obviously to ZER. I can't call one team fantastic and not the other. ZER being French, I'll call them fantastique. So they're currently playing a nail-biting deciding map at the moment. When I last checked over my shoulder at one of my screens, it was 10-9 in favour of the French lineup. So it's all to play for at the moment. And you know what? It's all to play for on this stream as well, because I've got two contenders who are going to be battling things out in a game of true or false. We've got Pilsky, and actually we've borrowed Hazza. We've stolen him from all the way from Norfolk. Hazza, how do you feel joining the desk today?
Yeah, I feel fantastic. I mean, obviously, Billy, she can't be replaced, but that's probably the second time now that Norfolk's ever been mentioned by my name. So it's nice to have a little bit of representation.
Yeah, representing. Also, can we just say, get well soon to Billy. Unfortunately, she's not feeling at her best. And to be fair, I don't blame her after having to be on a desk with myself and Pilsky. So hopefully we will see her return to full form soon. This is, you know what, it's all my fault. I laughed so loudly at one of my own mistakes in the previous desk segment. I think I gave her a headache. It's not Pilsky at all. Pilsky's like so soft and yet evil. So, you guys ready for true or false?
I'm gonna say no. You know, just to throw another spanner in the works for your desk segments, Frankie.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. You're Australian, and you didn't call me the C word, so I'm guessing you were being deadly serious.
I have said that on some very official broadcasts, but I would not whip it out on this one. Yes, for sure.
Please do not whip anything out, okay? We want to keep the viewers watching.
I've once commentated a player by the name of KNTZ, and I'll just leave the rest of it up to the imagination, okay?
Were they Australian?
They were not. That was a Thai player.
Oh, okay, interesting. well, you know, probably a beautiful name in the Thai language. So let's see how much you guys know about Contenders. Yeah, Hazza, we're hazing you on the desk. I'm so sorry. It is like this all the time. Okay, so we're going to bring up some phrases and then I'm going to ask you guys if you think it's true or false. So let's kick off the first question. The first question is, only NASA Ignite has won the Contenders finals twice. Pilski, what you thinking?
Does one mean like win the whole thing or like qualified?
As in, like, have they won more than one stage?
More than
like,
one.
or series, I should say. 'Cause, like, for example, we're in series 2 right now.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
The game is not yes or no, it's true or false. Are you gonna say false?
I'm gonna say false.
False. Hazza, what are you saying? Show me your working. We've got time to fill.
Look, I'm looking at it here, and I'm seeing that only they have won it twice. So it's suggesting had another team also have won it twice. I couldn't even thought of a team that won it twice in the first place. So I would say true.
Okay, so we're going false and we're going true, and the answer is. I don't know why I don't drum roll with my hands. Why did I just drum roll with my tongue? It's not a skill I possess. The answer is false, and no team has won Contenders twice.
Yeah.
Thank you to producer Lara for the enlightening information on that one.
I had a feeling
So
about
you gonna
that
say-
because like NASA has played in Contenders. Can we just call it Tendies from now on, by the way? Because that appeals to like 14-year-old me a little bit more, and like, you know, tea time and all that. But I feel like they were in there with Falcons a couple times, and I assume they probably came through like qualifying but not winning the whole thing. So that was my thought process.
I sort of said it myself, you know. I didn't think that anyone had won it twice at all, and then got the wrong one. So it's tough.
I'm gonna put some stakes on true or false. If you win Pilski, and it's currently 1-0, then we can call it Tendies for the rest of this analyst desk segment, okay? So I'm throwing it down. Not for the rest of the show because I'll get fired by Riot Games.
Can we
but
change
right now,
this graphic right here to say Tendies? Game Changers Tendies?
sadly, I do not have the power to do that for you. But in your own sweet brain, you can imagine it is, and I will keep calling it Tendies. Right, second question, please. We have had 6 Contenders stages in total. True or false? Currently Contenders, not Tendies. I'll come to you first, Hazza.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this has got to be false because I'm pretty sure that it wasn't 3 series in the year in previous years. It was only 2, so I'm pretty sure it's less. So I'm gonna go with false.
Yeah, we are on Series 2 right now, which is very confusing for me. I'm not going to lie, given that we're qualifying for Stage 3 at the moment. Pilski? You already said false, didn't you?
Say true because, and I have a feeling it might be like a trip question kind of thing where it might have been named something else maybe, or there might have been different qualification paths in previous times, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it might have been named Tendies. Right, let's try and see who was right, true or false. Hazza, hang on a second. You said false.
Yes.
Are you saying... Yeah, okay. And did you say... You said true, Pilski.
We've had 6. Oh no, I meant false, but I said true, so I'm just gonna cop that. Did I say true? That I'm sure there's receipts. I'm sure there's receipts on this live broadcast. Okay, I meant false in my brain, but it's 5 a.m. So give me a break.
It's fine. It's also 1-1, and that's stakes for will this show be called Tendies for the next 20 minutes? So that's my stakes thrillingly high. So let's go for question number 3, please. I can't actually remember how many questions we have. 130 teams have signed up for the online qualifiers. We are halfway through the quiz, lads. 130 teams have signed up for the online qualifiers. True or false, Pilski?
True. True.
Hazza?
I want to say it's the kind of thing where it's like 128. Oh, okay, never mind. It's true. I've just... I thought it was true all along. There you go.
Okay,
2-2.
cool, right. 2-2 then. 2-2. And over, by the way, on the ZER versus Blackhand match, it's just become 11-11. I imagine, just like the previous map, we will be going to overtime on that one, which means I would like you to take longer to ponder the answer to the next true or false question. Question 4 of 6, boys. Let's see it, please, production. True or false? The two teams relegated to Contenders in GCS2 were Valiant and Focus Sakura. What do you think? Is that true or false, Hazza?
Yeah, it's true, right? Focus Sakura got eliminated. Valiant, have made it through now. We know that they've qualified. And I guess the interesting thing to note is when the two teams have gone down, both of them have never gone back up. But yeah, these are the two.
Oh, you're saying true. And Pilski?
I think true. The Valiant one is definitely correct. I can't remember if Focus was in last season or not, or whether it was a different season. And it's a trick question, but I'm going to say true.
Okay, let's do the answer. I think this is true as well. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure this is true. True! Oh my goodness, I've got maracas. I'm just going to use those. Okay, so next question number 5. Let's bring it up. Anya, oh, I missed that. Was the player with the highest ACS in the group stage. True or false? I mean, it doesn't surprise me if this would be true, but Pilski, what do you think?
I vote for Hazard to go first.
I mean,
I don't know if I want to say, Pilski. When it's me against the 14-year-old brain that wants to call it tendies, I'd hope that I have the edge here. But
Hazard, you're only 14 yourself.
It's so true. 14-year-old me is saying true. He's sticking with his guts. I was having a look at the stat pages. Her name's usually near the top. I'm pretty sure she had most ACS in the group stage.
I'm going to go true. I'm going to go true.
All right. Maraca roll, please. At the end, there was a true or false production. True. That doesn't surprise me at all. Okay, right, we've got one more question. So bringing out the big maracas now. What do you think is the question? Predict the question, guys. We haven't seen the question.
Oh.
There we go. True or false? You don't need to predict it. It's here. The players who have played the most rounds in the group stage are from Neon Blade. True or false, Pilski?
I'm going to go false.
Okay. And Hazza, what are you saying?
Well, considering they didn't make it out of groups, I would also say false. I would also say false. I mean, it's going to be a stalemate if I say false, but I think it's false.
So you're both saying false, and that's not very exciting for the broadcast. So I need one of you to change your mind.
It's true. I believe it. It must be true.
Fine. Okay. So let's find out. Is this show going to be called Tendies for the next 20 minutes?
No, it's false. It's false. That's what the stakes are.
Let's reveal the answer. False.
Okay, I don't know which way we go on this.
Yeah.
He's changed his answer 14 times.
I only changed the answer because I knew that it would be called tendies. Otherwise, I would have just said the correct answer. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're at stalemate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I said true, then we'd have to change the name, and I don't think anyone wants that. So.
I'm just trying to think of. No, I feel like we need to have a tiebreaker, just like they are on the broadcast at the moment, or at the non-broadcast game, because it's overtime, as predicted. They've gone to overtime, and I don't know which way it's going to go. Obviously, split. Why do we predict which way it's going to go? That's going to be to decide. Okay, who is winning split? Is it going to be Zeransman or is it going to be Blackhand? Pilski, pick a side.
I go Blackhand.
All right. So, Hazard, I'm afraid, as the newcomer to the desk, you are French now.
Allez, Zerance.
Oh.
That's okay.
Parlez-vous français?
Does every English person speak French?
Petit pois? I don't know. That's a little P, isn't it? Never mind.
Well, yeah. When we're younger, sometimes in primary school, we get taken to a dark cupboard, and someone who doesn't speak French writes some words on the board, and then you write it into your copybook. And if you're lucky, your school can still afford to do modern languages, and you can choose to do French up to GCSE level.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember too many dark cupboards in French class, but yeah.
This is going really
It
quite far
has.
back
It has.
to
I
my
still remember
childhood.
my verb endings though, so I did have a very good teacher.
Your verb endings.
Yes, my French verb ending.
You can conjugate a verb or two.
No, but I remember
would
the
be-
end of the word, so there you go.
That would be conjugation, wouldn't it?
I suppose.
I'm
so.
making this extremely awkward. Can I just apologise to everyone watching in Twitch chat now and everyone who is currently producing things from the Striker facility in Dublin? We are still waiting though for the game to conclude. So yeah, on Split, we have the last round of the game that we actually showed on this broadcast to show you instead, so we can actually talk about our first competitor in this lower bracket final. So, oh, hang on a second. No, I'm lying to you. This is from the game that's currently going on. You can see Jade, the IGL of Black Hand. Now, why don't you guys commentate this one?
Commentate. I was actually hyped for the Frankie commentary though.
Oh, really? You want my commentary? You really don't
Let's do
want
it.
my commentary because I
Bring them
can't
over the
see the
line.
screen properly. Currently, yeah, it's advantage to the French team. You can see Akita is anticipating the retake, but she's down. Someone take this off my hands, please.
Go
I
Hazard.
think we know
losing
where
viewers.
this one's going. It's not going to be called Tendies anytime soon. Pilski, you had your pick of the bunch. It's going to be 14-12 Zerons, and that means that they will be playing alternate attacks. It's a full national roster qualification game, which we're going to have on our hands.
That's crazy. And honestly, from the position that they won this, this is that that was a nice 1v3 attempt, but no time. Should just be the fade to close it out. Nice little footsteps, faked it out, and with 0.033, there was a world. But that is a tight series if I've ever seen one in a lower bracket elimination, multiple OTs on 2 different maps, big pressure game. But credit to Zerent's Mint for winning that one, especially over a team like Blackhand, who has got a lot of experienced players in the GC scene. They've done very well for themselves, and as you guys did mention, France versus Germany. I don't know which side I'm leaning on this one.
That is, I have to say, probably one of the more surprising results of this tournament so far, because of the fact that when we look at the players on Blackhand being led by really experienced IGL in Jade, this is a team that has a lot of firepower, a lot of confidence, a lot of explosive compositions, Pilski, and that can be quite intimidating to the likes of a team like ZER that does not have the same competitive experience. So are you impressed with the fact that we're going to be seeing them playing very shortly against Ultimate Attack Ruby?
Yeah, I think they've done very well for themselves, especially to be able to grind out a very long series like that. And from what I saw, at least the rounds that I was watching, you know, it looked like they weren't out of their element. They were sticking in the game. They were even winning some pretty absurd rounds, like they won a 2-on-5 when I was tuned into the stream before on Split just then. That's some pretty well constructed rounds as well. So you got to give credit where credit's due. You know, grinding 2 OTs there and winning the first map a little bit more convincingly. Maybe they were the kind of better of the 2 teams.
Yeah,
What do you think, Hatter?
It's just an absolute slugfest. I think you can give so much credit to Zerons for how they've rallied back into that 3rd and final map, because 2 overtimes, and especially like Pilski said, some of the rounds on Sunset that they ended up losing when it felt like they had it in the palm of their hand, it takes a lot of character to come back from that. And I think, you know, we'll be asking similar qualities of Alternate Attacks Ruby when we come into this final game, because they've had a pretty crushing defeat against Valiant. How's their mental, and how does it compare to what we've just seen from Zerons, which we already know them to be capable of?
Well, forget the Euro 24 final, because we're going to have a Euros final of our own. It is going to be France versus Germany coming up on this very stream shortly. But what it would be cool to do is to talk about what's coming up in split number 3, what's coming up in stage 3 for the Game Changers teams, because we've already confirmed that joining the existing teams will be Valiant GC, as they did win their upper bracket final against the ATN players earlier tonight. And there are some extremely scary looking names in there. I mean, obviously G2 goes and back on form, typically picking up some of the strongest players, or in fact the strongest looking players in this league at the start of the year, to get back to where they belong on top of things.
Yeah, and you've got some notable pursuance of that title there as well, right? I think the cast always shuffles around, but G2 goes in firmly at the top every single time. But yeah, look, Falcons Vega seemingly pretty decent. Giant X, who saw them at the Instalocked event not too long ago, looked pretty decent. I know it was a bit of a twist on the format, but even Carmine Core, we said it before, the teams that come out of Contenders end up making it to playoffs, and with the names that they have, there's absolutely no reason why they can't continue to test them.
Yeah, I think, look, G2's already had multiple top placings. They should be pretty good on points unless they kind of do some kind of crazy bomb out, which they are known to do a bit of trolling in Stage 3 every now and again. Falcons pretty consistently placing up there. Giant X pretty consistently placing up there in points. I think for any team that's not those three, yeah, really looking at trying to take the whole title. And I think unless BBL like hits some crazy level of form or Carmine Core clicks with their roster, I'm not sure that anyone's going to be taking the title away from, you know, the top three teams, but in particular G2, who's looked pretty outstanding as far as I'm concerned.
Do we have 3 spots though for the EMEA teams at Champions now as well at Berlin? So I feel like it's almost like G2 and Falcons. I feel like they've done so much this year to prove that they deserve those spots. I mean, G2 is pretty much a shoo-in for this now. So it's almost like it's a race for that 3rd spot. Giant X then do you think that they could be taking that third place on stage in Berlin?
I think they're definitely in with a shout, right? You've got to be looking at some of the names on there. Ness, Murphet, that duo, which were part of the same Foot team, which were a previous, you know, competitor of G2 in a previous final. It's always the same girls on a different roster, I feel like, you know, shuffling the deck of what does it take to take down the Goliath that is G2. And I feel like they've struck a pretty decent balance at the moment. It's just whether they can build on what they already have. And again, you'll have names like Falcons Vega that you'll probably end up playing in maybe like a lower bracket final or something like that. And look, we even saw it before it went to 5 maps. It's a question of who plays better on the day, I think. But yeah, it's a real toss-up in my eyes, but no reason why they can't make top 3.
It's easy also to forget that Falcons, they added Mary partway through the group stage and then made it all the way to the finals. And I know we spoke so much about Mary during this bit, but it was with good reason. We didn't know if she was ever going to make a return to the pro scene. And obviously Falcons were chomping at the bit to sign her up as soon as she expressed an interest. And we haven't seen her back on full form yet, Filski, but in stage 3, surely we're going to see a showcase from her.
I would imagine so. I think like they've finished second multiple series now. They should be really good on points, and as you mentioned, there's 3 teams to go through, so they should be feeling pretty safe. G2 should be feeling pretty safe, and Giant X I think have finished 3rd both seasons if I remember correctly as well, so they should be pretty decent on points. I haven't looked exactly at the mathematical breakdowns, but I think Giant X compared to Falcons as well as G2, they are probably closer to getting upset in my mind to a team like Carmine Core or maybe BBL Queens or something like that. But when they're feeling themselves on their good day of form, I would feel pretty safe that the top left of the graphic is probably what you would be seeing in Berlin, to be honest.
Do you think though, in terms of Valiant rejoining for stage 3, do we think that this time now they've got this revitalized look? We saw them looking very impressive in terms of their protocols and their discipline today, and also Lisa, it has to be said, really taking on the duelist role. As much as she denies that she should be doing it, she clearly is the best person for the job on this team right now. So do we think, having seen them today, Hazza, I'll get to the point eventually, I promise you, that they are a team that can potentially challenge when we go into the stage 3 competition shortly?
Yeah, I mean, look, you've sort of taken the question out of my mind themselves. I don't personally know if they're going to have done enough to be... I guess it depends what you mean by competitive, right? Like, if you're talking trying to offset the balance of those sort of top 3, top 4 teams, I don't particularly see them around that area, but you know, not getting relegated, taking a couple results in groups, maybe putting themselves in a decent spot towards playoffs. And look, another bracket run is always something that we could see from them. But again, we saw it from Carmine Core, the bit of soul searching that you need in Contenders. Maybe this is exactly what was required. And also, I want to see more from Dream on the Sentinel, because you've got to remember, this is only her first event for Valiant. So in terms of how much further that one can go, really looking forward to finding out what exactly that's going to be.
Well, we didn't get to talk about Dream much, Polsky, earlier. We just didn't have time, but it was a really impressive performance from her.
Yeah, I like their team, and I like their team in Series 1 as well, but I think for Valiant, outside of groups, like, I need to see them really clicking in through the playoff stage, and they showed a little bit too much inconsistency, like last stage, but also looking at their game against Giant X, they in the first series, they really weren't competitive at all when it came up to that top 3-4 discussion in that important series. So I don't think Valiant has shown me anything other than they can, you know, when they're feeling themselves, when the pressure's not too much, play really, really good Valorant in the group stage. But that is a lot different from playing G2 in a make or break series in the playoffs. And, you know, we've seen multiple teams look really, really good, really promising in the group stages, even Carmine Core and teams like that, where you look at the names on paper, you're like, wow, that's a really good team. But when you get to the playoff series and everything's on the line, it's something that I need to see a bit more from Valiant, a bit more character, I think.
Well, I think they have now got a little bit more time to work out what they want to do. And you know what? I was a doubter going into the show. I thought that they would secure a spot in stage 3, but I just didn't know they'd do it so stylishly. I thought that maybe they'd need some more time. I think Lisa was a bit of a revelation for me, to be honest. And I'm really excited to see what they can do, because they were so exciting in stage 1 at the beginning of the year. Obviously very disappointing in stage 2. So now they've shown actually that maybe Zampoya was playing the long game in his brain all along with making those changes and refining what he wants to do with this team, because he's got something potentially very special on his hands. Now you can see the bracket from Contenders so far. You can see how we got to this point. Hazza, looking at this bracket, can you see any surprises here in terms of the results so far?
For me personally, it was just this lower bracket run from Blackhand. Obviously, it's come to a close now from ZER's Min. But yeah, like the fact that they hadn't lost a map to a team other than Focus Sakura in the group stage, which made them look second string, honestly. They qualified 3rd from their group, and then still, you know, 2-0 Madeline's Koi, for example, go the distance with Zerance and, you know, nearly steal it for themselves. I don't know, a bit of a surprise package, but again, you look at the names, should they maybe be doing better? That's certainly what they seem to think themselves in terms of their estimation of the previous Contenders run. They want to be playing in main, but yeah, even Zerance would be another pick for me, either of those two.
Well, let's talk about Alternate Attacks Ruby then. This is an organization that have tried 6 times now to make it through to the main Game Changers EMEA event. They've got a family approach to the way that they like to build rosters, and they have had to make several changes since they formed. Most recently, they made a change just a few months ago, Polsky. From looking at them earlier today in their match against Valiant CTC, do you expect them to come out all guns blazing, or do you think they've maybe had their confidence shaken, shall we say?
I think maybe a little bit of confidence shaken, but like we'll see. You know, it really comes down to the character of a team at the end of the day to be able to recover from a tough loss on the day and be able to pick yourselves back up. They've had a lot of time though to kind of process. That was a quick series. The second one went quite a long time, even long enough for maybe the coach to sit in and watch that game and have a little bit of a think about, you know, if that map's going to be in the veto and things like that. So we'll see if they have the character to pick themselves back up, because we saw some good stuff. That first half of Haven, I thought that was going to be a really tightly contested series. I saw some nice plays from them, some nice util sets when they are kind of organizing themselves and things are clicking well for them. They look like a really scary team, but there was a lot of very non-competitive rounds in that Valiant game, and maybe that was down to Valiant showing up. We'll see after the end of this series, I suppose.
Yeah, I think 100%. Like, they have had a while. The night continues to grow long, and it will continue to do so, right? We could be up for another 3 hours, who knows, if it's anything like the series that we've just seen. They've had plenty of time to reset, and like you mentioned, they have made changes. The player who left, Chrissy, a huge personality in the DAC scene, so to have someone like that leave your team and then still show that they do have character, it's voices like that you really want in the call right now, I think, if they are to create this upswing in form and get the win when they need it. Because look, they've got so far. To lose their final 2 games after being unbeaten in 14 would be, tragic after how far they've come.
They seem to have an idea of what they want to do on their attack. Are you surprised that their defense seems, easy to overcome, to be honest with you?
Yeah, because you looked at it yesterday. Something that they were very good at doing was setting up trap plays on their defense. They did it so much on Haven. We got a little bit of it on Lotus, but again, you want to talk about like the defensive half that they had. They barely got a chance to show us what it was worth. It was an 11-1 attack-sided sort of set of defeats that were put on them by Valiant. And yeah, I think they've just got to be a little bit more confident with the on-fly calling, creating plans in the mid-round to set up players to do stuff like that, because you have a very capable initiator player in Jade who you're going to see on that breach a lot of the time. If you can get her in positions where she can be effective for the rest of her team, then there's absolutely no reason why those defender-sided rounds can't look 10 times better than they have.
See, that concerns me hearing that, because this is a team that is a national roster that seems to be promoting synergy with their members, but it sounds like they're not getting into a flow state, Pilsky.
I mean, yeah, at least from what you saw in that last game. Although I would say as well for the Valiant game, they put themselves in lots of solid positions. If you were to freeze frame the round and like look at what it was just in terms of the macro or the numbers and things like that, like you could have said, okay, this is a very winnable position, but they just were not shooting very hard after the first half of Haven. Like they had 3 pretty non-competitive, halves of Valorant against Valiant at the end of the day. And even if they were in numbers up situations, they were getting that C site of Lotus, for example, or they were getting that flash play out long A of Haven at a 2-player advantage. They still ended up getting beaten in the XVX, and Valiant was just multi-fragging and walking into the site and winning unfavorable situations every single time, every clutch.
Yeah. And now momentum is potentially going to be against them as well, because they've obviously had to wait a long time to watch this game. I don't know if there's much that a coach can kind of communicate to the team from watching the match directly before. I'm not sure. Obviously, how can we be sure if attacks have actually been watching the game? Meanwhile, Zerent's Mints, they are going to be really firing on all cylinders. I'm sorry, I keep using that phrase. And I'm sorry that I keep apologizing for myself, honestly. So Zerents, they have surely got momentum on their side now. They've just beaten Black Hand, and on paper that is a matchup they potentially should have lost, given that none of these players are able to be full-time as pros. So this potentially is going to give them quite the push going into the maps, Heather.
Yeah, it's whether they can harness that momentum and just keep going with this siege mentality that we're not done until the final whistle blows, that we can get over the line and qualify after what has, been a run which spent half the time in the upper bracket, half in the lower, and it's in these final stages that you want to see that character come out from them, right? The same that we're asking of Ruby here, because for them it's a little bit different, but ultimately a clean slate. Both now have an opportunity if they want to seize it, because again, there's only a couple of names here that have actually played in Game Changers main before, so it's a huge opportunity for both. And yeah, it's just a question of who's up to it, really.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at Zerons after they win that series, I'm thinking to myself, like, you just won an OT series. It was a bit of a slog, and that's going to take a bit of a toll on the energy in terms of playing overall maps, especially if it goes to 6. But at the end of the day, taking into consideration the series that they just won and this overall run through the bracket, it's looking pretty clean. They only lost to Valiant. In fact, they took a map off Valiant, and Focus weren't able to do that. I think that for Zerons, I'm feeling like full confidence right now. I'm looking at the fact that I just beat a bunch of players who have played in the main circuit of Game Changers, even top 3'd, and now I got to play a team that has never even qualified for it. I'm probably repeating those, words of affirmation inside the TeamSpeak or the Discord, and getting everyone fired up for this best of 3.
Well, we talked about the synergy on the side of attacks, the fact that this is a German national roster. They've got an all that's very keen to be present consistently in the Game Changers ecosystem. And when the side of ZER and Mint, we actually have 5 players who all live around the Paris area, who actually regularly meet up with each other as mates, Hazza. So I have a feeling that the synergy is actually going to be a winning formula for them today.
Yeah, 100%, especially if alternate attacks has sort of been a little bit here and there in terms of, are we going to get the version which we know were capable throughout the whole upper bracket to show up or not? Because Xerons are certainly playing their game. They've already got a win under their belt. And like you say, I think if you can trust in your teammate, then that's like the first part of many steps in terms of building a successful roster here. So if you do have that true friendship and you can rely, okay, if she's going to peak, I'm peaking off her, just the basics, then you're going to have to jump on alternate attacks should they not find a way to rectify those issues.
And also, yeah,
go on.
No, I was going to say also you've got an IGL, Lupio, which means little light. She is a stalwart of the VCT. Yeah, she's a stalwart of the VCT EMEA broadcast in France as well. She's constantly in communication with players, with coaches, watching their games religiously. She's got so much knowledge in her brain, I imagine, that she's able to kind of pick and choose things that she sees in the matches that she's commentating and bring those learnings to her team, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic. I once did try to dabble in playing and being on the broadcast at the same time, and I can say with full confidence that I got pretty slapped and I got nowhere near qualifying for anything. So full credit to her. She's done a lot better than I imagine most people would do, balancing those two things. And it sounds like for the rest of Xerants, they've got a lot of other things that they're balancing in their lives. They've got a lot of other things that they're doing. We were talking about it a little bit in the green room and the prep for today. And at this point, I think if you're doing all of those things, you're balancing jobs and study, and you're still qualifying for Game Changers, you're kind of just winning at life at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's true. I think, you know, while we say that about Lou, you can also say the same thing about Blossy as well. She's been a commentator for Challengers DAC for the last couple of years too. And for me, both of those two players I see as being regional role models in the sense that neither of them have perhaps competed at the highest level of Game Changers EMEA yet, because one of them will by the end of this evening, or at least qualified for it, is that, yeah, like this is what everyone should be aspiring to be in that kind of position, right? I think they fly the flag for each of their regions in their own different ways, but they're both very present within those communities, and the fact that they're able to lead these national rosters now to what is a qualification game says a lot about each of their characters. And when we spoke so much about character, if those are the two ones leading either side of the server, I find it difficult to see who exactly it is that comes out on top.
And also, for Xerons Moment, they have a not-so-secret weapon in Pinkley as well. And Pinkley has played in this scene for a very long time as part of Odd One Out. So she's a player who has the experience of being in an underdog situation and actually, you know, benefiting from the Contenders system, benefiting from actually having that Game Changers EMEA experience. And apparently she is someone who calms the team down when they're getting stressed. Obviously, they can rely on her experience, her skill in the server as well. Are you a fan of seeing her in this lineup, Hazza?
Yeah, 100%. I think this is the kind of experience that you want to bring into the team. It's one thing to talk about the calling, but then to have additional voices that are chipping in and playing their own part, whether that's the mental aspect, something in the mid-round that they can observe based on the amount of games that they've played. I think it's really important. It's all about that balance. So the fact that they've got her in there as well, alongside these younger players that are trying to fight for their place in main, is really important.
Let's take a look at the map, Veto, because it is ready for us to see and to discuss. I'm feeling we might see some Haven again. This is a map that both of these teams like to play. And you know what? Given the start that Attacks had earlier, Pilski, I think they might want to have another go at it.
Yeah, we'll see. I think interesting to see Xerants taking out Bind there. It's a map that they've kind of dabbled in, played a little bit here and there. Attack's going to be taking out Icebox. I think that was similar to the last series, and it's not really a map that they played in the last little bit themselves, so probably an insta ban at the end of the day. And look, we'll see. You were correct, Frankie. I think you should just probably do the analysis at this point.
No, we already had 5 seconds of me casting earlier and lost half the audience. So yeah, let's not do that. I am wondering though, maybe we're going to see Sunset next. That's my prediction, Hazza.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not too sure, right? Alternate Attacks dodged it in that first game. Or sorry, it was vetoed against them. It's just a question of whether they want to go there, right? You've got 2 strong maps still with 100% win rate. It's a question of if they want to play into it or not. And yeah, I don't know, because it's similar to Haven, right? It's a big map.
Yeah, I think Sunset's their highest reps, and they're just going to go for what's safe. And you'd expect nothing less in a situation like this. It's just a pressure game. You know, Sunset's their most played in the last little bit, outside of maybe like Lotus, and as you mentioned, a couple of maps that they played a little bit less, but have a really good win rate on. But those might be a little bit stronger for the side of ZER. So we'll see what these last 2 teams are going to be vetoing out, and what we're going to be left with. So Split goes out. That's a map that ZER just played a whole OT on to be able to finally overcome Blackhand at the end of that series. So that's not going to be replayed for them.
That is a map that they were banning during the group stage as well, Hazza, so maybe not a surprise.
Yeah, again, and look, if you know that there's half a chance that Ruby were watching that literal last game, you don't want to play into it. You know that they're going to veto Lotus after what we saw. So Ascent as a even middle ground for both, I think is a fairly equitable end to the veto process.
It's going to be an interesting one. We see Attacks, they've got a pretty good record on Ascent. They played a fair bit recently, even beating Mad Lions, Koi, and Gamax, as well as some of the other teams that were kicking around in Contenders. For ZER, though, they were actually able to beat Valiant on that map, and Valiant was in very, very good form in that last series. So although there's not as many reps, that's a pretty promising result for ZER. That's the only map that they actually took over Valiant in that series.
And sometimes less reps is good. It's less information for your enemies to exploit, Hazza. From casting Ultimate Attacks earlier, though, do you think they can fix their flaws on the defensive side? Have they had time to kind of think things through and discuss things as we head to a replay of this map against a different team?
I think so. I think the big thing for me is just not to panic and to just play the game that we know that they can, because they have the quality, they have the calls, they just need to execute it now.
Let's take a look at the agent select so we can see if we're going to get a mirror matchup for Haven. I mean, Haven, this map has not changed since it's been out of the pool, so I mean, it's pretty standard here, isn't it? And that's what we'd expect pretty much from most of the teams, at least in attendees, we should say, Pilski.
You're throwing me a massive bone there, Frankie. I really appreciate it. It is the core of the same comp, though. Just the difference in terms of the Senti, which is the exact same matchup that we saw Alternate Attacks play against Valiant earlier. So, look, we've already seen some pretty good rounds for Alternate Attacks. They're going to be starting out on defense, though, where they had some issues. They had a couple of nice plays, it has to be said, earlier against Valiant that put them in winning positions. I really like the mid-round flash to reaggress on A-Long against the A default on the attackers. But they need to find some more success with the reactive breach util and maybe get the AWP rolling earlier on than they did in that previous game. And then if they move over onto the attacking side, I have a little bit more faith because I saw some really nice executes from Attacks on that.
Hazza, are you ready to move on to the casting side of things? Because we've got to kick you off the desk, then the desk gets kicked out, and then you start casting with Cairo.
I feel like you say, am I ready to move on to the other side? I don't know what's going to happen. Am I going to be okay?
I hope you're going to be okay, because we want to borrow you for the desk after you finish commentating, if that's all right. Tonight, you get to be the hardest working person in esports, and I feel like you're ready for this responsibility. I don't know if we get to sort of push you down below us.
That's the part I'm worried about, right?
Should we see
I don't know what's going to
looks?
happen. Yeah, we'll just have to see. I hope Cairo's ready and waiting to catch me as I drop down into the caster booth. But, yeah, there he is. I've multiplied. It's your worst nightmare, Cairo.
I love this. Have a great car.
Oh, I couldn't get him at time. Look, I'm back, and there's more important things to talk about here, Cairo. We have one more game to play this evening. A qualification match between two teams with rosters that, for the most part, have never been as far as a main stage. So it's all to play for. And look, I've done enough talking. I want to hear what you think about these two.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited to get back into it, right? I think, like, you've got a ZER's mint roster, which has already felt the hardships of losing, right, in the upper brackets against their French rivals. And also you've got alternate attacks who have been completely blown out the water and are flip-flopping, trying to breathe again, right? It's whether they can breathe some life back into them, if this break has been enough, or if they've been wallowing self-pity. I mean, they're back on haven. They know what should have went wrong, and let's see what the adaptations are.
Let's see indeed. One more game left. Plenty to play for. Starting on Haven, which felt like the beginning of the end for alternate attacks last time out. The defender side not quite able to execute its game plan, nowhere near as proactive as we thought, but it starts in just the way that you would hope. They're going down mid, and they're taking the fight to the French.
And already they've lost one. And it continues, Hazza. It's the same exact story that we got last time, although Akita may have went a bit too far. Enough to sell the fake, though, on towards B and keep players occupied while the spike goes down on C.
Like I said, that's the big call to make, and I respect the hell out of attacks for trying it. Again, it didn't quite land though, so ZER's here in a 4v3, very credible, and this garage control will be difficult to dislodge.
It's not that though, Hazza. There's so many players looking to combine off one another, and that's exactly what it is. A combine, a harvest, plenty of players to pick up in the end, Hazza, and it's almost flawless at the end of that pistol.
I mean, perfect start for ZER's here with the pistol, like you say. Alternate attacks tried to bring it to them, but again, I feel like you've kind of got to expect that a little bit, that they want to make these big plays where they failed to do so. The previous outing a couple of hours ago, plagued with a slight technical issue for now, but yeah, Akita, red hot start to the map. And that's what you want from your Jet player, because on the opposite side, can't help but feel we didn't get the most out of Ellie, where we've been heralding her as this golden girl for the Rubies up until that point.
I think, like, it's just like, it feels so weird to see alternate attacks just like, I think, like for me, Hazza, like, thinking of the two maps that they played last time round, like, you were talking about proactivity in that pistol. There wasn't much proactivity. In fact, there wasn't much multi-layered approaches, which I'm used to, like, thinking all the way back to the Lioness Cup in last year's off-season, right? Like, they didn't have, like, for instance, any lurkers, or they didn't have anything, like, to play into. It was just one-dimensional, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. One-dimensional an approach, and it just never worked out in the end. I think there was a couple of rounds where they tried to be proactive on the like site holes, like maybe taking a bit more extra space and upsetting what their opponents were trying to do, but it never seemed to work out. They just seemed to be like doing the right things, but maybe just overstaying or not combining or hit their shots right. It was always something that went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, for those who were actually watching the ZER's game against Blackhand in that third map, there was also a technical pause after the pistol then. It was also a ZER's win. So while the desk and I were sort of talking about, are they going to have the energy? Who knows? Maybe someone's just smashed it instantly, like bringing the energy right out the gates. That's what you want to see. And to add on to what you were saying about alternate attacks here as well, it was just part of this long-term commitment that we were speaking of. Ginger first coming into this team 466 days ago when they made their debut in Game Changers. And since then, she's played alongside 12 different teammates. It finally feels like this 4 that she's with right now is the ultimate version of what they've been building towards. But like you say, it can only be one series which dictates whether you go home or not.
Yeah.
Are they going to overcomplicate things perhaps, or get in their own head about whether they want to be aggressive, or just stick to something more tried and tested? I don't know. We'll have answers soon though, as we are back in game.
Yeah, I think like Zerons though has just to comment ever so slightly, is also another organisation which are hugely committed to Valorant as a whole, right? Like not only they've got teams in VCL France and in Game Changers. I mean they've had 2 different iterations of rosters. Lupiet is the one who has survived both, but as for now, it's Akita who survives and towards the site, gets rid of the camera. And a Spike looking to go down, alternate attacks with a really good idea of what's going on. A 5v5 retake, but remember Zerons have the better weaponry.
It's always in the back of your mind. Lou, the headmaster, trying to dismiss. Actually, it's alternate attacks that get a couple of kills in the conversation here. The retake's fully coming from the C site side. There's no flank, but there is a smoke up, and I have to call your attention back to the last time they had a second round in this kind of situation. They ended up winning it. Blossy's gone, but the smoke is a parting gift, and inside it, Harmony begins to get to work. Still a 2v1. She's in the corner trying to take anything away from them, but it won't happen this time. Zerons make damn sure of it. It is a double up for them after all.
Yeah, the difference from this time round, Hazza, to last time round so far is it seems that alternate attacks are actually shooting back, right? That was a fairly decent go at an anti-eco. Made it expensive for what's got through to the next round, like maybe a Guardian or something, but all in all, Zerons were made to sweat. And that's good stuff. You can already start to see what the protocols are for Zerons in their post plants as well, and how they want to set up when they play for long.
Cypher set up C-side this time. Not too often that alternate attacks were really investing both trips towards that area. Usually you'd see at least one on B. So it's a 1-2-2 division of the players, and the last of those is Ellie being droned up long. Information, perhaps cause for a rotate. Zerons planting their feet in middle for now.
Ellie's just been spotted by a drone of Zerons' own, although there's no really spam off the back of it. Because of that proactivity, it actually means that Zerons are going straight in towards the C site. The Cypher's had to give it up, that's Ginger, and their setup will be easily destroyed, Hazza. So the Spike can go down easy once again, and we're back to a 5v5.
All the way through the backlines, Akita. And look, how many times did Blossy go down first in previous maps that they played today?
Oh, Garage is
She wants to make sure she's not going to be as exposed through middle, and she isn't. So like you say, 5v5, and it is through mid where the retake should look to begin. Ellie instead peeks window first. It's a laboured spray, but just about getting control of the hose pipe in the end means that we are at an even standing. Ginger gets hers, and they're in the site, but Tui's filled the gap, and this could be a killer backstab.
Hazza, the timing's insane. The spam even better. And the best part about it is they don't even need it. It's Lupiot to get it through the end. A bonus converted. And while we were just complimenting attacks, Hazza, they just fall apart.
Yeah. And like I said, just there, Blossy, bit more discipline, making sure they have the mid space, giving up C-Link and then setting for the retake. Everything seemed like it was done right in my eyes. But as you mentioned, it's Lou to the rescue. Zerons converting this bonus, putting some serious skin between them and this defender's side for alternate attacks, which again, we have to reiterate, was not their strong suit.
I think though you can take a little bit of solace in the fact that it is the defender side, right, Hazza?
Yeah.
Maybe hopefully on the attack that's where the improvements will have been made for alternate attacks. As for now, it certainly isn't, as they try to attack on the defence. And look at this, Akita's on the hunt, looking to slice and dice, and that's exactly the case as players get strung up, hung and quartered. On towards the C site though is where the Spike is going. And alternate attacks, well, they're left having to hunt down the footsteps that have been left.
Yeah, I mean, look, they want to recollect weaponry here, but there's only one rifle to take. It was the Blades which went in first. And again, we're seeing attacks trying to be the protagonist here on the eco, not the worst place to do it. The game has already been rooted out, though, and Zerons are the ones on the chase instead. Tui with Pink Ellie and Lou. You read the names off in a list because they're packed together so tightly. Ginger takes the consolation. That should be all she wrote.
I mean, there's enough here to potentially get a half through the cage. You would think that would be the case, but no. Lupiotton, plenty of spam will put it through the finish line. 4-0 so far, and it continues to go on. Ultimate's now starting to come online, so this is an important phase of the game here, Hazard.
With the way that the veto works as well, the standard ban's expecting Haven to be one of the selected when you look at both of the teams' record on it so far. It's the most played for Zeros up until this point.
This is a nice spot. Yes.
And alternate attacks obviously making that decision themselves. Yeah, you're coming into the defense, but it just doesn't look like they have the answers right now, Cairo, honestly, more than anything else. Blossy trying something a little bit different, but Nikita has the antidote. Ginger attempting heroics of her own, but they're shot down before they can even get started. 4-on-3 numbers again for the French side.
I even invested in Hunter's Fury is a heavy one at that, because you're already down a player, down a couple, but no, they've traded it back. Spike still being baited out, trying to see if they can find Jade, and they can, but it's not without losing a player. Still 2v2, and look how many X's are in Garage.
That's the thing, right? It feels like every single time alternate attacks want to take one fight, there's two players on the Zeron side to meet it. In this 2v2, they've got to combine the moving pieces, solve the puzzle, find their first defender-sided round of Haven today. They're yet to find one. They're still empty-handed, and Tui wants to take it all for herself. But Harmony, the hope, the light at the end of the tunnel, finally delivers them their first.
Yeah, finally alternate attacks are on the board, Hazard, and they needed that. That'll be a little bit of life in the system for just now.
I need this.
Big thing here, though, Hazard, is there's still the Rolling Thunder to come online. Plenty more life in it. I was actually, when the Hunter's Fury came in here, thinking to myself, like, really? Are we going that far? We want to invest that much, but we get the dividends paid out in the end?
Careful.
So, yeah.
And again, I think alternate attacks already showing they want to take this game to Zerons. Whether they're capable to find results in doing so, though, is a different question entirely. Here comes Ellie, but for the cost of all of her health, two players pushed to the corner have to give up everything that they just worked for, all of the space. The utility brings no merit.
Ellie's still confident enough to take another fight. Look at this.
Still
going.
Ellie.
Is it more mid? Oh, they're watching this. Yeah, well aware. Here
oh, no! The timing!
No
Turn the head away. Jade gets one back, and look, it's a 4-on-3. Alternate attacks for all of the fights that they ended up taking. Have managed to do a decent job. Now is where you get a little cautious, though. Minute left. Let's not dig ourselves into another early grave.
Yeah, thank God. Dipping out and actually going close to Harmony so you can play as a 2-on towards C site. Blossy's still up with a smoking pocket, so can drop that smoke in the middle of C if they want to go for it, Hazard. But that pick up of the orb should tee up Jade and Harmony to know what's coming.
Oh, Jade isn't stunned though, and that one kill brings her online. It's surplus to requirements. Pink Ellie presses the X button, but ultimately signs off on her own death warrant. Alternate attacks finding their second successive here, Cairo. And in terms of ultimates, they lost the big pieces, and now alternate attacks have got some heavy hitters.
Hazard, you know, I went and I was obviously watching the game as everybody was in anticipation of this one. Although Pinkley had what do you call it, a kind of horrible ult thingy there. Guess how many assists she got in that last series? Over
the last
3
time
maps.
I checked, it was over 20 on one of the maps, so I want to say like 45 total?
Close.
How close?
59.
50? Okay, sure. Yeah, right. Not to make a mountain out of a molehill or anything, that's a pretty big difference. Yeah, like you say, so much impact from her.
Yeah.
And again, we just got to keep looking at this head-to-head between her and Jade. And now, this is what I was talking about before. A trap play. Cam into the sewers, stun off the back of it. Alternate attacks setting themselves up after conditioning the C aggression that we just saw in the previous.
All the players, though, has it not really going close towards A.
Yeah.
It's B where they go, and you're talking about that head-to-head. Well, there's no head left on Jade for this time round, and that spike will go down easier. What does the post plant look like, though, as the rest of the players are looking to head out towards B main? Ginger's trying to flank, but A Link has actually been gained control of by Zerons.
Too many different ideas in this retake for alternate attacks. Harmony through Link, and now Ginger left on the back lines. 2 players already on spot, but Akita is still here and fighting for her life. Well supported by the rest of the Zerons squad. Ulpio in for the backstab. Ellie 2 kills. This could just be something, but time is of the essence, and the health isn't there to match it. Headshot from Ellie. The blade to come out to play. The turret's enough to bring her offline. Lenka will find it herself instead. Zerons just about get through.
Perfect stuff in the end. I mean, so many multifaceted approaches, like Ginger flanking by their own Akita and A-Link alone. I mean, I don't know, man, but at the same time, it works out in the end, right?
Too, like, Zerons did a good job at managing all of this, because you had ideas of what was going on. The spy cam was there. That would immediately be a notice to, okay, alternate attacks are trying to play their A trap as they usually do once that cam was revealed. And the drone, which even followed it up as well. Smart from them to dodge it. There's an op behind the smoke this time, holding the cross. Harmony long. Both players disconnected, however, and this dash has just run out.
Yeah. On an island now. I mean, you've got a smoke to try and get out. Maybe you don't want to get out though, Ellie. Still sticking around, but unfortunately there's plenty of trades there in Harmony. The most important of it, Akita though, is already on site. So's the rest of Zerons. They're starting to crunch down on Harmony, and now we go what almost was even. Still Jade on site. Akita getting caught in the paranoia, and Zerons, they're having to try and stabilise here, Hazza, because they're hemorrhaging chances here. Hemorrhaging chance after chance. 2 alternate attacks. And that gap gets slowed to 2.
Yeah, really closing up the distance now. Alternate attacks. Sure, they're not able to find 4 from 4, but they were damn near close on round number 7. And again, it's just filling in the gaps, supporting one another. That flash from Blossy, the paranoia back through to help out Jade. The smoke towards short. Harmony following up the operator as well. They're starting to do the kind of things that we expect of them. From the defender side as well, all of this is just a momentum builder before we get to the attack where we know we can find results from them.
It's making Zerons sweat as well. There's always that little bit of doubt. Have we done enough? Has attack been good enough?
Still plenty more chances left, and they will keep coming as long as Akita has those blades. Scary, even on a round like this, and you've got the lockdown to really slow the pace to a snail-like situation should you choose to use it. And look how much room she's managed to get off the back of this as well.
And it's even got rid of the op. There's actually trades even here, Hazza, but there's no ultimates. I mean, 2Es maybe, but do you really want to use that? As well, probably the key win condition here is if they could actually use up Jade's role in Thunder. I don't think they'll get the chance, but a charge down long is maybe not the best idea. The Sheriff is got rid of Harmony, and there goes another, having to hold on towards the spike. Actually, the Hunter's Fury does enough to bring Jade off of it. That one ping will not be enough to actually get her off it. And Jade will win out with a 4K. But all in all, Hazard, that got extremely close.
I'm great. Name a more iconic duo. Alternate attacks Ruby in a Red Bull clutch. It's Jade's name alongside it. Harmony did her bit earlier on. These two again, pulling things out the bag for alternate attacks. But as much as I'm speaking about the German team here, it's this the eco with Sheriffs, for goodness sake, which pushed them that far. Sure, it brings out one of their own ultimates, which you probably would have liked here from Lou, but look, you can't knock her for trying. They brought that incredibly close, way closer than it needed to be, and it's all off the back of Akita at the start and then doing what alternate attacks were doing, following up with more presence, the same way they are here towards A lobby.
Take flight.
Still though, Hazard, as they take on towards the side. It's the next engagement that's most important. They've completely missed out on Jade, and it's Ellie that goes huge, holding out a almost flawless round. Losing out just 2 players, but still keeping it even now.
Yeah. No, look, not exactly flawless, but right, the 2 players that go down, both in link, both traded, like you say. A little bit of an awkward moment trying to flash through the smoke there. But again, I think Alternate Attacks are doing a pretty good job at just manipulating these setups, changing it round on round. The same way that they pressure C one time, they then go to a strong side A, where they leave B open without a trap or players. They plug it this time with that extra piece of utility. They know what Zerons are trying to bring. They know how deep the playbook goes, and they're there to match it.
Keita though, Stinger, pretty good, but no dash to get out. In fact, the updraft will be used. Elsewhere on the map though is what's most important for Zerons here, as they begin to scale up towards C.
Akita doesn't really care, she just wants the gun.
Yeah, I know, mate.
Rough situation. But Zerons, finding themselves in straits more dire than this, are against the but it doesn't matter. Tui doesn't care. Ellie removed, and while it can't be recovered, it doesn't matter because the site is open and it's a 5v3.
Jade lucky not to get caught off guard by the Stinger. Akita unlucky not to get that opportunity. Ultimate down to buy them an extra bit of space, but Zerons don't even realise there's nobody close at the moment.
This is what we're talking about as well. Just in an eco round, why not throw the lockdown if you want? This is insane. The timing from Blossy. She's made it past the turret. Zerons were thinking about it. Tui was. Turns her head away into the smoke. No. Another situation where timing is essential, and the ults pile driven into the long position allow Blossy to come up trumps. The captain with the kills this time, 3 of them in fact, to put Alternate Attacks in front for the first time this afternoon.
Honestly, this is looking like Alternate Attacks. This is looking like the roster we expected to turn up earlier. I think they've well and truly realised what has went wrong. You can see that here. You can see the game plans, the ideas, they're all coming together. I mean, this was just hell in a cell on C-Long. How could you get out of there? I mean, the players were stuck, and you just had Blossy there to pick it all up.
It's crazy too, the amount of ults that both sides are willing to invest on a round like that. 2 ops, 1 round left, plenty of credits, no reason not to give it a go. Slight adaptation on the trip window as well. Pinkerly won from the Rolling Thunder, and we saw Valiant do this before. They got the ult, and then they went through Garage. If a player dashes into that position, they will be caught, and they should be killed. This is a really nice read if it pays off.
If buts and maybes though has it.
The operative word.
Yeah. Again though, they'll see 1 operator, or maybe they won't, since Ellie's dipping out the way. Dash procced.
It's her duty here to hold the cross. She has been spotted by the reveal, but now they know that it's the sniper there. And with the spike yet to be committed, a rifle in her hands on the A-hold. It's looking like they will be heading towards this left-hand side. When does this Rolling Thunder come into play? Because you've not got much time left to use it.
40 seconds to be exact, and a little bit of breathing room, but somehow, in the back of sight, Tui's just holding on. Almost like a fragging controller player, but can't frag at all. In fact, it's Alternate Attacks, Azza. They've completely upset the odds, and there goes the rest of Zerons. All up to Lenka, and she's delivered. Ellie sniffing at the heels.
15
Spike
seconds.
nowhere close, and time is against them. You're right, but Ellie's dropped off the angle. Allowed a chance for Lenka to get on towards the spike, but the issue is his time is getting lower and lower. Has to commit to the spike plant now. Can't come off. In fact, Ellie's not even ran her. Not even give a chance at 1v1. And it's 4 on the round for Lenka to make it even on the half.
That should not be a round which Zerons win. But it's another equalizer, which means that for the last 3 times that Alternate Attacks have played Haven, it's been a 6-6 half.
Last player standing.
The silver lining after that Red Bull clutch is that they do go onto their preferred attack side now. But peaking one after the other here, and the fact that she's able to close it with the time available, Just unbelievable, honestly.
Yeah.
Placing sentry.
I think as well, as we move on towards the next one though, has it. Zeron's are on the, I'd say the lower hand, right? I think they've picked into Haven, seeing the success of the French comrades, rivals, whatever you want to call them, and Valiant, and try to like maybe see if they can upset alternate attacks. Maybe it's not their best map, but alternate attacks have had success here before. And they're showing it already. Oh, a bit of an awkward one. Lupio, where's that come from? Out of garage, and it's just been a dumpster fire on the C site.
Last player standing.
Only Ginger left, back through mid. A sinking feeling, an all too familiar one. But could there still be a clutch on the cards yet? I'm no fortune teller, but it certainly feels like there's something in the water on this final Sunday. The turret's not watching, so it's only Pinkerly here. If Ginger finds the timing, she may just have a chance, but as the alarm bot calls attention, it all goes quiet yet again. Plenty of time to think about how she wants to approach this, like you say, and with the Cage and Cam at her disposal, it is the double up which she must beat, but turns the head away at the final second. Look, there was a chance. It's one which is left hanging though. Zeron's finding both pistols here.
This is another issue that we've seen from alternate attacks from last series though, Hazza, not being able to pick up the pistols when it's most important. Last time they tried to go for a force, something different, upset their opponents. I don't think we'll be seeing much of that, considering the spike lay dormant on that site without much activity at all. In fact, Zerons has it. I thought for a minute they weren't going to invest like more. In fact, actually, yeah, they've brought 2 pistols into this one. A bit of a gamble in some aspects.
But not really when you look at the money. I mean, Ellie's still 1.4k. Jade's 950. Yeah, I mean, look, they're just giving themselves half a chance. And I tell you what, it's an open sea site that they've got access to, so why not? Ellie was testing the limits on the previous round here, but with a dash and an upgraded pistol in her hands. Hell, a stationary target. You thought there was a chance, but Lou still committed to the drone fully as the bullets whiz over her head, plays the rest of her team back into garage, and they mop up the pieces. It's a knife drawn in the hands of Akita. But Blossy, by her own smoke, is left without a chance, so Zerons do in fact find their 8th.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Zeron's coming in with 2 pistols, and they get everything that they bought up in towards the next, right? So, all in all, that little bit of worry that I had ended up working out pretty nicely. And they get the 2-round gap that they were looking for. I think the thing for me, though, Hazza, is if this bonus is going to look as deadly as I expect it to, and that's something that alternate attacks need to be wary of, because they lose the bonus, then it's firmly in Zerons' hands again.
Because they saved the 2 pistols, and I thought you were talking about the sheriffs on the attack. So, look, the one shared brain cell's doing overtime, but certainly Zerons have the maths. I know what you mean, right? You want to give yourself every chance, and Lou already building towards that ult, selfless as she is, isn't one of the players equipped with an automatic weapon here. Mid-play, Akita, the one throwing her name into the mix, into the ring. More than anything, it'll be footsteps. If alternate attacks don't commit to this and they make some noise, then she will know, and the rotations should match it.
Akita invested into the pocket in mid. It's lovely shots from Ginger, but needs to be wary of more heading her way. And well, there's 2 getting the kills that they needed to get back into their hands. So no chance to break the choke with a jet dash, but there's still plenty of utility there, Pazza.
Oh, look, Ginger's done her job. That 1 kill in mid completely set up, ruined the setup from Zerons to flood this retake. You've got guns trained, you've made crossfires now. It even gives more time for the utility to come back up. But can they see off the push?
Oh, the beyond! No way! Well, it's even better from Ellie. 2A though, good at fragging out in their own right, but it doesn't work out here. Still, alternate attacks though, Hazza. Getting 2 rifles in towards the next one, keeping them close to their opponents. They've done everything they were asked to do.
Exactly, that's it, right? You just got to be checking every box, leave no stone unturned, carry on. This is an unbelievable read from Ginger, playing Operation. And the fact that she goes down is sort of superfluous to the way that it pans out, because they already got the setup that they wanted. Alternate attacks being given quite a few free sites here. Zeron's banking on their ability to retake. They are trying to build towards some of those ults, but still, you don't see them come online.
Oh, Akita. A loss of health. That's the problem. That's your oppo. I mean, one and done, almost, right? I think that's the thing. Something that Zerons have got so much in bucket loads is their ability to frag. And I mean, you look at Tui as another option here, Hazard, because they were able to drop 230 bombs in that last series, but they won't be dropping much more in this round as they execute in Zerons. They end up coming out on top. A player advantage, but remember, Akita, only 5 points of HP.
Like you highlighted, low from the first engagement. Lou by her side, and honestly, she gets the ult up here, it could be huge, but with the absence of the Killjoy, Jade will first look towards mid for a gap, some kind of a hole which she can exploit. And they've passed each other. They're just going to walk on by. Jade says, hang on a second, something's not quite right. There's got to be someone here. And she digs her out. A grave for Lou. That's the healthy player gone. And in the 1v1, you got to fancy her chances up against this op.
I mean, that's it. It's almost like the Mexican standoff here, Hazard. Because one bullet will win it all. Jade playing it passive, waiting for a flank. Remember, Akita's still on that op. Hasn't traded it off for anything. Jade with the stun. Gets a notification of the player. Just the leg. That's all that was needed. And Jade converts it. 8-8. We're back even.
Huge clutch for Jade to win out again. Someone's got to come up with whatever her stats are on the analyst desk. Another Red Bull clutch. And just as I was loading up the point to say, it feels like mechanical players, as you mentioned, Zerons feeling happy to take these fights too. Alternate attacks and backside holds could have been the perfect storm to stop that C play dead in its tracks. But Jade in a clutch, equally as potent. It's done just enough to push them onto an eco here as well. So that's going to be the first timeout for either team into round number 17.
I mean, this is it, right? Like, Zerons need to sit down, come up with some plans for the next couple of rounds, because you sit down and you look at towards what we're in and the state of the half, right? It's the ultimates, it's the big plans, and what's available for alternate attacks. I mean, they've got the counter that they need for the lockdown if it comes online for Zerons, but they've got Hunter's Fury of their own. There's stuff that can be done here. They've poked and prodded, they've tested the setup, they've had chances to win out, they've just missed out, like missing out on a 2v1 in that last round.
That's exactly it. Instead, it's Zerons on the receiving end rather than alternate attacks. They're getting through it, as they did for the whole of the upper bracket run, I think it's fair to say. You know, like converting situations where they go players down was the forte of this team. Now, putting themselves on the front foot. Blades coming in. Lenka trying to disengage as best she can. Does forfeit the sight, but keeps her life. And there is a pretty hefty flank being wagered here, with alternate attacks not having too much space of their own.
It's not only that though, Hazza. Like, Zerons have got full control of Garage. Ellie though has gained control of CT, not that she knows it, of course. And actually Ginger's going to invest in neural theft. Everybody knowing about and plans being made. Easy enough for alternate attacks to get this win over the line, Hazza, as expected.
And like you say, being able to call these rounds in the mid-round when things got really chaotic was where they struggled before. Up against an eco, that's where your problems are going to be caused. Instead, it's Ellie, the one throwing spanners into the works. It comes in the form of blades instead. Even Blossy winning out against her opposite number. And Andalucia flawless on that round number 17, but not the round which Zerons would have been planning for. The tactical timeout comes to this one, where those ultimates, I mean, hell, they're only a few points away from a royal flush here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing though for me, Hazza, when I think about alternate attacks Ruby in general. Like, something that they said about their calling structure actually was that Blossy's very, like, definitely the IGL who calls the pre-round, but for the mid-round, and this is something that I find like not very common, is that all the players chip in. Ellie's looking to chip in here though, and unfortunately won't get the opportunity to.
Like you say, that's the thing with Blossy. She is the smoker, but also the sword bearer for this team. Live by it, die by it. Likes to be aggressive, take a lot of fights, and Ginger doing the same, but through the lens of a lurk, which is cut short by a heater instead. Garage given up, but the rest of mid still feeling the presence of alternate attacks. All of this, just a quick fake to put Harmony out on the A site, get that spike down, as the retake is not yet set in motion.
Feels as if every time Zeron's tried to look through a main, they've got someone looking straight back. And well, there's the Hunter's Fury we were talking about earlier. Won't get much in terms of value, but it will delay the spike plan, allowing the players to get into position.
And like you say, they've been given the time of day here, alternate attacks. When they set up for post-plant, they don't tend to lose.
That's going to be a big cast for Cuss if it does come through, has it? Remember, alternate attacks are the one with a player down. And finally, they will make the move in. But as they jump out of heaven, they're sent straight to hell. Every single damn one of them. It's up to Pinkley once more. And she's given it a good go, but that's all it will be. A good go. Alternate attacks, double digits.
Yeah, alternate attacks the one that give them a run for their money instead. And look, as the kids say, I stood on business, Cairo. Once you give them the time to set up in that kind of situation, they are not going to falter. I mean, we saw it so many times against Mad Lions Koi. They struggled to enact their game plan fully in the series versus Valiant. But, I mean, even the attack side there for them wasn't the worst that we've seen. So, honestly, I think Zeron's may need to reassess how exactly they want to approach this. It's fine to go for the retake, but you need to have a strength somewhere on the map.
I think as well, though, like, in the middle of this ultimate, it's almost like a standoff between the two, right? Because alternate attacks, they have the counter to every Zeron's ultimate. The upper hand, perhaps.
Ginger walking solo again on the tightrope. Judge looking to execute her here, but the pellets at that kind of range is quite simply a no-go. Led off with a warning, and it's this new lease of life which she'll look to use with a spike on her back with the rest of their team. Ellie giving over a rifle. Yeah, not the best start here for alternate attacks. Ultimately, it could have looked a lot worse.
100%. I think for me, alternate attacks are just so much looser, so much happier to let swing. And this time though, need to be careful of Lou Petit. Yeah, there we go. It will happen. Lou will get that kill. And I mean, this is something that we didn't see from them last time. The Rolling Thunder though is perfect. The shot's even better, Blossy. You're not meant to win those. 11 is what they'll find. One off of map point.
You could see how much it means to her. Shaking her head from left to right. You can only imagine what's going on in the player perspective right now if we had the cams there. But yeah, as I said before, it's a big let-off at the start. And even this Rolling Thunder, it catches Lenka on the way back through.
One enemy remaining.
Say what you want about the stunned player though, because Blossy finding 3 does so much for the confidence. Think about how she performed against Valiant. It was below par. It doesn't take an expert to see that, and she will know it herself. But to come back in this kind of situation, win the rounds that they have, I think we've got to talk a little bit more about Zeron's on the opposite side right now, because they've got a lot of work to do, and it's another timeout which they'll look to do it with.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as well, just to build upon the point that you were saying, sorry, Hazza, before talking about Zeron's, is just that, I mean, alternate attacks are that family team. We were talking about it on the desk, about how what better than to have family to bounce back from a tough situation. They would have bonded together, and this is exactly what Zeron's need to do, though. They need to try and find a way to come back in. Nice ideas, but again, like, it feels as if they've caught the bug that alternate attacks had. Like, with good ideas, but small little things not working out, like Lupiot trying to hide themselves in shot rather than going deep into shot. Is very shallow towards the site, trying to play a cubby position and just gets caught off guard, putting their team even further down in the count.
I mean, again, look, it's just an eco though, right?
Yeah, true,
Now we're into the gun round. If the same mistakes come up, it's an issue. The Jets headbutt in midair, dash past one another, but Akita passes go, and instead of collecting 200, it's a stun, which sets her up for failure. Tui's got to hold on, and 2 kills may just be enough. It's an equalizer, but again, the site given up, and another retake, which they've got to go into here.
But the issue is, Hazza, you see the lockdown invested, there's still a Hunter's Fury that can be shot back from Harmony, but with every player in clear, I don't think they want to actually, Hazza. I think they're thinking about actually trying to play this for post-plant.
She was pretty open, there was not much other space left to use it. The spam comes through, makes it a 2v2. The ult gets cancelled. Harmony needs to take the fight, but Pinkily is one step ahead. Zeron's at the 9th. The gap reduced to 2. And just when they needed it, the response is there.
I mean, that's an important round. I mean, you win out in an ultimate duel. The thing is, though, we now look at it. Jade still sitting with that Rolling Thunder, and it needs to be invested soon, right? Because we're starting to get to crunch time. It's 11-9, lose the next one 11-10, you're breathing down the throat of your opponent. It becomes a game of mentality, not strategy, you know?
I was about to say, breathing down the throat's a little close for comfort, but I catch your drift.
That's the image though, right?
It's a scary one. A dash again! They're doing the exact same thing, but this time, Akita gets the better of it. Still both Jets in play, and it's Akita with 3 kills. Twice the numbers with that 2-round gap seemingly to close. Blossy will do what she does best and look for a way back out, but hasn't exactly handed the escape rope to Harmony here. A slight disconnect as she crosses. But the bottom line is, she has crossed, and there is a pathway to A should she choose to go for it.
But the thing is, though, Hazza, look what Blossy's got. The ultimate straight away back towards C, and now it's mind games against the Rons, and Harmony's very close by. When this spike goes down, though, you're totally right. And both the alternate attack players that are up and alive need to go searching for something, find a pocket to play in, and try and upset Zerons' retake.
I finally managed to find a way to undo the spike spaghetti, and it does finish on C. Again, you've got to be expecting both of these players to hunt for a kill. They need 2 each if the round is to be run for alternate attacks. 2 smokes in play to play around with for them.
Distraction, that's what it was, a ruse coming out, upsetting these players, and again, they're combining. This didn't happen in the last map. 1v1, Lupiot onto the spike, up against Blossy, the other captain, the other leader. It's France versus Germany in the most important round, and Lupiot just stays on the spike, holding 4. Blossy allows a chance for Zerons to come back into it. We're within 1.
Both IGLs, both captains, both commentators. Lupio instead calls her bluff and says it as it is, a Zerons round win. It should have been in the situation we found ourselves in, but a valiant attempt from the team put to the sword by that very team, no pun intended. I like the ideas. They were setting each other up. They couldn't play together entirely, but still there was a bit of tandem about it. A technical pause is timed in one of the times ever. I don't really know. Is it impeccable or is it your worst nightmare?
I mean, that's it. And if your alternate attacks after finding so many rounds, right, in a row, the last 2 rounds letting Zerons back in, do you doubt yourself? I mean, that's the question, right? Like, when you start to get towards the end here of the first map, remember, this is a best of 3. After everything you went through in the first series, bouncing back like you have, there's always that doubt in the back of your head.
Yeah, I mean, when you speak of these players as well, and you look at Akita, Ellie now having the games that we expect of them, especially Ellie, but Akita coming in top 4 for first kills per round, a player who has twice the clutch success rate as Ellie does. I think you've got to be saying it like do you want to value the kills you get in the early round, or would she be better off in the late rounds to win them out? I guess it doesn't matter if Lou's still alive, but yeah, I'm not sure right now, honestly, because again, you're seeing them find advantages. It's that conversion which has been a little bit more labored.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just it. And I think as well, like, they almost feel like two very similar teams in just two very different regions, right? Like DAC and France, like, both well supported from their organisations, both like teams of friends coming together. I mean, obviously alternate attacks are maybe a bit different in terms of distance. Zeron's like a team all from the same city who are able to go and hang out and stuff.
Yeah, I think as well, like you say, it's that team mentality and longevity to both of the projects, which is really nice to see in a time which, for game changers, especially in the main stage, we're sort of seeing a few more mixes come in. Odd one out, still unsigned. Give him a blank check, guys. Come on, you know we all want it. Yeah, like, just these regional commitments are brilliant to see.
And you can see, especially within, like, I don't necessarily know about France. I know there's was it the Valkyrie tournament that happened not so long ago.
Yes.
And, but like, there's always Project Queens and DAC, and that's always a consistent thing.
I can't say that there isn't the same in Zerance as well, though, because like you mentioned, Valkyrie's games, that's what Zerance won. It was the first tournament win for them as a roster. And as well, Rise to Supremacy, which, if I'm correct in saying, is run by Samuel Etienne. Maybe I've got the name completely wrong. I'm sorry if I have, mate, because you're doing a great job. He's been putting on a lot of tournaments in Paris. So again, for these Parisian players, it's like a home ground that they can go to, an event that they can expect, which, you know, does sometimes feel like a rarity in terms of lands for these girls. But all it does is build more experience so that they are prepared when one of the two hits the main stage in a few hours from now.
Exactly. Brings more players out the woodwork as well, trying it, dipping their toes in the water.
Keep them coming.
Well, Akita dips her toe into blood, Ginger's blood, actually to be considered. Big loss though, because that's the flank open has it, even though we've not really been seeing much of the flank trips generally through the round.
It's what I was saying before as well. Not only she got the first kill that we credit her upon, but managed to get out as well. And that's sort of the read of how Ginger's been playing mid solo a lot of times. There is the opportunity to snag one there if you time it right. Gets the better of her here. And while alternate attacks do have the setup, like I say, they don't have the numbers.
But they have the ultimates, and there it is. Actually, Rolling Thunder in. It's the defensive ultimate has it. Oh no, Zerons! They're wiping them clean. This is looking all even, and it certainly is. It's flawless, but Ananda Luthia flawless actually in the end has a all even 11-11.
Mate, I'm so happy that you've read that one out as well, because we all know that the Scottish accent means that you speaking any other language is just that language with a Scottish accent. But to speak about the round itself, yeah, like I say, there are ultimates on both sides. Zeron's doing a brilliant job at clearing it out this time, though, and on the alternate attacks perspective, they didn't sit deep. They were aggressive with the ult. There wasn't too much coverage from it. It was just out of the main walkway from CT spawn. The Heaven players is where the brunt of the retake came from, though. You've got players jumping through, TPing, supported with flashes, recons, and obviously the Aftershock to clear out Hell. It's a lot more diligent, and that's what we've seen from the final 3 attempts. All retakes, all successful. A turn of the tide.
Now alternate attacks, they take their turn to stall us out. Make us waiting. Does not stop, it seems to be, has it? But yeah, I mean, for alternate attacks, Ruby, no wonder they invest it. They've lost 3 rounds in a row now. And yet again, we talk about crunch time. This is it. We're guaranteed to have all the rounds in regulation, 24 to be exact. And that's only map 1. We could be here till midnight.
We certainly could. I'm living for it, though. And well, Ginger has been said You're not going to live much longer if you keep hanging around in mid. You've been getting away with too much, and Akita's on watch now. Be a slightly different approach, or I don't know if they'll just stick to their laurels here. The cam goes out in mid instead. It's the A presence which we get early. Not often that we see them playing for C long. So many of the teams that alternate attacks have faced go pick up that orb early doors. Not really been something that they've looked for all too often. With Harmony 2 away, certainly got to be thinking about it.
Zeron's though, look how passive it is. Like I think that the C-long position is probably most important. But you look towards A-Link, that's the bit that confuses me, Hazard.
Well, like, you've deposited a player A here as well. If you want to split the C site, it's going to be that same corner which Dream took up last time out and punished them from that could be a problem. So no, they commit to the original ambition. A is the site where this round, this penultimate round of regulation should end. All Lenka has to do is hold on for just a moment, and there's a couple of players in A-Link, like you said, to pick up the pieces.
I mean, they're playing with a KG turret for contact, actually. I think there's a chance that Lenka may have actually get caught. Hunter's Fury's not getting any tags at all, but Lenka is certainly collecting heads. Collects onto the second. It's done so much, but so is Bossy and Jade. Just like that, on its head. A 1v1 on site. Ginger was nowhere near close. And alternate attacks this map point.
That is unbelievable. For the round to play out in that kind of fashion. The two players there for the quick rotate. Lenka went above and beyond. She's working the double shift in short, for goodness sake. But when the rest flood through, they're nowhere to be seen. It's all Blossy and Jade. In fact, it's all Jade at the end for what I don't think was a pay safeguard Thrifty. But they could certainly be banking on their chances of taking this one now in the final round. Not unless Zerons take the fight to them and win.
Oh, well, straight updraft the knives, though they're not hitting. Zerons trying their best. Taking the fight to them, but Ginger's actually escaped in towards Garage, and even is flanking. This is a grunge. What has now become a disaster. Lupiot is very, very quick to react to that one after droning themselves through. The players of Zerons are trying to escape, but it is going to end up even as we reset. Spike is back up. We can have a moment to breathe.
It's been a while. If it keeps on going like this, we'll be on a ventilator by the end of the night, but we're here for it. Only one team can make it. It feels unfair. Safest pair of hands so far had been Lou, but Lenka's leash not tight enough. She goes walking in mid, but Tui with her is set out to finish what she started. Two players, in fact. Harmony thinking about the flank, second guessing it. Ellie isn't, right on the money. Lou there with her, dashing into the crosshair. Jade is on the other side of the map, but she's not needed. Another 13-11 win for alternate attacks on Haven. This time, they take the advantage in the series.
This time, they look a lot more like themselves, Hazard. That's the key point. Being proactive, taking the fight to their opponents, and most importantly, hitting their goddamn shots, mate. Like, that was the big thing. They were losing out in key moments when they had good plans. The confidence didn't look as if it was there, but they look like themselves. They look as if they're back to square one, and I'm really happy for them. They were able to win out their opponent's pick, heading on towards Sunset. This is where things are going to start to get spicy now.
That's the thing as well. We didn't know which version of alternate attacks were due to come out into this matchup as well. The statistic heading into Haven was that they'd won 1 out of the 4 times they'd played it in Contenders Series 2. But still, they had the confidence to keep going. And once they played their own game with that defender side, which looked a lot better, it was enough mistakes that they were able to rectify for this to be another 13-11. Still, credit to Zerons. It's only the second time they've ever lost this. So that now makes you wonder, how are they going to look when we head to Sunset? They just lost it against Blackhand. Is it enough time to make the improvements that they need to make sure that it's going to be a result for them? A lot of the same storylines popping up on both sides, Cairo.
I mean, for me though, Hazza, the thing that I would have to say is that Sunset game was overtime, right? So like, I think like there's obviously good things happening there. I think that like that series could have easily been 2-0 depending on how that result went. So alternate attacks aren't out the woods just yet, and they need to be careful of what their opponents can bring to the table.
Yeah, this series certainly shaping up to be all that we ever asked for as a qualification game for stage number 3. That's going to be all from us for this first map, but we've got a break, and then after that, the analysts to give you all of the insight.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Hello, welcome back to Game Changers. Contenders. It's no longer called Tendies because we're taking things very seriously, Pilski, now, as we have got our first map, Victor. They are alternate attacks, Ruby, and as we saw them crash and burn on this map earlier today against Valiant GC, it was perhaps a surprise to see them want to play the defensive side first. But Pilski, it seemed like it was the right decision.
Yeah, I think that was a difficult side for them against Valiant. They found themselves punished. They found themselves in a lot of positions where it was really, really strugglesome for them to get around on defense. And I thought, honestly, as a lot of teams do on Haven, that you can really get the ball rolling on attack. You can be proactive. But as you mentioned, it ended up being a pretty good decision based off the fact that they were actually able to complete some retakes despite a bad start to the half. It looked like it was going in the same direction as the Valiant series, but they actually won some XVXs. They constructed some good mid rounds, and then their attack side, they really grounded all the way back and had some very, very good rounds. But it was a valiant effort for Zerance, it has to be said. That was a really, really tight game at Haven.
Yeah, I mean, just from being there and watching the whole thing start to finish, commentating over it, it's everything that you wanted from alternate attacks, I think. Still a couple of situations which did look a little bit sloppy, got very chaotic, but they had the right players in the clutches. Jade doing it again, Harmony as well, the names that you want. And then Blossy also individually stepping up around it, where I think she had a pretty torrent time in that first series that we saw. So more of the right things, and look, it's also Zerance's pick, so a good place to be.
Yeah, we're still seeing a bit of inconsistency, I should say, from round to round, Pilski. Do you think this is now a case of stamina? Because it's been a long day for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think you're just naturally going to get sloppier games once you go back-to-back series. You could say less so for the side of attacks, but at the same time, the big break will sometimes leave you a little bit lethargic, a bit stop and start. You had a couple tech pauses in there, and it was a very, very tight game. So I think the deeper and deeper we go into this series, you've already seen Haven get a little bit sloppy in terms of the fundamentals and some of the spacing and peeking off one another, and a couple little mistakes, which, look, to be fair, we did see in the initial series from attacks against Valiant, although I felt like they were getting punished a little harder. We'll probably see more of the same. But yeah, I'm keen to see what we're going to get from this next map. Probably some more big plays, I would assume.
Yeah, we saw plenty of big plays from Jade, Hazza.
Yeah, I think it feels right now like the energy for both is coming in bursts, and whether that is the catalyst of a clutch from Jade or Zerance having a bit more time to calculate what they want to do, because I think they were pretty good at making adaptations over time. It's one or the other. The concerning part for me, though, is, again, you're coming into Sunset now. Into today, they hadn't won it, they played it once, and it's going to be, a matter which was made worse by the fact they also lost it to Blackhand. And if Jade is playing the game that she can on Breach, this util heavy agent on a map like Sunset where you do have really tight chokes and that utility is going to be super useful, then there could be a problem.
I think Jade, I mean, even just looking at those highlights, won them a lot of pretty important rounds. That first half, like 2 1v4s in situations she should never win. Probably had a follow-on effect from that in terms of resetting the economy in those kind of rounds. And then another pretty big impact round in the late stages there, right on map point going against you. She's able to come up with a clutch 3K. That's pretty huge in a 13-11 game. I dare say she's probably won them that game of Haven.
So looking at the Zerance Mint side of things, Akita is a 17-year-old duelist. I imagine probably still studying Pilski. What did you think of her performance in this match?
I mean, she just played this game today and dropped 34 against Blackhand in a Sunset game that they lost on the Rays. So if she's dropping another 300 ACS, I dare say that Zerance are feeling pretty comfortable in their Sunset. I mean, it is a really good map for attacks. On the other hand of things, they have a lot of reps on it, but they did recently lose it to Mad Lions as well. So we'll see which way this is going to go. Maybe another crazy OT, because that one was 24 rounds again.
Yeah, we just got to be looking out for her in the early round as we were before. It was a game on Haven of her figuring out when she wanted to try and take those timings. There was one round in particular where she found Ginger through mid just with the expectation of how alternate attacks set up. And I think a few more situations like that where she doesn't lose confidence, she keeps going for these fights but knows when she should be taking those timings. It's already set up for success, and at 17 years of age, you just can't knock it at all.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that proactivity. Also, you have to say that Lou is leading by example as well, especially towards the end of that first half. We saw her taking the game into her own hands and causing some hero plays that led that scoreline to be closer to the point where I thought we were actually going to end up in OT, which is something that Zerance Mint have played a lot of so far tonight. So maybe it's probably a relief that we can actually wipe the slate clean and head into Sunset. I mean, you guys have already mentioned some expectations for Sunset, that Akita is a key win condition for the side of Zerance Mint. However, this is an attacks map pick. So, Pilski, do you think that you're anticipating a 2-0 now?
I think they played it so well against Blackhand, which is a pretty solid roster, that I really think they could potentially turn this one around, but it's going to be a bit of a slog here. Like, let's be real, their shortest map today was, I think, 21 or 22 rounds, and then they played 3 on top of that have gone 24 plus. So we're playing a lot of Valorant in a lot of high intensity, high pressure kind of taxing situations. So we'll see if they have the stamina for a fifth map of Valorant here.
The French love a revolution. Let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're expecting from these two teams. Probably something that's pretty standard. In fact, could even be a mirror matchup. Oh, hey. And that's exactly what we're going to get, Hazza.
Yeah, it is. Look, we haven't seen any changes to compositions on any maps throughout the top 4 of playoffs. Everyone's sticking to their guns. It's been months in the making now. You play your own game, and it just have to see whether it's going to be good enough or not. For Zerance, yet to win this map so far in Contenders Series 2. So if there was any better time to win it, it would be when everything's on the line, your tournament life and qualification included.
You know what?
I think... Yeah,
Pilski, keep going. Pilski, keep going.
Okay, I will.
Your
I think
opinion matters more than mine.
The Sova's seen a lot of popularity lately. Obviously, you don't have the flash agents of the Gecko and the KO. I think the KO is really good at directing traffic on this map and finding info, but the Breach can definitely set you up for some really kind of snappy set plays and dives on in with the Rays, which I know you love, Frankie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like a bit of Rays. Listen, I am really happy to see a KO, and I'm sad that we haven't seen any KO today because, yeah, it just appeals to my old school FPS sensibilities. But we have got new school casters right now because, Hazza, you're one of them. So we're going to send you down below. We're going to double you up. Whoa. Do something fun. Like point at yourself. Spider-Man it.
I've been stretched. I'm traveling through time and space. Oh, I could do like a little TikTok dance, actually. It's a shame. Opportunity wasted.
We're not having any of that. No. I mean, that era of Hazza GC is gone, and double of you is too much, right? Let's just focus on the game for now. Sunset. Sure.
Yeah, let's. And as I said before, we've got to say it as it is, be candid. Zerons haven't won it so far. They pushed Black Hand very close on one of those maps, which they were originally playing the explosive neon comp, right? You know, they played the same set of agents on Lotus, Sunset, and Haven. One of few teams which were actually able to contain what they were trying to do. This is something a little bit more run-of-the-mill and maybe more suited to what their tastes are or what their expectations are, perhaps. For Alternate Attacks Ruby, this was the one map that they did lose against MDK, so if you were going to go back and VOD one, this would be it. Have they made the improvements, or does it fly under the radar and allow Zerons to get the win when they need it?
Yeah, I mean, Hazard, do you have the time to go back and VOD review and fix the mistakes you had? I mean, there was only realistically 1 day of freeness, right? And I imagine a lot of these players would have wanted to free themselves up, maybe just do some minimal prac. As for Zerons, Hazard, it has been a very, very long night. One which I imagine will be starting to creep up on them. I mean, in terms of the Valorant that they've played, Hazard, they're guaranteed to have played nearly 100 rounds of Valorant by the end of this night.
It's like that statistic we had on the true or false as to how many rounds have been played in groups as a whole. It's almost like a mini group stage in effect, trying to qualify here through the lower bracket. Ellie first in the fight here though, and as much as we talked about how good Akita's been, she's the first player lost. The A site won't go with it though. Lenka still hanging around with all her utility to play with.
Oh, stuck in elbow. Jade trying to play Jack in the box, but Harmony's got the trade. So does Blossy. It's either way, and it's actually a 3v1. Plinkly though, teed up. Every player low in some capacity, but everybody has the capacity on alternate attacks to get this one over the line.
Duo of Blossy and Ellie converting what is the first pistol round win for alternate attacks in this series. Neither on Haven, yet still they squeezed out the victory. You see this opening here, so explosive towards top mid. Lenka does a decent job to hold on, and she'll be frustrated that Harmony was on the shields there. But again, it's like that standard Sova pistol buy, right? You get the drone, you get the shields.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that that's the player that she runs into. Set of rifles. Alternate attacks want to keep that ball rolling.
Sunset's such an interesting map with the way it plays out.
Yeah.
It can be so execute focused, and then you just get rounds like this where like it's not even in first gear, you know, you're just holding it on the clutch, on the biting point.
That's where preparation comes into play as well in terms of what those executes look like, the variation, the setup. To speak of rematches, for example, of which this isn't, Zerons have won every single one of those so far in the competition. Execute making its way forward. Lenka, Tui, pistols finding value. Things starting to get scary, but stabilized by the surefire heads on the alternate attack side. Jay gets out of trouble with the spike, and you know, should Ginger go down in transition, she is the player you want in the clutch. But Pinkley does have the Bulldog.
Spike planted.
Not looking the right way. Yeah, Ginger closes it out, and we'll even get a Bulldog for their troubles. It's cost a lot that round for alternate attacks.
Who are you?
But at the end, Hazard getting 2 of those Bulldogs through is probably the most important. Another technical pause. These guys just want to make us wait.
Yeah, it was to do with Frankie on the desk as well, when she was saying to Pilski about Lou. Like, yeah, she's, as the caller, someone's got to bring a lot of energy. Actually had in the notes for her here that she shouts after every round. And if you go on her Twitter, you will see that half of the pictures of her at any LAN event she attends is either her holding a trophy or shouting into the camera. So one of the two. Life of a commentator, I suppose, after all. But like I said about that preparation earlier on, the games which they won in question, they lost to On-Site in groups, beat them in the first round of playoffs.
Yeah.
And Charbon, a regional matchup, that one from the French Benelux qualifier, a 2-0 against them there. We are just going to be heading back to the cams, because it seems as if this technical issue is a little longer than anticipated. But in fact, we're just going to be restarting the server as a whole. But the game state should remain the same. I believe it will be those first 2 rounds for alternate attacks. In terms of what you've seen so far, what do you think Zerons need to do to try and stop them from finding success? What worked in the round that we've just seen, if you could cast your memory back just moments ago?
I mean, honestly, Hazza, like, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to Zerons in this, but I don't think it was Zerons doing things well in that round that brought them close. I would say actually it was the opposite. It was alternate attacks doing things wrongly. Like, if you go and watch that round back, Harmony literally strafes left, holds her A key all the way around until she can take a peek on the Zerons Lupiot. Oh my god, trying to get me to pronounce names. Yeah, exactly. Trying to get me to pronounce names that are regional is awful, right? But at the end of the day, yeah, like literally just strafes out, and it's like this disrespect that alternate attacks had to the Thrifty that ended up costing them, in my opinion. Luckily enough, they had what they needed to, so to get it over the line with the firepower, etc. But yeah, alternate attacks need to be careful of what they're doing, because Zerons just reminded them, hey guys, we are still here and we can still take it to you.
So you're talking about errors, right? Cairo,
yes!
Riddle me this. If Zerons are to take the cake, how do they capitalize on Attax's mistake?
Riddle me this, has it. What? I don't know. I was trying to come back in with something.
Didn't have enough thinking time.
Yeah.
Whatever. Plenty of it for the players, though. An intermission. Go on.
Which Redden has another trophy in the cabinet?
I don't know.
Spain. Right, on to the next one.
I hate you. I guess we carry on. What a way to spoil the result for me there.
Thank you very much.
Alternate attacks. 2 rounds up. My mood's ruined. Into the next round. They have the guns. It's these pistols again that you were speaking about on Haven. A little short-handed, but it was from that bonus where they could barely carry anything through.
I mean,
testing out mid, Zerons disengage.
Yeah, they are disengaging, but the thing for me is Ginger's managed to hide perfectly. On top of that, though, like we saw alternate attacks actually win out an anti-eco for themselves when they were on the Thrifty end of it. Harmony, again, that disrespect, walking out main, not looking towards the key points, trying to find a cam for themselves, cost them their life. Only had a Sheriff though, that's the key point. And Ginger, still in mid and has so much space to walk into. In fact, he even finds Lupiot.
Yeah, it works well, gets there in the end. Lenka has one trap left towards elbow. Alternate attacks got to be cautious as to how they play around this, but I mean, Ginger's filling the gap. She's got the cage there as well. Puts her own trap over as she does the limbo. A nade available in sight. Utility for alternate attacks to hold on. The trap is missed, in fact. It's let them back through. Tui, no idea. Headshot, but no kill. Zerons in prime position unless Blossy can clutch this. And the captain can't. It's Lenka instead, which puts them on the board.
Has a sneeze, a blow down would have been enough, you know what I mean, a huff and a puff. I mean, that's all that was needed for alternate attacks to get that one over the line. Blotty's going to be frustrated at that, but at the same time, only one rifle reinvested, and it was Ginger who was already on a pistol. Still going to have a full buy coming in towards the next one. Zerons, again, it's about being careful here because they are allowing alternate attacks to, I mean, for the most part, Hazza, I would say, like, control the macro of this map.
Set the pacing, that's for sure. Zerons did improve in their retakes as Haven went on. Ultimately wasn't enough. I'll have to start early here to give themselves a chance, and you've already seen it in the previous round. Couple of concessions in this buy, Spectre, Guardians, even a Bulldog on Lou, but again, she'll take the hit for the rest of her team. And nearly did there, a quick face check, invests the drone to find her counterpart in the form of Harmony in B main. The mid presence combined, you can see why they're worried about this left side.
Oh, nice shots from Akita though. It's the Guardian that pops the head. Still looking for more and punished for it.
Yeah, and look, again, as a young player, that's where you've got to show a little bit more discipline, I think. Didn't need the extra information, 4v4, but they do have bodies on this site.
And they're well aware. Pinkley's just holding the stun. In fact, actually, it's the stun that comes through from alternate attacks from Jade that sets the players up. Plenty of utility going through. In fact, trades here, there, and everywhere. Site opened up.
30 seconds
And now, Lenka left to try and salvage things. I don't know if this is going to be a save here, though, has it?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
And when you unfurl it as well, alternate attacks had player presence in all the right areas to make those trades happen. It starts from the 4v4, where they can then leverage numbers on the site. I understand why Akita wants to take the duel. And it's decent work from the rest to find Ellie on the entry, but that is as far as it goes. Alternate attacks up to a third. Rifle kept. No money left on the rest, so this one could get a little bit difficult sooner rather than later. I mean, yeah, again, just got to be thinking about the finance on your defender side if you keep getting put in a position like this.
That's it. I mean, always thinking about the saves. I don't know if it was like, you don't want to be like Crew, right, from last year, who were like constantly saving in these like 60-40 situations. But for the most part, thinking of saving when you're at a disadvantage rather than just sending it. Always good. Death by 1,000 cuts, like just being able to take up these positions that Zerons weren't thinking about. I mean, and that's to be expected. They are tired after such a long day.
And again, you're expecting performance in bursts from both of these guys. Zerons came into Haven looking much the better team in those first few rounds. But that wasn't the scoreline when all was said and done. You got a stack of pistols here and a rifle on the other extremity. Nice use of the flash means that they go up in numbers to begin this one. And up in what did we say before? It's only going to take a moment or two to make all the difference in this qualification match.
Yeah, this match is so important. The stakes, the highest, and the fact that they've robbed a rifle and got out Zerons, will be absolutely laughing all the way to the bank. Depositing Blossy in towards the middle of the map, and market is open to get out into. You can see the hesitancy for alternate attacks in case there is another bust out. In fact, it's actually mid that's going to be the issue.
Oh, it's about to give away her position, this Paranoia, and as much as I like the idea of Blossy playing a lurk, in the 3v4 she's isolated, taken down. Alternate attacks attempted to reverse these kinds of positions before. Jade is in the mix. And the most menacing of the lot when it comes to the 1vx. It's a 1v4 now, and it's all on her shoulders.
Has to come up big. No utility to play off of. And only one kill to add to her tally. Well, it will be 3-2, has it? The score not being able to be advanced too much. And I mean, it all comes from just walking into a trap play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as well, like you say,
Pay safeguard 50 coming up.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It is a pay safeguard 50, as you'd alluded to.
I just thought I'd mention it.
Pay safeguard 50 coming right up. I know what you mean. Like, there was always the threat that they pick up that round, and I said it as well. You've got a rifle on one side, guns on, pistols on the other. It's a gamble, but alternate attacks in these important rounds, sometimes you do see that panic, as you mentioned.
Oh, there might be a lot of panic here, Hazard, that's for sure. Because there's plenty of ultimates to be used. In fact, actually, it's both Cyphers that don't have their ultimates, and Akita uses them to great effect. There will not be the Hunter's Fury for this round. In fact, there won't be any Harmony at all.
Drone through mid does not spot Blossy. She can't really take a timing here, as there are traps up. Maybe holding the top mid angle, there's a chance Pinkerly peeks into it. But no, she's the one instead with the initiative. But it's the initiator which wins the fight. The A site is open. It's another situation where alternate attacks trail in terms of numbers. The Rubies short-handed in the retake.
Need to try and get numbers back in towards CT is where Jade goes, but already dipping back. In fact, there's more than enough delay through the Rolling Thunder. They're both traded it out, and that will just give a little bit of stall. Ellie trying to hide. It's up the sleeve with, but it's whether it comes to like every single player has come out through CT for Zeron. One spray might be enough. In fact, it's Ginger that's doing it. It's alternate attacks to get it over the line. No way did they deserve to win this out. Not with the numbers. And there's no way with the way that they tried to take that site. It's brought back to a 1v1, but the time is not on Lou's side. And alternate attacks, they'll reach 4.
Ellie not getting away with her life, Lou keeping the rifle. And to be honest, I think that all just comes back to the smoke that we saw from Zeront. Tui puts it right on the exit into the site, and then Ginger with the Phantom, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You've got this brilliant angle for Elbow, Jade the other side. I get from the position of the spike plant, it makes a little more sense why you do it, but there wasn't too much supportive utility around it to actually flood out effectively, so it ends up coming back to bite them. 4th round for alternate attacks. Both teams just about hanging in there. Again, the A side of the map is so quiet, so vacant. It's another contact play of which we're fairly used to in DAC that they will use to take control here.
I must wait a moment.
So eerily quiet.
Camera taken.
I think that's the issue, like not hearing much noise. Zeron's though, they'll start to hear everything that's going down on A. And the issue is, Hazza, is it's that thing we were talking about on Haven. Alternate attacks, they're allowing themselves to set up perfectly for this post plant. In fact, they're looking to take some extra space off the back of it.
Harmony does have the Hunter's Fury playing towards Elbow. Akita's going to be making this flank happen though, and the reaction is a little bit withheld. Ellie tries to move forwards, but it's the duelist on the opposite end, which is pinning their backs to the wall. The site seems so small for alternate attacks as Harmony pokes out her head at long last. It's cut clean off by the young duelist. 3 on the board for Zeront. They had the numbers in the previous, in the 5v3, which they failed to convert, but they make no mistake this time. It's an Andalucia flawless.
Yeah, I think the flank is actually really important as well to that round. Just the fact that, like, you see, you pull away the Cypher when Ellie's trying to take that extra space, so there's no tradability there. Then on the side, it's just whitewash after whitewash after whitewash. And
but for who, Cairo casts? It seems like every single time it's one team or the other, but it's this tiny little bit of setup which alternate attacks have actually struggled with. As much as we were commending their A post plants on Haven, this is a different ball game. And actually, Zeront on this round look to have a bit of a set piece to approach the beginning of the round on A.
It's like a Newton's cradle, right? Back and forth, back and forth. But you know what Newton's laws are, has it? For every little bit of force is an equal and opposite force. And well, Ellie has been traded, and it seems to be the case this round as everybody gets traded. Ginger, no! Rifles being caught though for alternate attacks, and that's something that they can use in this round.
I mean, those sheriffs have already done so much work though. The GC sheriff, as I was hearing in chat, may just be chiming in again. Alternate attacks still with a very real chance in this round. Harmony dodging the paranoia, has a player push forward. Glossy by her side. Again, the ult available for both of them to use. Not called upon just yet.
Top of the spike. Lenka though takes away Harmony's ultimate. Blossy has to peek, they're not looking the right way. Knows that no one's on the spike, and it's not even been halved. It's continuously being tapped. Tui can't even get the peek out of Blossy, and when it does, it's a win. Another Red Bull clutch for alternate attacks as they again double their lead.
Yeah, and you'd think they were the ones with the Red Bull sponsor. It's insane. Same strat as the pistol. Ellie pushing top mid, right hand side, supported with the utility, paranoia, satchels in, and it's a pace change which Zeros weren't prepared for. Talk about Luton's law. What comes up must come back down. And just as soon as it felt like they'd got the round for themselves, which would set them up nicely, neither team has really got their feet out of the mud in this first half. It's back and forth every single time.
I'm not going to lie, when you said Newton's Law, what must go up must come back down, it slightly hurt me inside, Haz. I just want you to know that. But at the same time, I think that last round would have really hurt Zeron's, right? You've been spot on everything that you're saying. And I think, again, this is a perfect time to time out because it is stopping the momentum of alternate attacks. But not only that, it's stopping this round, right? The most important of them all when it comes to the economy for both teams, a real swing round. And not only that, alternate attacks have the favourability in the ultimates, right? That's the key thing for me.
No, I agree. I agree. Both teams presented with a tool set. I think the fact that Akita has the showstopper here, though, could be the key, no pun intended, to what they want to try and do here.
Yeah.
Because how many times did you see a little bit of B pressure from her, backed up with that showstopper, find great value? Stack of players here this time. She's the one taking the contact. You've got Tui's paranoia and a stun right there with it. For alternate attacks, after that timeout, they want nothing to do with these early fights. They're only just taking the space, but it may be a moment too late. They're hot on the case of Harmony now. She's got to hold on, and it can only do so for a moment. Here comes the showstopper. It's the Aftershock which found the kill. Well, nothing more to be said of that B main play.
Oh, Ginger's so good at finding gaps, Azza. And look at this, straight towards CT.
Yeah, well, they do have the market space, but they've given up main in the process. Blossy will be slow to make a reprisal there on the attack side of things. Zeron's caught in a midst of different ideas. They don't know where to look. Jade is round to the left. Could have been round to the right. She's everywhere. Akita thinking maybe about the knife. No, oh my god, she's giving it up. Jade should not be winning those. Especially on rounds like this. Just pull the trigger. That will be 6. And finally, the pendulum is cut.
It's a really important round. It can't be stated enough. Probably with the rest, with the players who have been taken out, they will have somewhat of a buy, I'd imagine. But the rounds you've got to remember, the loss bonus won't be at its maximum. Players will be on light shields and they won't be in the greatest position.
Yeah.
I could imagine seeing like a light buy, a half buy perhaps, but even at that though, like the momentum's still well and truly with alternate attacks there.
This is the thing too as well. You look at the timeline of rounds, but in terms of how it actually affects the economy, Zeron's always going to be on the receiving end. Yeah, Lincoln does have the rifle into the eco again, and look, that was all they needed before to get a result. How exactly are alternate attacks going to approach this? Because they were a lot slower this time, but calculated. And like you say, once Ginger found that gap, it was more than enough. And yeah, they can actually just buy up around it.
Yeah, but this is them back on towards Nico if they lose this one,
exactly.
Right? So then it's 7-3, 8-3. Last round is what you have a go at to make it 8-4. It's not
nice to
looking
hear
good.
that you have faith in Zeron's.
No. I'm just saying.
I agree. I'm
statistically wise. Yeah.
Sure. And well, here he could be in that position sooner rather than later. Lou, Akita, they're both in mid, but hung out to dry on an island. Akita instead the one doing the washing. Harmony gone, cleaning up nicely. Spike is dropped. She's still not managed to get out of dodge. Where do you go? You look to Ellie instead for the sweet release of death. A trade 1-for-1 and a 1v2 for Jade.
Spoke about the 1vx stats, has it? Tui close by and Jade won't have a Scooby-Doo about what's going on.
I mean, honestly, the fact that she's one away from the ult here with the spike on her back means you find a way to forge a plant, you have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look on the ults on the other side, though, like the neural theft, if there's plenty of bodies in mid. In fact, Linka is close by. Tui has the ultimate of their own to close the gaps.
And the elephant in the room is the position from Tui here as well, as advanced as it is on A, as that's where Jade will be headed. Also has the smokes. So even if you go for the open plant, can very quickly reverse engineer that one on you. Stun coming out, safe option from Jade. The hat off the head means they know exactly where she is. What will Tui do? Do they wait for the teammate? Seems to be the case. Smartly done.
No paranoia, or paranoia into his pocket, but it's the paranoia of Jade that gets herself killed. Looking towards CT, not checking elbow, and it will be 6-4.
Yeah, smart from Tui there as well, right? Look, she's not trying to hunt out that fight, seek it actively.
Yeah.
But when Jade comes to her crosshair, click and delete. Forget about what's just happened. The French, they move forward with a round win. This was brilliant from Akita in mid, and even as they entertain these fights a little longer than perhaps they should, it's still enough to find the round.
That's it. I think it's always so interesting, Hazza, when you see a scrap like this and then it all settles in like a 1v1 or a 2v1. It's the worst thing in the world in Euro Theft, because even after the fact that you have like been revealed and stuff and you've not been killed or even taken a fight, you're wondering where could players be, where have they positioned themselves after the information. As for alternate attacks this round, positioning themselves in elbow, another pace change.
And again, they've been investing these ults round on round, so coming up empty-handed. Well, alternate attacks have some heavy hitters for the final two, a free sight to make this dangerous. Nice use of the aftershock, not quite onto Jade. Here is the flank. It's a big one. And Akita is making sure that she's known about.
Yeah, nobody trying to capitalise off the back of the Rolling Thunder. It's just been used to delay. And remember, there's one player disconnected from this flank, Kazza. They need to be careful.
There's still 3 players here. Ginger, Blossy, both playing off of one another, but Ellie lost in the process. And now in terms of where the spike is planted, well, it's out in the sight, and they've got to try and find a way back onto these angles. Blossy in her own smoke is where she ends up dead and buried. Zerons, without the tools, perhaps, they're able to pick them all up for themselves. Look at the ults which have come online off the back of that victory, which could just mean so much.
Yeah, exactly. What could have been, looking down the barrel of what was it, what, 93 half we were talking about, 8-4. It's now turned into what could be like a fully even, in fact, even advantageous towards attack, alternate attacks still, and that's 7-5, but the gap, not that big and easily climb-backable.
Climb-bappable?
Yeah, climb-bappable. Add that to the dictionary. Time out though, Hazza. Time to talk about things.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of Blossyisms we're going to be getting in the call right now.
Well,
funny to mention scorelines on the halftime as well, because the Blossy curse is a thing.
Okay.
That's a 10-2 scoreline.
Oh.
Closest we got to seeing that today, though, was when they were on the receiving end, 11-1.
Also know that apparently has a alternate attacks. Do you know this? They have a chant.
They have a chant. How's it go? Do you want to sing for us? Keep spirits
mate,
up.
no. Listen,
come on.
Listen, come on. I'm already got the throat is already hoarse. You know what I mean?
Okay.
What we're laying about here. Let's not get to that.
No,
get that far.
That's fair. That's fair.
But apparently it's I can't hear you roar, and then all the team roar back.
Okay, nice.
I think that's quite fun.
I'm actually not disappointed I've missed that, and you know, biased casters as well. Don't want you supporting alternate attacks.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Here's Zerons, which feel like the comeback story right now. Akita, another opener. Ellie dispensed of and relieved of her early round duties. Again, you're looking at these ults that they've got to fall back on as well. One up for alternate attacks will be that Hunter's Fury, and Harmony plans on keeping it. She'll run forward with it in her back pocket. Sight is open, just the one kill that they needed. Another spike plant with an even player count into the retake.
Yeah, trying to get across this gap, though, is going to be difficult for either player. In fact, Akita is able to do it. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury invested from the defensive side. They're trying to delay this spike plant as much as possible. Hazza, but the thing is, though, they're wasting key pieces for the retake.
And because Harmony wanted to get aggressive towards Ali as well, she was on the other side of that Rolling Thunder. There was no capitalization. And like you say, Ginger is coming in on the flank here as well. But the sight's got to hold first. Hell, the spike's not even down yet. And there's a showstopper chasing Jade to the ends of the earth. The fuse has been lit. And Akita is running after the only player she knows left to be standing. That will be Ginger. It's opened the gap for Jade yet again. And as we walk into her wheelhouse, she's got 20 seconds to pick this one apart.
At least she's got a flash and a stun. No, she's going for it. This is going to be really, really tight. The saving grace is Pinkily is nowhere near it, so she can commit to the spike plan. I don't think she's got it.
Oh, it's close. I think she might have just dropped the ball here. And like you say, the scoreline will find itself tied. The mental timing, just a fraction of a second off. I'm sure the replay ops can do us a solid and tell us how close we really got there. But yeah, look, you leave it down to Jade in the clutch. Sure, you expect her to win, but I think alternate attacks needed to look a little bit better earlier in the round there, considering the position that they found themselves in.
Yeah, that round was really, really tough, all in all. And now you end up yourself, like again, has it's exactly the same position we were on Haven. 6-6, we switched to halves. It was Zerons that went on to the defense that time round. Alternate attacks find themselves on it this time. One half to finish it out. Alternate attacks on map and series point for Game Changers main stage.
Oh, look, 6-6 halves seem to be the going rate right now, mate. So who knows if there's another map at the end of this in second half. What could be the final half, as you alluded to. Pistols haven't often come the way of alternate attacks. It's the exact same strat, which they meet with the paranoia of their own top mid as the pistol round we saw from the German team. This time it's just a pump fake though. Player presence, which is quickly rescinded. Ellie fighting through main has dropped the spike though, and the information with it.
The thing about it though, is that they've not really baited for Harmony either, because there's time to reset here. They'll check the corner, make sure that no one's close by. Still Harmony gets two. Shouldn't have. At least Tui's there to finish it out and get the spike back. Still though, loads of damage already felt, and on a pistol round, your health is most important.
Yeah, I mean, Harmony has just continued to impress me so far. Since her time on GHR Lycaris, you know, up until now, consistently improving. And it's that DAC pathway that we were speaking about before. Former teammates of Blossy, brushing shoulders with her in their own ascension to this roster, which look bound for the pistol round. Zerons do get the B opening.
10 seconds left.
And planted inside the smoke with the camera gone.
Spike planted.
He says only a few places they could be playing, and it is towards Boba that alternate attacks should expect this.
Ooh, Akita trying to do damage, and it's them that comes out the worst of it. Remember, it's the player count. Alternate attacks are looking to play with, be the saving grace. The Ginger is the one that wins it out. Actually, look how low they were, 12 points of health. Pistol round converted Hazza, and it's a big one. In fact, actually, I think it might be their first.
It's their second of this map. But like you say,
second of the day?
It may even just be the second of the day as well. I mean, like you said, it's been, you know, few and far between for them. But on Sunset, what could be this final map, if they are to take it 2-0, they've got them both, and they're up around right now. It's a force that Zerons will offer us, however, and only one player in mid to meet it. Jade, as good as she's been, it's not been the best showing so far, and this is a real situation where she goes under the microscope.
Gets the door destroyed, and obviously knows about plenty of players here. Stun already being held and actually forced all the way back. Surely they know that this could be actually a force. Well, they will now, especially since that Spectre's gone down. Plenty of players falling. Ginger not looking the right way. Finally does, and has already got two. This force has not worked out. Lou, the captain, has to clutch up against three. A bulldog for their efforts, but at the same time, it's the result of this round that mattered, Hazza. Lose this and you really are relegated to a low bye.
Yeah, he could be building up some kind of a snowball here, as you say. Lou in the clutch, the player you'd want with the weapon as well. But a couple of kills each for both of the B anchors goes a long way. Jade put to the test. She passes with flying colors. Why would you ever doubt her? And again, it's going to be a similar situation for Zerons. Free sight. Give them a go at the 1vX. The question on my mind is, how's Lou going to try and play this? How does she want to set it up as soon as that recon lands? I don't think alternate attacks are within range for the information, but they'll know now.
Yeah, I mean, they're not moving until that spike's planted, just in the off chance it's a fake, or there's a chance that Lou has gone searching for picks, but it will be 3 coming together. Very, very difficult for the French captain to get this one over the line, has it?
Yeah.
And doesn't even have much utility to play off of either.
Alternate attacks don't need to overthink this. 3 players, 2 to the good. Lou cleared out diligently. The nade is perfect from Ellie, and she'll close with the Outlaw as well. 8th on the board. The Force quickly shut down, making sure a meal is not made of the situation, which looks certain.
And I think, like, for me, Hazza, I don't even, like, it's not even desperation. Like, I think that's an educated gamble from Zerons there at the end of the day, because, like, they had money to get Bulldogs and stuff. Like, the buy was good. It's just the execute into the site is not clearing corners, getting caught off guard. Like, this kill here from Akita, that should have been converted. That should have been concrete. Stuff like that is what changes games, and it certainly has here, because Zerons are now only on 5 Sheriffs. We are almost guaranteeing 9 for alternate attacks if they do not get caught off guard once again.
Like you say, 5 Sheriffs and only 5 rounds needed for the 5 Rubies. Talk of angel numbers. These girls would have been dreaming to be in a position such as this. You know, even only a few hours ago, after that loss against Valiant, the confidence that they've brought back into this one, to just go again when there was one more game. Here comes the push from Zerons. It is the pistols, straight into the jaws of Jade. Market only held on to for a moment. It's Ginger up next, and she's caught solo in the backside.
Yeah, repositioned perfectly into the corner, but the thing is, though, they're being flushed out. And that's upgrades on the site. Not ideal, and it's very good to work with if you're Zerons. Maybe you're actually better just working with pistols, Hazza, because somehow they've found themselves in a 3v1. Up to Blossy now.
The reinforcements just couldn't arrive in time, Cairo. Zerons lost post plants from this position before. Spike out in the open with a smoke on top of it. It's a drone which takes Lou out of play. Blossy is stunned though, so Pinkerley will convert. And it is all of alternate attacks' worst nightmares coming true instead of those hopes and dreams that they were lingering on. Can't get too comfortable because this one isn't over yet. And it's another close round which Zerons can pull out the bag.
Again, it comes down to that tradability. A keyword. I understand that Jade feels confident enough to take the next fight, but as soon as they're taken out, no one's close by from their team. Ginger's stuck on site. Wants to keep fighting there, in fact try and hold on towards backside, which is commendable, but that's all it is at best. Now alternate attacks, they're taking stuff on the front foot themselves. Jade is the only one with a rifle this round to breach, so keep an eye on them as a win condition for alternate attacks.
It's just playing the rotation game. The first player that'll hit the scene on the B site this time, Ginger. All well supported, the weaponry might not be there, but the cavalry has arrived. Jade's got a flash to tee herself up for a knockout blow. A 2v2 still when the dust settles. And Ginger is hanging around. A chance for her to sink one final blow. It's put a decent position for Harmony to try and partner up. The guns still aren't here for the girls yet. They're on the Sheriffs to try and save it. 5 points of health against Lou on the opposite side. In the clutch, she should not miss. A shock dart would be enough to save her, but Ginger is still in the running, and the traps managed to work overtime and catch her, and so is Lou. The Red Bull clutch just about in the dying embers of round 16, the round which ties the score back up all over again.
Oh, that round was chaotic at best. Maybe it was, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it was just scrappy. I think that's the key word to use. Alternate attacks played well off one another. In fact, nearly get a chance to win it out in the end. Back to a rifle v rifle though. Still all even across the board. In fact, Pinkley's actually had to buy a rifle for one of their teammates. So right now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is a swing round now, Hazza. Even after stringing 2 rounds together for Zerons.
No rest for the wicked. Right back into it, noses to the grindstone. Akita in mid, again. An area where she's been able to operate with quite the comfortability. Alternate attacks have not been anywhere near as aggressive as Zerons were in this area. Don't think the door has been broken just yet, so she walks past scot-free over the top mid wire. With the Omen at her side, the Paranoia is only going one place, and the bullet straight into the dome of Ginger.
Tried to get the trade from CT, but that line of sight is too long, and Spite will go down fairly easily. Alternate attacks they're a little bit concerned about the space in towards CT, and that's why they're investing more utility, which leaves them stricken when they go for this retake. In fact, Tui trying to gain more information by using their ultimate, but remember, that's all about the site take. Already a person down, alternate attacks need to be careful.
Sova and Breach Shot available on both sides. Some big plays that could just about make the game. Big pieces. Harmony, the first one forwards. Neither of them invested. They both go out of the round. Zerons cleaning things up. Ellie in the 1v2. Yeah, it is those final pieces left on the table which plot against her. That's all the heads up that she needs to throw the towel in here. A satchel to send Pinkley back into the spike detonation. But her work is done. The lead belongs to Zerons as finally their head goes above the waterline.
Yeah, and again, like, it's now starting to get... Okay, there it is. I was just about to say, starting to get close to timeout territory for attack. Because just on the sheer fact, it's the amount of rounds they were losing in a row. Need to start resetting stuff. They're playing in towards the scrappy affair. The fact that like they didn't think that Akita would disrespect the setup and just satchel in, combined by the paranoia, get the entry pick, and I mean the A site was theirs.
And again as well, for all of this to just come from the failure to convert the anti-eco when Zerons are just forced, feels like a crazy position to be in. And also seems that we're going to be getting one more buy to deny double digits for the team on the attack side. Again, I think as well, the fact Zerons get out of that post plant without using either ultimate that we were speaking of, both Sova and Breach, is the biggest positivity point that you can really be looking at here. The silver lining is, sure, alternate attacks have their own, but in a battle of attrition, in this state, Zerons win.
It's worrying, doesn't it? Like when you're in that position, few bits of saving, like to be a saving grace, like Ellie's rifle, Harmony's bulldog, the ultimates in the end of the day, and actually Harmony has just walked straight into the loving embrace of Zerons. In fact, it's not so much loving, to be honest, as they've been put 6 foot under.
Yeah, certainly no love lost between the two, but plenty of utility. That was the paint shells and paranoia. Just the one rifle here in the hands of Ellie. It looked like the rest were going to buy around it, but it's a half for all intents and purposes. They know that so long as she goes down, finds a kill, something of the sort for an orb, they'll have the showstopper in the next to try and manufacture something. It's the German machination right now of this defender's side, which has looked a little leaky. It's a B site given over, but backside control to be taken with their own smoke.
It looked leaky, but I mean the thing is though, has after this round, alternate attacks need to be careful not to be flushed away showstopper in, and well, actually, the trades are pretty decent from both sides. Still a tight affair. Pinkley has the Phantom all the way out the door, in fact has to use it to break in and help combine with their teammate. Still two Sheriffs though on alternate attacks. They've made it work before, but it's a market which they need to be careful of. Still they're being sent forward, they're being revealed. It should be an easy cleanup, but Blossy has come up with something spectacular, something in which she could use to try and convert this round, but it will not be a conversion. Serons suffocate the opportunities and they will double their lead and on double digits.
Again, alternate attacks wanted to just clear the board there of ultimates, weapons, anything of the sort. So worldy of a reveal from Lou, which seals it. Perhaps the shot from Blossy even better, but a royal flush of ults. It's this final cycle which decides who wins the second map and whether we go to a decider or not. That's the only way to break it apart. Alternate attacks need to start investing some of these now, because they may not get many more chances where there are rifles beside them.
Yeah, and Blossy's already under pressure, forced out of A. And in fact, it's actually only really, like, what, 2-3 players towards this side of the map. Already, like, you look towards the two other Serons players, they're looking to leave Akita all on their own.
Still, Akita is there, the spike towards tiles. Still a chance that they recommit to this later on. Options to double down or use it as a full fake. Blossy has a couple of angles to watch without support of a teammate, so pinned into the backside as the IGL as well. She's got to be careful here not to overcall her position, and yeah, you can see Harmony will assist. To be fair to them, the spike does look to be going in this direction, so both ends of the map being played simultaneously by each.
Yeah, they've not moved Blossy and they've not moved Harmony at all. Akita gets caught on the fadeaway, and actually the Rolling Thunder's been used up a little bit too eager for alternate attacks, and the fades worked in their favour.
Look, you don't want to cry wolf. That was the situation. Blossy there with the Rolling Thunder in on Jade. Makes for a 4 versus 3. Still, Zerons have everything accessible to them. The smoke fades with Ginger in the open, but she's not exactly unsupported. So much utility by her side, and it's a brilliant Hunter's Fury, which finishes off the job. That will be number 9 for alternate attacks.
And realistically, when this round has it, all they have is the showstopper to work off the back of. That's disgusting, by the way, that Blossy ended up with that kill. I imagine you'd be a little bit raging if you watched that back, Hazza, but now Zerons, the other one with the ace up their sleeve, or aces, I should say.
Yeah, look, you used your 2 big ults. LA's showstopper here could find value. Not to be the biggest hater of the From the Shadows and Neural Theft, but you know what I'm talking about, right? If you know, you know.
Yeah. I think that's though, Neural Theft can have its value, right? Let's not beat it down.
And again, these Sheriffs can look scary. I care more about them than the ultimates, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
Sarah's given half a chance. That's the big thing. Alternate attacks aren't entertaining this whatsoever. Oh, that drone. Out in the open, but Blossy is supporting it. Harmony could quickly find herself isolated, and she does. The Spectre takes her off the screen. There's a rifle in play and a post plant.
Yeah, that's the thing. Alternate attacks are playing close in proximity, but not in tradable positions. That's what we've been seeing for a few times now in these rounds. Again, a person down. Ultimate's in their favour, and it's all going against them. Playing in Akita. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, but actually the showstopper just to get an immediate trade. The Neural Theft gives away the position of the last two, and Will has it. They're calling it quits. They're already retreating.
Oh my God. That is insane. My hat is off. Should I have been wearing one for Zerons? Because to make a call like that, invest those 2 ults, fling them up and knock them down. You trade Akita and those for the round win here every day of the week. There's still a bit of money left in the cash cow on the alternate attack side. It must be said though, that is one hell of a pay safe card, Thrifty.
That's exactly it, mate. I don't know, like, fair enough, the buy won't be as bad coming back in. But, like, the paranoia just comes in too late. The players who are trying to come back in, they get upset by the ultimates. And rightly so, they should be invested in that position, right?
Yeah. I think as well that the fact you drone from that deep on A, it's a sign of weakness. As soon as Zeron see that, you're going to be throwing yourselves at the situation.
Yeah, and especially with a raise that can fly through the air and just have that momentum, and like there's the long utility of Harmony, oh sorry, not Harmony, Pinkley and Lou to support Akita here. I don't know, man. Like, Altitude Attacks need to be careful of their positioning. I think that's been their biggest downfalls.
And again, Zerons were in this exact same situation with the exact same round count against Black Hand. The experience on the roster up against them, though, was enough to win the map. They did not convert it. They are yet to win Sunset. There's got to be a method to the madness. Maybe we'll see that here in the closing stages. Lou spotted by Harmony. He's making an investigative affair of middle. The A approach as well, we've got to be looking though, and Harmony does get hers first.
Nice paranoia, but the cage is even better for the return. And actually, look at this. There's blood in the water. The players are sending it out. Harmony at least gets the trade, and it still is good, but not for much longer. Spike is down, and Ginger known about has a 2v1, which is well and truly in Zerons' favour.
Alternate Attack still with a chance. You can't count them out yet. Ginger needs the biggest moment we've seen from her so far. But it's not going to happen. Pinkley pulls the rug from underneath their feet, just as it looked like Alternate Attacks could be getting comfortable in this second half and making Game Changers Stage 3 their new home. Zerons might just have one more map to offer us.
Oh, Hazard, of course there's got to be drama. And the last series, the last one to qualify for Game Changers. There's nothing I could ask for more. A half buy, not a full one for Alternate Attacks. No ultimates to rely upon, but if you're looking at Zerons, Hazard, the showstoppers back online, that's your saving grace.
Players in mid, it's Harmony here again. She was by herself previously, and in the head-to-head with Akita, she is bested. So all of your proactivity in terms of information gone, and for what? A fight in middle? Alternate Attacks on their last legs now, you somewhat feel. B-Execute coming through, no utility in market to guard them. It's a red carpet rolled out for the spike plant.
Showstopper isn't going to get what they were looking for, and Ginger just being much more careful, especially since they already know they're a player down, and Akita's actually trying to go a bit further, but they're caught in a trap, and that gives Alternate Attacks a way back in. And considering the smokes of Bossy are still up, Hazard, this post plant could be a bit awkward.
Yeah, standard post plant from main. It's the recon that you've got to worry about. Should it reveal Ginger? She's a dead woman walking. Removed from the situation. The flashback in is great, but there's no follow-up. Alternate Attacks may just have fallen short at the final hurdle. It's the French instead that will follow through on their ambitions. Nothing left to be said of Jade in the clutch this time. 13-9, and we will head to the decider of Ascent with everything to play for.
That's it, Hazard. One back to decide it all. It's essentially a best of one now. And I was saying, like, Zerons has they're guaranteed to play more than 100 rounds of Valorant in one day. In fact, in the space of, like, what, 6-7 hours, which is absolutely madness for them. Props to actually being able to bounce back on your opponent's pick. 16-18 is what they lost last time. Ascent, now another map, which likes in overtime. So, hey, we could be here a long time.
He certainly could. 5 maps down, 2 overtimes, a 13-11. What more could you possibly ask for? Zeron still fighting the good fight. And on Ascent, again, as we said before, it's anybody's guess. But now you start to favor the other side again. You look at the barometer and it ticks over onto the other side. what more can be said of this? Well, it's down to the analysts to break down what we've seen, and I just remembered that also includes me, so I'll see you after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers Contenders. And you know what? If you thought the fatigue was setting in for our two teams duking it out for a spot in stage 3 of Game Changers, spare a thought for poor Pilski, because the sun must be coming up down under.
That's why I have blackout curtains, so I never have to acknowledge the sun, never have to go outside, and all I need to do is just watch more Valorant and absorb more sick gameplay.
Yeah, and that sick gameplay is being commentated not just by Cairo, but by Hazza, who joins us on the desk. So he's the hardest worker of them all. I mean, for you, Hazza, how was it commentating that map? Because it did look like, well, it looked messy. Let's be quite honest with you. There are some highlights, but there were some messy moments.
That was exactly the word that I had for it. Messy, all right? You know, putting football aside and trying not to think about that right now. I don't know why that's jumped in my head.
What's football?
Yeah, it was scrappy, right? I think that's the best way to look at it. But Zerons made the most of those moments. I think you had that late ultimate cycle as well in the second half, which they managed to really get to grips with. Even on some of the ecos, still giving themselves half chances to win out rounds. Akita, yeah, maybe getting first kills in some places, going down in others, but it was Pinkerly's setup, and the reason why her being the MVP here stands out to me is, yeah, that sort of facilitated that. She kind of went quiet the whole way along, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, the impact was always there. You just had to look to see it.
Yeah, she's a high-impact player.
Yeah, Pinkerly, I think, obviously delivering a lot of supportive work on the breach with the assists that we saw in the last series. I believe that was a point highlighted in the cast. But yeah, I think, putting up a fair bit of ACS as well, similar to what we saw from Jade. I think we got some fragging breaches in this series.
Yeah. We've got to also give props to Lou as well. I mean, we saw Lou pulling off a miracle clutch in the second half that really gave her team the momentum to take this map. But we saw this on the first map with her as well. And she leads this team. She has basically put this team together. How impressed are you by her tonight, Pilski?
I mean, she had some great moments like closing out rounds on the first map. And I think she was put in a lot of difficult clutch positions so far on this map. But, obviously it's quite helpful as well when you're playing the info gathering initiator and you're making a lot of the mid-round calls and things like that. Helps you to really direct the flow of traffic and inform your own decision making, and then make the decision straight away rather than getting that information secondhand from someone else and maybe getting a little bit of a misread and to inform your own calling.
Yeah, she's exactly where she needs to be as an IGL. But what about Akita, our 17-year-old Valorant prodigy? We mentioned her earlier. And I know, Pilski, that she's someone who's particularly impressed you in her initiative in taking opening duels.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at her duels today and her stats overall today. She's putting up a lot of ACS, getting all the kills like you'd want to see from your duelist. But something that I noticed from the game against Blackhand, as well as the first two maps here today, as we look at this crazy round that we saw on the Thrifty win, I think that was part of the big streak of rounds that Zerons showed even more resilience from their last series, including into this one. They look like they were down and out against attacks, but they just keep pulling out clutch rounds. But to go back to the point about Akita, I mean, she takes an opening duel, attempts an opening duel, whether it's a first kill or a first death, in like half the rounds that she's played today. Which, to put that into perspective, there is 10 people in the server, and that is the equivalent of just, running into a brick wall again and again in half the rounds for 5 maps straight. That's literally what she does.
Yeah, sometimes it felt like she was the brick wall chasing people down. You just couldn't get away from her wherever you tried to go. And like you say, look, I mean, I think there is still a slight proneness there to overheating in certain situations, which we did see at times. And that will only be, the one Achilles heel of her gameplay, because otherwise, yeah, I completely agree. She was sort of indispensable to the Zeront side here and making this comeback happen, because you've got to remember, even at the start of this map, they were trailing by rounds, and it felt like alternate attacks were getting away with it.
I mean, that's surely going to be something that naturally happens to a lot of players, let alone newcomers like Akita. When the chips are down, you're just trying to pull out those hero plays to get your team across the line and guarantee a deciding map. And we are ready for Agent Select on Ascent, so let's check out what we're going to see. I'm happy because it surely means KO, Pilski, finally, flashing knives. Well, flashing
Oh,
and
yeah.
knives. My two favourite things.
But, yeah, from you and me, Frankie, you know, this is our comfort zone. This is what we're used to seeing, you know, man with
Us
flash
old
and
people.
Molotov and knives. And look, there's some other stuff going to be happening. There's going to be some knives probably thrown by Akita as well, who, look, I'd rather have a playmaker than someone that is afraid to make plays in an important game like this. I'm a little concerned for Zerons, though. They really do not have many reps on Ascent in the last couple of months. The only game they've really played is against Valiant, which, to be fair, they did win. However, Valiant doesn't really play this map very much in the last couple of months, whereas you look at Alternate Attacks, I think they've played like 6 or 7 officials on Ascent in the last month, and they've won every single one.
Yeah, right. It's unbeaten on Ascent right now for Alternate Attacks, like you said, in Contenders at least. And for Valiant, it is that one win that you put up, but it's against a team with a 50% win rate with twice as many reps. So, I mean, like you say, who knows where this one goes, but it certainly favours the bold.
Well, I know where you're going. You're going down below. So enjoy.
I am. That's right.
Enjoy as you're rejoined by Kairos.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Look, I'm here, I'm there, I'm everywhere, but I'm just happy to be here, to be honest, Cairo. We've got one final map. You really couldn't ask for much more.
I mean, as casters, what we want is to work towards the end of a best of 3, get some drama, get some highlights, and see some really good Valorant. And I think so far, for the most part in this second series, it's delivered that.
It certainly has. Look, whether both teams have been put through the tenderizer or not, we've saved the best till last. It's Ascent. What could be 24 rounds or more to rule them all and make their way to the third stage. Zerons will begin on the defender's side. Alternate Attacks, exactly where you'd expect them. Both their strong suits. Let's just see how this one goes.
Feel as if we've been in a 3-course meal, and for your dessert has it, we have vanilla ice cream on towards Ascent. It is the biggest test of your fundamentals, your simple stuff, and Elliot swing a little bit more advanced, faking towards the B side, and already the players of Zerons have got a read on what's going on in Alternate Attacks as they need to get a move on.
Yeah, a little bit slow though. It does pull the rotation. Something Zerons were good at before was their discipline. It's a flood retake this time, right over the head. Pinkerly in behind. 2 kills from her to make it a 2v2. Spike in the open and the attack is on the opposite side. Still, there is more for Pinkerly to find. A 1v1 up against the IGL of ATN. Not much time left. Back out through the smoke. A quad kill from Pinkerly to find the pistol.
Yeah, the flash might have not been good, but I'll tell you something, Azza, the classic certainly was. Every head hit, every opportunity taken, and Zerons start the defensive side off perfectly. I don't hate this by Elliot either. People will be like, why are you just updrafting and dashing into market by yourself? But that little pressure was enough to move people across the map, and even got their own one as well, which allowed the A players to get out. They just should have been a little bit quicker on the uptake on that side of the map as soon as Ellie got taken out.
And again, it's variation on a map which has been a staple for as long as it's been in the pool. The only yet to be removed at any point. You've got to bring something new to the table. It's a real test of the core values of each team as they're trying to make a campaign for themselves in the third stage. This round's a write-off. No real upgrades to speak of for Alternate Attacks, so just another one goes in the wind. But as I said, bringing new ideas to the table is never going to harm you here.
No, never. Harmony has to break through KG util, and I think for now it's just priority on the spike and the ultimate orbs that are still available. For instance, there's one right there. And I think as well that's not a bad idea considering the position that you find yourself in. You look for your concessions all across the map. And I think Fracture's always been the best, but an Interlude here flawless will be the best thing for Zerons. Their bonus round Hazza is going to look pretty tasty.
Yeah, it certainly is. Rifles kept. Again, this is a defense side which wasn't really put through its paces by Valiant when you go and look back at how they performed, constantly testing the extremities.
Right here.
But in these first couple of rounds, it's looked a lot more relaxed in terms of what they want to do. Lou's been prone to go searching towards B, and she's the only player here for now. But look how much respect ATN are going to give her. She is taking that fight by herself. The position at the spawn barrier wouldn't have said it so. She's already jump spotting the angle though.
Hazza though, me and you, we sat and watched the VODs. We know that Lou likes to do this even with an Odin in their hands.
Yeah. She doesn't get punished all too often though, I think. And yeah, alternate attacks will let her have it.
Revealing area.
So slow though.
Take flight.
Drone to reclear the lot. And on this full time though, Hazza, like, nothing's been happening even from Zerons. They're not even committing players towards this side of the map. In fact, Lou needs to be really careful here.
Lou can recommit to that position as well because it was a perfectly timed knife from Pinkerly. Just as on the desk we were commending her utility so much, they don't get the full clear, she repositions, she gets the info, and this short play is so telegraphed. There's going to be 3 bodies on the line to defend it when the execute comes in.
And remember, it's the 2 side anchors that are towards this side. In fact, it's Tui who's the biggest of the lot. There we have it, spraying players down, but nothing really of an advantage towards the Rons. It's actually alternate attacks that do the business and leave Lou stranded all by themselves. Can't get into position before the door goes down, which makes this really, really awkward, especially when everybody can train their eyes towards where Lou is. She's trying to give away sound signals, something to make someone look elsewhere and try and gain a 1 versus 1, but it won't be available. In fact, no, Lou will look for exits.
That's the thing. I think the game is always exits here. Get a rifle away. We've got 3 players below 100 HP. And what is their exit route? Where do you go? It seems to be all 4 straight towards her. The first is Ginger, the least healthy of the bunch. She goes, Blossy's there too. Spike radius isn't as punishing because it is more towards the defender spawn side. Yeah, no real trouble for them in the end there. But a couple gone. And again, Zerons, with the right read, just couldn't win out in those fights.
It's not only that though, Hazza, it's just the for Zerons getting those exits for Lou. Very, very close towards the ultimate. That would have been, what, like 3 on the round? Yeah, like halfway there. Alternate attacks, well, as we move in towards this rifle round, they're on a bit of a dodgy buy. Like, their economy for the next couple rounds will not be able to really stabilise if they lose this one out.
Tui flashed in, neither player blind. Maybe just blocked there by the edge of the one-way, I think. The typical flash that you use masks Belair teammate's own utility, and it's at her own hands. Tui falls. There is the Odin you were speaking about, backed up by Lenka. But they're falling like flies here, Zerons. Trying to make something happen, but instead they meet their maker. The board swept clean by alternate attacks, and the equalizing round picked up.
I mean, I was talking about alternate attacks economy, Hazza. Zerons now that have had their buy broken. A couple of sheriffs and light shields. Sure enough, you have a null command, and we've seen thrifties and stuff like that before, but this is Ascent. This is so well known, the protocols, etc. will be so well thought out for both teams. In fact, Hazza, I can even think back to that 2023 off-season in Lioness Cup when we saw alternate attacks play this map, right? Like, they've been playing it for so long that they should not be surprised by this thrifty round at all.
Lioness Cup mentions, swipe that off your bingo cards. Organised, of course, by our lovely analyst, Billy IDK. So make sure to send her get well soon wishes in the chat. These broadcasts wouldn't be the same without her. But this round, I mean, all sheriffs for Zerons. Again, it's Lou jump spotting. If there was a player over that side of the map, they'd hear her. Not because she's always shouting, but because she's jumping about. Does spot Ginger. A is open though, and that's it, right? It's going to be quite a while before we see this round conclude. Alternate attack set up to win it though.
And alternate attacks have used next to no utility. One flash, one molly, I guess, and an updraft and dash. But for the majority part, like, Ginger's got so much, Harmony has 2 shocks, Jade still has a flash, and Blossy has the paranoia. In terms of delay and stall, this should be the perfect position for alternate attacks to be in if it gets dicey.
I really like the re-aggression from Ellie as well. Buys a little bit more time for what is such a passive flank from Ginger. One which we'll never see, because it's the initiators which hold down the site. Both Jade and Harmony teeing up Ellie. She's the one casualty. And yeah, even there, as I said, Ginger playing mid with a bit more discipline, slowing down the pace, not getting caught off where she'd maybe given a weapon to the Thrifty round in previous situations. Improvements that you want to see from this team.
The thing is, though, as well, though, Hazza, is like when you talk about historic side bias, etc., Ascent is one of the biggest that we always think about in terms of defence, right? Like, maybe not as bad as Split, but it certainly can be. And already they're destroying the KG utility stuck on that B site. In fact, I don't even know if they're going to be... Oh, no way. There's no way!
Out of audible range. Blossy, out of sight, out of mind. Akita catches a bullet to the back of her brains, and it's another A-site plant which they can enact. Pinkilly's going to have the null command. They're one off of Lose Hunter's Fury, but it won't come up in time to deny this plant or the numbers.
Yeah, there's actually a double flank here. Harmony looking to crunch in, and Blossy's even got the drain up on Heaven. Blossy clears it out. ATN has a on these sight holds on Ascent. I just feel as if Zerons don't have a look in at all. I'm actually thinking, when do we get a timeout?
Yeah, it's crazy how effective it ended up being. Harmony on a drive-by there as well. The movement and accuracy seemingly not a problem. And Blossy, 3 kills to the good, 8 and 2 on the map, which matters most. Such a step up from the captain again. We do have to bring you back to earth for just a moment, though. It's that timeout you spoke of. Zeron's so effective when given a chance to reshuffle the deck. And not only that, you think of the 2 maps that we've seen so far. The team that's leaded the first few rounds in the first half of each has gone on to lose. It was the case for Zeros on Haven, alternate attacks on Sunset. They are the team which currently lead here on Ascent.
There's perhaps a buy alternate attacks can go for it through Akita, but I'd imagine has it on this defense side. There's probably eyes on an operator, so they probably won't go for anything too heavy. In fact, no, I guess I'll just be quiet, because apparently it is going to be the rifle that Akita brings out.
And this is something you were speaking about before as well, the willingness to just buy straight into the op as soon as you can, that we saw from Valiant's defenders side when Zerons were playing against them. Haven't seen anywhere near the same kind of priority from either of these Jet players so far. Whether it's a facet they want to include or not, we'll have to wait to find out. They're going to lock horns here, and it's Akita which wins out. She's not done just yet, but finally called out of action with the kill under her belt. Lou, what are you up to here?
Knife out. Oh no,
Hello.
the sheriff shots, they're not great. I can understand it though, right? You're prodding in towards the back lines, you try it, but you give up the advantage.
There's limit testing and there's Lou testing. She's taking it to a different level. Up against Blossy again. Trades. Rifle still in play for Akita. That's what you've got to be looking at. And if you're alternate attacks and Blossy, you're calling the rest of your team as far away from this as you possibly can.
Just to take note though, Hazza, how disconnected all the players in alternate attacks are. This could be real 1v1 territory, and if Blossy doesn't win, we're in disaster territory. That's exactly the case. Up to Jade again once more, and finally able to bring it back to a 1v1. It shouldn't be here. Spike down, and both players low.
And again, it is Jade in this situation. 15 seconds, she'll have the knife. Not that it makes much difference as Akita's utility belt is all but empty. It's that flashback on the angle which could mean everything. Instead, her blinding light is brilliant. A Red Bull clutch to claim yet again for alternate attacks. And at this point, I just don't know how she does it.
I don't know either, mate. I really don't. Just so clean as well, and had to win that out because that would have allowed their opponents back in. A thrifty round on a Red Bull clutch, one or the other. And well, there you have it. But now Haza, as we were talking about, the potential of an op is introduced. But not only that, it's the ultimate cycle that we're in as well, and how important this is for both teams.
Alternate attacks are going to be heading straight towards the site in question as well, through the microscope, the lens of the operator. Not able to find anything yet, and there is assistive support with the ultimate there. Catches on to Jade, she has her ult, as does Ginger, and well, hell, all the rest. Lockdown getting ready to be committed, and it will before there's a chance for it to be brought offline.
No command in as well. Akita, though, with the long range, is able to pick off Blossy. It's the re-entries when the Carnage comes back in here, Hazard. Things become worrying. They've not checked the corner, but the knife's up hit. Jade's rifle is, and now we're into a 2v3. Lockdown won't be invested at all. In fact, actually, it would be detrimental. It would be wasteful, and Lenka does not waste any time getting this over the line. There'll be time to get this one. It will be 5-3, and with no time to spare.
Barely 0.68 seconds. And for me, there, it's not just the ultimates that were used, but the ones which weren't. Still a lockdown in play available for Lenka, working towards it with the kills that she picked up as well. I mean, she already had it, but the fact of the matter is, if she didn't, then she certainly would by the end. And on the alternate attack side, what do you get rid of? It's your null command, your blades, your own lockdown. 3 for the price of 1. I heard in the UK they're getting rid of those kinds of deals, but you cash in on them here in Game Changers whenever you can.
Akita is really testing things. You want to talk about pushing? Oh, there's pushing too far, but maybe not for Akita. There goes Harmony.
That's crazy as well. The flick shot that you've got to hit.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
To find the jump. Yet it's one more piece to the puzzle lost. How much further up is Akita here? They don't have any mid information, and your one tool to clear that out is lost. The knife is offline for Jade. You have to face check it.
I don't necessarily think you need to face check it, but
if you
at the same time, yeah, at the same time, no, like, there's many fingers and many pies here for all alternate attacks, because you've got Ginger, who's just seeing what B's all about, what's happening there. Chap at the door, is anybody home? Well, Sova seems to be, but as for KJ, I don't know if Ginger has an idea. Now, on towards A has it. Nelly loses the first fight.
Pinkerly again. So much value. It was a well-timed knife which forced the hand of alternate attacks to make the push happen. They have numbers on A, but it's an even standing when the lurk is called into account. Plant goes in, it takes another player out the fight. Blossy's got to see this one off solo, and the rotation's still not found its way through. A knife from Jade makes life a little easier, but the shots are still connecting for Akita. Down to the classic player in the corner. Jade holding on for as long as she possibly can. The trusty workhorse of the ATN side carries them through and across the line again.
Surely that counts as a 1vx. Ginger was trying to distract, and distract. 4 kills all in. Needed to win every single one of them. It was only on 25 points of health at the end. Oh, big stuff from Jade. And now Haza on the attack, reaching 6. Can you make it even better? Zeron's defense would be really upset if there was to be an advantage taken by the German side.
As I said before,
Akita?
This is the better side for both. Let's see if Akita can give us another reason why. Already up catwalk. She walks it so naturally. Second nature to her, that pick. This time it's Blossy on the chopping block, so no smokes for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, that's it, like almost walking the catwalk with a strut, right? Getting straight back in. Akita.
Still going.
That's lovely stuff. The mechanical
Oh, my
ability
Lord.
on this young gunner. A pacey, thrifty, to boot. Getting the guns chucked over. I don't think enough were picked up, but all in all, back on towards the operator. In fact, that's a good conversation to have and to introduce at this point. Jets in their open. Do you think it's worth investing in the op even though Akita is fragging out their mind on a rifle?
Hey, the op was also working, but you've put me between a rock and a hard place there to answer that question. I think it's the fact that you can completely shut down one of the 4 lanes here, which is the reason why you buy the op if you can. The turret for contact and a hold on this kind of an angle, though, is maybe not the implementation we were expecting. It's left gaps towards A, which ATN are looking to try and fill.
It's very passive. And in fact, this was the points that we were going to be making, right, when we were going to be talking about Valiant's Ascent if we got the chance to. But this time it's Zeron's, and actually they don't have any control on Catwalk whatsoever. Akita won't know that there was players walking down. In fact, won't even know there's a player in Fridge. Ellie's even taking a chance and taking out Akita. There's no op, and the A site now becomes under siege.
Fortunately for Zerons, the numbers which they had stationed were all on the A site. One of them Lou, Odin in hand, spam coming through, but just the 1 kill. It won't be enough. Not unless Lenka can win this one herself. With Ginger ready for the backstab. And her trying to force the issue on the site. It felt like the work was just about cut out for her. But no, finishes off as you'd expect. Advantage for ATN.
That's it, confirmed for the next round. And it's actually looking worrying now, it has it. For Zerons, their buy's not great. Plenty of ultimates to go off the back of, but all in all, there's a good chance that this could be 8-4.
It's like little things there as well that I'm speaking about. Playing your operator right over the turret, right over the alarm bot. Let the utility do its work. Akita on the Sheriff. 1 kill's enough to bring up the blades, and that is a scary prospect. They do get spotted in mid though. Pinkley is left out by herself. Already damaged, dealt, players diminished, removed. Only 1 left in market. Now it's Akita, and she's gone with all the rest. Tui has the flank. It doesn't count for much once this spike will be down and the control is re-established.
I think the thing is, though, they've rescued a rifle. Perhaps there's a second one to get on towards Tui, but they're already in a position where they're committed to the fight. Here we have it. Lockdown's in. And actually, they're trying to see if they can find someone here. No, it's not working out. They've just forced themselves into the site. It will be 8-4, and that's a big gap for Zerons.
Yeah, and again, look, you just repurpose that space with the lockdown, so it's already finished. Zeron's trying to force the fight mid, but frustration maybe creeping in to the late stages now. I said before, the team which leads the first half, at least in the opening portion, as we have had 2 6-6s up until this point, has gone on to lose. But with a scoreline of 8-4 and the possibility of a pistol, alternate attacks may just have done enough.
Yeah, but has it? Well, the side biases historically have always been on the defence. This is Valorant, mate. And sometimes that just does not matter. Anything can happen, as one man said once. It's Valorant.
I would love to know who you're quoting, because it feels like this is the case all the time. So I agree. No reason to get carried away just yet. Same is said for either team's setup. So slow. Flash does come out before the knife. They overstay their welcome perhaps a little bit here. The pin was pulled prematurely. It ends up with Tui finding the opener.
It's the loss of Jade as well, right? Like, that's your big re-engage. Sova's more for information or just like spam through smokes. Harmonies maybe went a step too far here. Yep, there it is. Zeron's looking to win out the pistol. And Ellie just looking to be a little bit more careful towards CT. Not giving that space up, holding on to it. And yeah, the spike will go down pretty easily enough.
It's another round which is set up by KO utility, and I'm talking about the knife which stopped the flash there as well. They're going to try and make their way back in the 3v5, give it a damn good go. Doesn't last for very long. Akita finding a couple, and Ginger 1v4, but as I said, the game being played at Zeronce's pace on the attack side. Ginger has to walk back into this one in a 1v4, gets the first. Anything more is an extra consolation because she was not favored to find too much else in that kind of situation. Zerance get what they need.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like, now you look towards alternate attacks. They've been setting up these A-site plays with the KG utility. And just committed more towards B, so there was plenty there to fight with. But again, like it's these 1v1s, these untradable positions that alternate attacks keep finding themselves in.
Full save on the second round. Not too often that you see this. Usually there's like one pick and mix of a pistol in there. Of course, this would be the round that they somehow find a way to win. If they do, it is the straw that breaks the camel's back, but we've not gotten there just yet. Here is the flash from Jade. She'll be arriving along with the rest, but they simply walk to the cemetery, dead and buried on the B site. It ends just as you'd expect.
I was going to say, like, if they were able to win it out, like, after your jinx, that would have been incredible now. In a 2v5 with two classics.
Just trying to make something happen, man. What can you say?
I know. I mean, Ginger's even invested more towards her KG utility again, just in the off chance that they do head towards that site, but it's not the case here. Yeah, pretty easy at the end. Easy conversion, and Andrew Lethea flawless for the attacking side.
One to give plenty of confidence as well, because Zerons have come into these bonuses before when they are healthy, well supported with weaponry. It's just so scary. And for alternate attacks, again, you've got to be looking at this being two teams who I think are pretty evenly matched. It's a shame that we can't give them both a spot in the third stage. You think about alternate attacks, for example, top 5 in Contenders stage 1 was as far as they ever got. Beaten out by a top 5 team in the first stage of Maine in their first qualification game. A difference in quality, needing the step up here and now. Ellie in mid with all of the info, but Akita floats in and wins the fight.
Doesn't commit to the fight, like just doesn't even raise the crosshair. Don't know if there was a problem with it, audio or whatnot, maybe didn't hear it. Ginger low on there. I was going to say, Ginger on the trade though has us lost a lot of health.
It is still a big one to find. And again, you don't know if they're trying to bait with the updraft or anything like that. We can stress the details as far as we like. Fact of the matter, 4v4. Alternate attacks do still have the better weaponry. And the rotation is making itself over to the B site. One of those players is Jade, and she's caught out in middle. Two players gone from the same position. The site has to hold. Ginger finds 2 from Death's Door. She sends a couple more over the threshold. Harmony still hanging in with the Odin, and Blossy is there to support this time.
Yeah, counting off the cross, but the thing is though, actually seeing Lou with a chance to get out towards market. Are they going to go even further?
Well,
Blossy
she doesn't
needs
need to peek. She has the info. She is the gateway between the A site and B, where Harmony was holding, but she loses her life and her head in the process. Zerons getting their 7th, and like I said, it's another bonus round conversion which puts them there.
That is a really tough loss. I don't know what I don't know what to say, like,
dumbfounded.
Alternate attack, yeah, no, I'm dumbfounded, yeah, but it's more the fact that, like, I was doing it for effect, right? Like, I just don't know what to say. There's time there. You can delay, Blossy doesn't need to peek. You can bait them out in towards CT. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the 2v1,
yeah,
positionally, she wants to try and take it, but like you say, the cross was there. There's not much time to dust yourself down and think about it. A new round already rears its head.
Yeah.
Ugly head if you're ATN. Probably just
And I
wanted a moment, but no timeout called.
I think that's the thing though, like no timeout called just yet, but it's usually always after the 4th round that we see it come out. At least 3 rounds in a row to 4 rounds in a row that alternate attacks go for it. And I think that's just the general consensus across the board, to be honest, amongst support staff.
Scanning ahead.
Drone coming in. Smoke propped up by Blossy. Plenty of ideas she could be in this position, but Jade finding that kill has just made things interesting because this may force Zerons to worry a little bit more. They still don't know. Blossy's trying to spam back through the smoke. The golden opportunity goes amiss. Still a rifle in Ginger's hands. It's a 1v2 and a chance at it, but a chance taken away by Tui. The scoreline tied 8-all.
Has this is now turning into funny Valorant, right? like
We've reached the funny zone, ladies and gents.
Yeah,
brace yourself.
It's just because both teams have been playing long hours, right? The concentration may not be there. Oh, you don't have to do them like that. I thought they were going to get a slow-mo on the spam back in. But yeah, and also the attacks Ruby timeout as expected.
A moment for them to cool their head. 8-4 was the score. The first time that a team had an advantage heading into the second half. And that advantage has been lost instantly. Scoreline level. Oh, production. Let's not be doing that, please.
Yeah, I don't
it's
know,
rough.
Man.
All right, look, you snatch at it. It was a half chance at best. Alternate attacks need to screw their head on now, though, because they've got the rifles for this round. There aren't that many ults in play just yet. Still a chance for them to rectify this.
There is. But the thing that I worry about is this continuous ultimate cycle. Oh, sorry, I'm getting caught up in my next point. It's the continuous eco cycle, right? You lose this, the chances are you're going to find yourself 2 rounds down every single time. Hunter's Fury, in fact, is used to clear out wine. You know a player's there, and Tui's got the trade. Akita somehow finds himself inside with only just a classic. Pinkley gets the trade, gives Akita a phantom, and there's already 2 players to the good.
It's just such a smart start from Zerons. Army does get one back. Link is still holding on to short, and as they can spread that banner widely across both of the chokes, there's a crossfire set up and players separated. To go back to what I was saying, as alternate attacks will see this round pass them by, is yeah, you just send the Hunter's Fury in, you clear the common spots which you failed to check in the previous round, and you bring a pace change which, you know, catches alternate attacks off guard. They weren't expecting to see something like that after these very tenuous, slow rounds that had been building up to what is the equal score and now advantage for Zerons.
I mean, that's the thing though, Hazza, right? Like, you've also got to be, like, that's, I think, the Americas, I think it was 100 Thieves that introduced it, if I'm not mistaken. Like, rather than the traditional being, after a timeout, you take it really, really slow when you're the team that's been advantageous, especially if you're on the attack. Like, just play this really slow default, find out what the adaptations are. Instead, this time, they're like, well, balls, sink to the wall, you know what I mean? Like, just send it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what the comms are. In German, of course. Jokes aside, alternate attacks in the buy round. The last of the DAC teams left. They made a quarter of the top 32, 40% of the players, as Billy was saying on the desk. The final one may yet fall. Odin, Killjoy, both supported on the site, but immediately dealt with. Zerons rolling up their sleeves and pulling no punches with these fast pushes in the late stage, which could just take them to Game Changers EMEA.
2 players to the good. Plenty of utility to come back in with. That's it, has it? Jade, what? Ellie as well, and a quick flash. And I'm not talking about what Jade's about to use. Just a little bit of time. Pinkley though trying to cause some resistance. In fact, it's Akita who's been so good up against their opposite number. Ellie only so low. One bullet is enough to close this one out. One bullet is enough to send them to double digits, and that's exactly what will happen.
Akita taking 10. So many rounds played, yet it's all red on the attack side for Zerons in this second half. Look how quick they are off the mark here. The util was great. Lenga got spotted in market in the transition to the retake by Jade. Ellie picked up the pieces and it was worrisome for a moment, but they still win out. Players trying to be the heroines for their squad now. Couple rifles in there at the bottom of the board. An upswing in form very much required to stop an 11th, which could be the be-all and end-all in this final map of the evening.
Back to the pace change as well. Has it? This is something that Zerons have been so good at. Last 2 rounds have been frightening. Now it goes to a whimper. The eerily silent map falls once more, and alternate attacks, they're made to sweat. In fact, they're actually trying to be proactive, and it works out in their favour. Midas really choose their battleground, but it ends up working against them. Zerant's allowed a chance to fight back in.
Here.
There's still 2 rifles on the board for alternate attacks though, has there?
And the 2 rifles that they brought into this round, one of them repurposed for Ellie. Single kill, enough for the Blaze. You throw it to Blossy and maybe you have a fighting chance in the 3v3. But for now, there's still a player down. All of the red shirts are on the site. They're ready to go down with their lives here if they have to. And unfortunately, enough for them. That is the case. Zerons getting it done. Harmony, the hopes and dreams, the clutch. What can she create? It's a 4v1, and sure, she gets the first, but you never expect Akita there. 11 posted up by Zerons now. Only 2 rounds away from their first main stage.
Yeah, the second time out, no wonder it's immediately invested. You could imagine the players on alternate attacks were feeling a bit moulded. Sure, you know what I mean, Hazza? Like, they've got the ultimates there to make plans around as well, but they need to be careful because they're on the cusp of losing this series entirely. Even when they were up 8-4, they have not won a single round on this attack. Defensively.
Even when we were looking before as well on the desk about Akita and where her strengths lie, 25 kills, you would say it was the opening jewels, but it's that clutch percentage which slid under the radar as well. What a huge round win on number 18 before we've just seen what we saw. They're getting that alternate attacks, one final blocker for them to use to stop this now. All of the ultimates, barring Ginger's lockdown. They had 2 opportunities at it, Cairo, and both of them may just have evaded them. It's a technical pause which we get. Hopefully not for long.
Is Pansy in chat? Is that what's happened? Is Hypop cutting about?
Could be. Any way to shift responsibility onto somebody else. Look, I think, again, a little bit of extra time for these teams, but the big thing for me is you've got to also think for alternate attacks, what is the legacy of this team? They've been together so long, but in terms of those results, the runner-up in Cologne for Project Queens, could the ghosts of that result potentially be coming back to bite them here? That's the feeling that I'm starting to get in the killer moments when there's something to play for on the line. They've not quite been there, even with the advantages that they've held in the last couple of maps.
Yeah. I think that's the big thing. Like, you see the last couple of maps, they were up 8-4. That's a 4-round gap. and then proceed to lose the next 7, potentially 8, right? Like this second half on the defense is something that I was expecting them to be able to thrive in, because it's Ascent, it's something they're so used to.
Where does the respite come from? 8 rounds, unrelenting from Zeros Mint. If you're alternate attacks, you feel like there's no safe place to go. What kind of a plan can you create to stop Akita and her squad? There hasn't been a single answer for them so far. Coming back into this round, just look at the setup. Spread so thin, the defensive line. What kind of pace do they bring? It is a slow one.
Yeah, I think alternate attacks well aware of Zeron's capabilities of switching up the pace towards A, especially since they caught them off guard last time after the timeout, and you can see that, like, the adaptation is the KG turret towards A with 2 swarms as well.
They know the Killjoy setup's there, and as I said before, the money is trashed if you lose this one out. From the shadows available, so Spike could be recommitted at any point in time. Blossy, big kill. The head honcho of the server is gone, and none other from the leader to be that torchbearer in the round where everything felt to have gone dark on the defense.
You are powerless.
Still looking for something back in for Zerons, but the way back in is a way in towards the B site. The info dart will probably give that away, Hazard, for a moment. That site might be a little bit tentative, open up for alternate attacks to come straight back in.
Oh, Hunter's Fury advanced, invested to claim the Spike planter, means it won't rid the lockdown. 5v3.
It's allowed for Pinkley to get into position and even find Blossy, trying to find a flank. Still 1 player down, Hazard, and actually it's going to be 2 players detained. This is a disaster coming back in. Pinkley's done so well, and now this is a real opportunity for Zerons.
Another 8 seconds bought off the clock. The player's in the site, and that's where the Spike is. They've got to find a way to get towards it. Not quite planted in the position that you'd want. Harmony holding on, and Jade finding the kills to support her and make sure alternate attacks survive again. It's this dynamic duo that never say die.
Hazard, it's small mistakes that keep costing both teams. You can tell that it's a late night series. You can tell that they have played, well, for Zerons, over 100 rounds of Valorant today. Simple things like getting caught in the lockdown, allowing for people to get onto the spike, not taking your fights correctly. 2 rounds is what divides these two, and Zerons are the only one with a real advantage. In fact, alternate attacks will take it from themselves. The Hunter's Fury's firing off. They'll only trade 1 back.
Bursting back to life.
Yep.
Just when we were writing their obituary. Paranoia up mid. Aggressive play. Blossy, the first point of contact on this recommittal towards the A side of the map. The only player who isn't here is Ginger. All the rest ready to take a duel. Harmony with a full belt of utility to meet this push when it comes in.
Knife gives it away, that's a headshot, but the glass is what keeps Lupiot alive. In fact, she won't be for much longer. Pinkley at least gets that trade. Still 1 to the good, in fact nearly 2 if it wasn't for the door. And the Spike now on their side. Time working for Zerons. They're trying to find Harmony, but 1 spray will get them both. And we're bound down to 1 round, Hazard. 1 round is all that separates them.
You failed.
Utility? What utility? Harmony didn't need it. The spray puts both on a skewer. That's double digits. And that's alternate attacks coming back into the game when we've written them off, as I said. There's nothing in it, Cairo. This one's going right down to the wire. Zerots will make sure that any last embers of the attack side fire that had been scorching away alternate attacks can be stoked in this separation of time. But what do you call here? What do you choose to play into when you've just seen two different variations from alternate attacks? The one that wants to take you in those fights, and the one which isn't going to use its utility until the final few moments.
Yeah, I think it's hard, but at the same time though, Hazza, Zerons, it's up to them and how they make alternate attacks use their utility right. Think about it from the perspective of, like, if you want to play a slow default with like poking and prodding about the map and creating question mark spaces which alternate attacks have to invest utility to clear out, find the information that's needed, or even letting them play fast and like retaking it yourself, you know? It will be the first of the two, as you can see already, the regressive positions of Zerons. And they have an idea. The refight back in is perfect as Akita catches early peeking out of main.
So wide on the peak as well. Immediately dealt with. The pause slowed the game down after what was two very quick back-to-back rounds.
Yeah.
The pace that alternate attacks bring in after winning the previous. Zerons just wanted to stop the rot, cut the problem at the root. They seem to have done that, and this early pick goes a long way. Knife reused for information, but nothing collected, and actually Zerons say, okay, let's use this as a false positive and play back into your hands. It is a 5 versus 2 in main. They don't go for it.
Yeah, no, Hazard are going for mid.
But
it's
the spike is still
open.
there.
Yeah, it's going to go
on.
there. This is a crunch. I'm pretty sure this is a crunch. The door's down though, and Lupiot, no! That's a disaster! This is it! This is it, Hazard! It's all turning on its head! It's scrappy! It's all up to Harmony! But no! A 2v1 with Spike down!
How on earth do they make that a 2v1? Spike was in no man's land. Now it's Ginger's chance to try and recover it. Open plant, first player spotted, Lenka gone. Ginger ready for the next, and she'll pick it up as well. 11 all, nothing to separate the teams as we go to the ends of regulation. Alternate attacks, putting to rest the skeletons in their closet with a huge Red Bull clutch.
Hazza, I think we have actually reached 150 rounds for Zerons. I'm pretty sure just by mental math, at least 125, which is madness. Madness to play in one day.
You speak of fundamentals here. The decision for alternate attacks to take the main space when the split came through was perfect.
Yeah.
I don't know why Lou is soloing there by herself through main though. It makes the ordeal so much more difficult.
Or even doing it without, like, the crunch already started.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's...
Yeah, I mean, look, it's getting laboured, it's getting late, but we're nearly at the finish line. Could there be more? Which team takes 12 first? Mid is the first port of call for alternate attacks, but they quickly disengage. Player number scrambling towards B. Both red and green shirts getting ready. But stripped down to the bare minimum. That knife's done so much work.
Yeah, stakes are high. Both teams probably feeling well done at this point, Hazza, considering how long they've been playing for. The spike going down, and remember, this is for a position in the main stage of Game Changers. Back in, it's a trade even, but Zerons go out on top, Hazza.
A slight missed flash. Means a bit more capitalization for Zerons. They've got the main play here as well. It's a hard clear on Pink Ali. You've got to commit to one or the other. Instead, it's half-assed, and they get sat down exactly there. A one-for-one trade will not suffice. Lenka taking 2 and taking Zerons one step away, one round away from the promised land.
But again, Hazza, you were commenting about good protocols and fundamentals but from alternate attacks. It was good fundamentals from Zerons in that round after the kind of quick play in mid to get to get Ellie all the way up. It was the reaction from Zerons to go straight on towards B, get the spike down, set up their post plant. One round to decide them all.
Look, 2 or 3 of the last 5 maps Zerons have played have been decided with the matter of only 2 rounds. 13-11, double overtime that we saw before. Alternate Attacks trying to hold on into an OT. Hunter's Fury through the center of the map to land a stake in their hearts and keep Alternate Attacks beating that Ruby Red a little bit longer. Akita is gone, and that has been the bane of all of their problems so far. The start you want, but this one's not finished yet.
Taking the time. Looking for an opportunity to get one back. Jade's probably your best option in CT. With the smokes going out there in the position that they are. That's it, they're probably going to head in towards the crosshairs. Still, though, Hazard, the trades are even, leaving Alternate Attacks at advantage. Ginger is in the smoke and they're backing in. Ginger needs to be really aware of what's in front of her, and she is. 2v1, both players disconnected. Lanka doesn't look in the right position. We are going all the way to overtime for this last spot and main stage game changers.
Overtime.
Unbelievable. Ellie with the kill, which extends play. 24 or more, I said at the start of the map. It's not enough just yet. How long we go, I don't know, but both have played their hearts out up until this point. 4 rounds from the final 5 for Alternate Attacks. The fruits of their labor, but what can they do with it on the attack side, which posted up an 8-4 half for them before. They had twice the rounds. Surely they should look twice as good here.
High stakes. 2 rounds in a row. Just need to chain them together. It's as simple as that, but simple in theory is not simple in practice, has it? Especially on Ascent.
Another huge knife. Utility brought offline. Glossy bypassing it, but Lenka finding the kill. A 1-for-1, which puts us into post yet again. Lots of utility used in that early vision. Strikers push down mid though, Cairo. They may be short-handed here, Zerons.
Yeah, that could be really difficult coming back in. And there's still plenty for delay. 1 flash on Jade, double shocks on Harmony. In fact, they're actually using the drone to clear out to see if anyone's out just yet. Well, they'll know now. And in fact, Akita had a drone of their own to support them. In fact, he's got a double kill off the back of it. Zerons, the French side, looking to take Dak to the sword. They're the ones that will have advantage for this overtime, Hazard. This first round. It's all about how Alternate Attacks look on their defense.
Like you say, they draw the sword and draw blood first. TP here from Glossy, ambitious. The setup was there. The plan the whole time is to create pressure on B, retake towards A, or just see how long Lenka can hold it. She did God's work to find one there. Freebie or not, they will not care. Zerons call the timeout after the first round of OT. They have messed up this situation a couple of times before. 1 away again. Make it count.
Have to. That's probably why we're getting the timeout. To sit and talk about everything that's been going on. What's been working on the attack. Remember, Hazard, they did win 7 rounds in a row, right, Zerons? After the timeout, they've had 2 different approaches, whether it's been fast, whether it's been slow and defaulty. What do Zerons propose this time round?
And for Alternate Attacks, the desk, Pilski, we were speaking about it. He said, I'd rather have a duelist in a final map that's confident to take those fights than one that'll turn their face away from it. Ellie, a polar opposite to Akita right now. You hate to be the one that focuses in on it, but where's her head at on this defense? Does she want to be the protagonist? It looks like she's simply a piece in the puzzle, a factor in the setup. towards B. Knife used early. Ginger keeps her A utility. It's that site which should be under siege as all 5 players are ready to go for what could be the final time.
Yeah, and Ginger's in hell, by the way, as well, so it's not as if she can really get a chance to fight out. In fact, actually smoked out. They've got an idea, ZER, and they're trying to put Ginger under pressure. They'll do so successfully. The spike going down. They're a player to the good, Hazza. And you look towards the utility that they've got to stall out. They've got next to nothing. Alternate attacks have a chance to come back in here.
There are 2 players in the corner where the null command lands. Down to 5 if you're Akita. Blossy on the cleanup job. Into the site now, Pinkerly down, 4v3, players still dwindling. ZER's still fighting on the front lines, still with the numbers. On alternate attacks, time is running out for the Duck Dream. Blossy gets on towards the defuse. Jade will try and hold on. She does her best, but I don't think it's halved. It won't be. Lou, the captain, to close for her team. And it will be the perfect storm. No! The storm is weathered by Jade, right at the very death. I can't believe it. We go again.
We go again. The ring bell rings one more time, Hazard. There's no way. You're thinking it's a certainty at that point. 0.40. 0.40.
Oh my God, man. Was getting ready to write the end credits. Lou was there sat at the typewriter saying, I'm the one that writes the scripts. But no, we veered off in a different direction. And I'm just as clueless. Another huge play from Jade. That's the takeaway. Back to square one though. And ZER's back on their defense.
Hearing the KG utility just go off in the distance, and imagine Ginger will hear the buzzing of it. Nano swarm towards B. Yeah, there it is. In fact, I was actually able to destroy it, get away, hit and run sort of stuff here, has it. In fact, actually, he's wasted a paranoia off the back of it. It's go on A for alternate attacks.
Waste or not, no capitalization like you say. Very strict protocols for ZER's. That's where you give them the edge in this retake. Deep alarm bot towards short. Ginger is an absolute obscurity at this point in time when the push comes through. She may not be there to see this one close, but ZER's certainly are, and so is Harmony. Backed into the corner, but still finding results 3-on-3.
Yeah, the players are in restricted positions as well, has 2 players towards short. In fact, they're playing for the Hunter's Fury, but is it enough to actually deny the spike? Deny players on the spike. Jade's able to get another, but she's under siege. It's now getting difficult. Spike has been halved. You have to peek out. You have to deny the spike. Pinkley not looking in the right spot, and Lupio is, but Harmony's rifle is better. It's a Red Bull clutch one more time. Advantage to Dark.
Oh my God. In this European clash between 2 heavyweights of their own respective regional scenes. We've gone to extra time, and now it's a shootout between the 2. Another clutch, a Red Bull clutch for Harmony. She started the day with a couple of those and may just have found what was needed to win this for her team. Back to the drawing board for ZER's in terms of their attack. It's the slow round that we get this time instead of the quick one. Mark it the first priority in a long list of space to take.
Yeah, but look at the positions again. Has it? Alternate attacks are letting ZER's have the sights. The difference being the KG setup on A. As players committed towards mid, ZER's are walking into a trap. Admiral Akbar is watching.
Don't know what he thinks of it. But I see your point. It is. Yeah, I had to make you say that. Here we are, though. Look, this is the final round, mate, and that's the call. The trap play isn't yet called. There's 1 player spotted in A main. The knife finds it, Execute coming in, split from Zerons to try and break the balance. So many red shirts on this right-hand side and more arriving. So is the spike. The mid has been cleared out brilliantly by Lenka. And as soon as you look to plant, well, there's 30 seconds, no backside control, and everyone on alternate attacks there to fight you.
Yes, Zerons has it. They have no way in. They're going to try and reposition towards B, but while they do so, they've already wasted so much utility. And you look towards what alternate attacks have to come back in. Harmony's drone, the intel dart will be back up soon as well as Boss's smoke. This is looking like alternate attacks in the best possible position they could be.
Any chance it's the regenerative utility? Lou has the reveal now. The knife just used. One final twist in the tail, perhaps, from the dagger. It's the information on the players coming from CT. They're blindsided by main, and alternate attacks are starting to get the work done. The Rubies in the retake may just have reversed this from being fractions of a second away from losing. Victories on the tip of their tongue. Akita, the last one left to beat, and she will be beaten. 5 rubies placed into the crown and 5 new names in the history books. They are the queens now in their own right. Alternate attacks to Game Changers main stage 3.
Hazza, what else would you expect on such a developmental stage, right? Since we saw them all the way back in the off-season till now, it's been such a long stage, and the evolution of this roster has been magnificent to watch. They thoroughly deserve their position, and I hate to say it, but Hazza, I feel as if Zerons deserve a position in Game Changers as well, but unfortunately there was only two available, and it's the Dark region which take the second.
So tough. Credit all that can possibly be given. Nothing taken away from Zerons. But alternate attacks right at the dying moments when you had a lead for Zerons again. The situation they were in. Alternate attacks may have settled for silver in Cologne, but only the team from the main stage previous could shut them down in their Contenders run. What a series to end out the day and qualify our second team. Before we throw it over to the analyst desk, we do have the pay safe card play of the day. And Cairo, I want you to walk us through this one because you were the one who highlighted it.
Yeah, I mean, Hazza, this one was one of the Jade clutches, one of many which she's been able to do, but I just felt as if this was so important in the grand scheme of things on that specific round, right? You get the crazy push by Lou, and then this position in main, like, it just seems as if it's going to go towards Zerons. Everything about it just screams that. The way that the picks were going out, Jade so low, one bullet is all that is needed, but somehow finds Akita's head. Magic stuff from Jade, magic stuff from alternate attacks, and yeah, there it is at the end of the day.
We said Akita coming into this was a brick wall, but that was another brick in the wall for alternate attacks. Another clutch in a long list of clutches. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, what you have to say, Hazza. But let's hear from Pilski first, because it's been too long, Pilski. That was a battle for the ages, ending up in double overtime. I feel like overtime is really the subheading of today's action in Contenders. And really, it was a nail-biting finale for alternate attacks. It was so close. Do you think they deserved ultimately the win in that spot in stage 3?
Yeah, I think whoever won that deserved the spot in stage 3. In fact, maybe both teams might deserve a spot in stage 3. I think it's hard to tell yourself that after a day for Zerons where they play 152 rounds of Valorant and like 3 or 4 maps of OT against 2 different teams that they don't deserve a spot in the main stage. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, you can only promote so many teams. And I think at the end of the day, you do have a pretty sweet storyline there for the German side as well.
Yeah, it's just such a tough pill to swallow if you're Zerons, honestly. I feel so bad for these girls for the performances they put in throughout the day. You've got to think of the series which we saw before, 2 overtimes, the first map of this one, a 13-11 defeat. To come back on Sunset and play the way they did, and even the second half of this map, all credit to them. And again, it just shows the quality we have on our hands here in Contenders, and long may that continue.
Yeah, and when you think about the fact that Zerons are only able to practice on average about an hour a night because Tui is a lawyer, Tig's got school, the others are studying. I mean, Lou is obviously, she's casting VCT, EMEA on the French broadcast as well as streaming alongside the studies. Like, it is insane how much this team has been able to achieve. And actually, I want to give it a big props to Akita because I feel like Pilski, she's been a real find. She's been a revelation today.
Yeah, Akita masterclass, to be honest, like almost 340 ACS, just consistently running it down all day long, creating space for the team. You had some little highlights there from Jade. She had some insane clutches on the initiator and was, you know, amazing in terms of the fragging output. And there you go. So many attempts there for alternate attacks. They continue to re-up. They continue to reinvest in game changers into German rosters. And finally, after however many open qualifiers, however many seasons of Contenders, they finally break through and qualify for the main stage.
I mean, just what a story from this team. Again, you look at the org, alternate attacks as a whole, been in esports for over 20 years. They know how to take care of their players, and this is a project they put a lot of faith into. Finally, they get the results that they deserve. And again, you can only give credit to what these guys have achieved. We spoke so much about Zerons, but as well, to make it here, I think in the upper bracket, many thought that they would have qualified regardless, but they were put through their paces in that second game, that's for sure.
It is really heartwarming also to see that German players are really loving the GC scene, and they are nurturing their own scene in Germany. And it's really exciting to get to talk to Jade, who was a standout performer on Alternate Attacks Ruby today. So Jade, I mean, congratulations. You've had one hell of a day. How do you feel having guaranteed that spot in stage 3 of Game Changers?
Hello, first of all. It's an awesome feeling, honestly. Obviously, because the last map was like, it could not have been closer. Like, I think, especially the second last round where I got the millisecond diffuse. When I didn't get it, we would have lost the game and such. My heart is still beating like crazy. So, but I'm just super proud of the team because
your heart is with the team. Your head is still on Sunset. That was where the millisecond diffuse was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it seems like it. But like, I just really don't know how to talk right now because I'm just speechless. I'm just proud of the team. It's insane.
Oh, you should be proud of the team. You should also, Jade, be incredibly proud of yourself. Of course, in that match against Mad Lions, Koi, you had aces on not one but 2 maps. And today we've seen you in these clutch situations where more often than not, you are the one who secures those rounds. And really, it's one of the things that has dragged attacks across the line today and what's been a really tough day of competition for you. Why do you think you are such a natural performer in those clutch situations? What goes through your mind?
I think what definitely helps me is like I have a lot of experience. I don't think, if you know, but I've been playing a lot in CS back then when I was playing for Big Academy quite a while. So I was, I'm already familiar with like really close games and important matchups. So I know how to handle like the nervosity and stress. And in general, I just think that I'm just an intuitive player. So whenever I'm just in a clutch, I just do what it feels like it's going to be the right thing to do. And most of the time, it seems like it is the right thing. But yeah, I think that's the like 2 main things that make it possible for me to win many of those rounds.
Definitely. Intuitive player, I think, sums you up so well, Jade. And it's interesting you mentioned that you have been associated with Big in the past. I mean, we were talking on the show about how Big has this legacy of setting up a really lovely kind of family environment for their players. It seems like Alternate Attacks Ruby is the same. What's it like getting to play on a national roster with your teammates?
It's like one of the best things I have in my life right now, honestly. I'm not lying with that, because we are not just a team. Like, we are all super, super close friends in real life. We have like National League LAN finals coming up, and we're gonna see us next week. And like, all of us are so excited since like 1 or 2 months already, because we all live quite far apart from each other, but like, those moments are just special. And ATX as an organization is just a family. Like, that sums it up quite well, because everyone behind the organization, whether it be the content creators, whether it be the managers, or even the other teams from like the Valorant main team or the other games like CS, they all are quite supportive, and it just shows that everyone wants each other to have the best success, and it's just lovely.
Jade, what's it like in Germany then? How is the scene so strong in terms of game changers? As you mentioned, you've got a LAN coming up. Is it in Cologne you're heading off to? So you're actually getting to play with your teammates, which seems to be a rare thing in this scene, but Germany just seems to be thriving right now.
Yeah, it's quite a good thing that we have it. Last time we sadly lost the LAN finals like 2 months ago, so we want our revenge this time and lift the trophy on stage. But it's a good thing that we have it. It's a quite nice experience, and it's like a bit rough also in the German scene right now, because last time we had the semi-final and final on LAN. This time it's just the final because of I don't know the reasons quite exactly, but we just are glad that we have it, because we can see that it's not guaranteed to have it. So I'm hoping that, especially with our success now in qualifying for the main event, that more upcoming players get motivated by that, and that the scene will keep on rising, so that we don't have to worry whether the LAN finals, whether it be on Game Changers main event or national finals, will still
Definitely,
be
Jade.
there.
You are powering through the esports winter. I am really thrilled that you guys get to play on LAN. Now, before I let you go, looking ahead to stage 3, because you have guaranteed yourself a spot against some very strong competition. So we need to talk you up now. You need a rival. Who's going to be your rival when you play in stage 3?
I mean, I don't think we have a rivalry with anyone, obviously, but if I have to say,
just come up with one.
I think Coming Cup's going to be the most interesting, because they have another German player with Roxy in it. So I guess that's it.
Of course. I love that. Okay, well, watch out, Roxy. And she always does, because Jade and
we're coming for you.
Attacks are coming for you. Congratulations, Jade. As I said earlier, what a day for you and the team. I imagine you're probably too excited to sleep for just a moment. So go and celebrate with them. We will see you in stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely night.
Thank you, you too. I realised, like, hang on a second. Jade has been like probably warming up and playing for so many hours, and you're just taking the mickey asking all these questions now, Frankie. But just talking to Jade gave me like a third wind that I so desperately needed, because it has been such an epic day. Pilsky, how many rounds do you think we've actually seen of Valorant today? It's been quite a few.
A lot. At least we didn't watch the lower bracket game, although to be fair, I picked that up, and I'm sure a lot of other people picked that up after we had the quick series. So actually we probably did watch something like 150 160 rounds of Valorant today, but by the end of it I was like still hooked, because we ended up with another double OT thriller to close out the day.
Yeah, and Hadza, you have been obviously working a double shift. Hopefully Billy is feeling better, and we can't wait to see her in stage 3. But thank you so much for stepping into her shoes on the desk today, or standing in them from the looks of it. You must have very sore ankles. Should we have a look through the bracket, Hazard? Tell me what's been your favourite moment as we look back on the competition in attendees.
Hard to find a favourite moment. Probably not it being renamed Tendies, but yeah. I mean, look, I think in terms of the matchups, the first one caught me by surprise a little bit for Valiant winning that out 2-0, but they've got quality coming into stage 3, which we'll look at in a bit. To be honest, that Zeron's Black Hand game was ridiculous, and yeah, both of the lower bracket matches, to be honest, both 2-1s, plenty of overtimes, plenty of long games, and credit to every single team that was playing today for putting in a shift themselves.
Yeah, everyone who takes part in this event, whether they are behind the scenes, whether they're playing, whether they're you guys that are talking to me right now, this means so much to us. So thank you if you've stuck around to watch all the action today. Let's take a look at the stage 3 teams you will see competing in Game Changers EMEA. Of course, G2 goes in currently wearing the crown. Falcons Vega and Giant X making things especially exciting, and we should be able to tell you the dates, but you can see this returning very soon. But because it is late and my memory is failing me,
I know.
I can't tell you. But hang on a second, Pilsky, you can. Hazzy, you can.
Yeah, the 6th to the 17th of September. So make sure you put that in your calendar to watch the group stage, because that'll be great. You always get a lot of people like co-streaming it and you know, some other productions and stuff like that. So I'm sure you can keep your eye out on all the socials and all that to find where the games are at.
You're really selling it to me, Pilsky. Hazard, I imagine we'll hear your voice casting some of that action as well. And I can't wait to hear you and Cairo return. I'm afraid that I now do, I think, a semi-accurate impersonation of Cairo. Because it's time for us to go.
I have to hear it.
It's time for us to go. Thank you so much for watching. I think Frankie's been Pilsky and Hazzy. You've also heard the fabulous voice of Cairo casting and Billy on the analyst desk earlier today. So thank you again, everyone who's responsible for making this production happen, our friends over in Ireland, you guys for watching, and all our teams as well. We will see you guys in September as we kick off stage 3. Good night.